We are back.
Ooh, this is nice here.
Rlcs, the biggest competition that we have here in SSA and the biggest one available in the world. 6 weekends worth of action to bring you the best of what our region has to offer. And as Grabian said, we're back, but unfortunately we are back for the last time. I'm Ultrism, your host for today. Alongside me on the panel here we got Bromeo, Pyro J, and your boy Q with Fish waiting in the background. And this is it. This is where it all comes to its culmination. Rlcs SSA Regional number 6. We do it all over again. And Bromeo, this has become something that we can barely remember a time without Rlcs and SSA.
Man, this has been such a banger. I can't believe we're in the 6th regional already of this year. It feels like we've just started. I'm ready to keep going. You know, let's keep doing this.
I mean, Pyro, it kind of feels like that, right? Is we just getting into it. We're getting to see the culmination where everything's starting to finally feel like it's settling in the region, and now it all ends.
Ultrism, we've been through a few of these last regionals together, haven't we? But every single last regional is a very different one. This season has had such a different context, but coming off of that grand final last regional, that banger of one against Mobula and Limitless, man, I'm ready for more of that.
I mean, you talk about that banger, and really, Q, this is where it starts to get interesting, because we've kind of had this problem over the last 2 years worth of Rlcs. By this stage in the season, we kind of know what's going to happen. We've seen the same thing over and over for 6 weekends. Do you feel like you actually have a good grasp about what the scene's doing even now at the end?
I mean, I feel like we kind of at least have an idea of the direction, but I think the important thing right now is we have so much hope for the future and seeing some of the changes, especially some of the young growing talent in the region as well. Yeah, maybe this year is settled, but I feel like we have more now than ever to be excited about when it comes to next season. And not trying to look forward, too fast, right now, but it's something you got to be hyped about.
Got to be hyped about it. I'm sure you guys have found your favorite moments over the entirety of our 6 regionals. I know I have a few, and the guy who's been putting it all together just to get you guys as hyped up as Q wants you to be, we are going to take a look back right now at all of the best goals over the last week, 2 weeks, I think it is. So, Pyro J, you've got a wonderful top 10 for us.
Listen, I may have missed the broadcast for Qualifier number 5, but I did not miss these top plays. So, production, let's take it away to the top 10 plays by Pyro J that'll leave you saying this is SSA. Number 10 is in, but we're going to pour one out for the elites. Came up short for this final main event, but came up in a big way on the team play. No better way to kick things off, boys, than a 1-2-3 ABC beauty. Something all too satisfying. About a tic-tac patty whack to send the Snake's Den home, but let's send it to number 9 because the Snake's Den did get their revenge. Close shot from Wordy gets interrupted by Mass on the double post save. Wordy and Alike, they had enough, but the woodwork preventing the own goal is something else. Enough of that silly plays it down to the business as Energizer gets the backboard read. Run it back. It's Twinzer with an unreal pinch downfield, and Energizer, how are you getting up to this magnificent aerial play? So let's send it to the skies once more. Guns brings out the big ones on the cam. Connection! Every top 10 plays has featured Guns from his own backboard. Gee, I wonder why. Reminds me of the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Number 6, and show me a sweaty dunk on the Rubik's that lands right into the hands of To Die For that eventually gets slammed home. More from that grand finals later, but for right now, let's pick one more up. Flawless air dribble, carry-out package shipped and received by Richu. Astronic not taking that potential major run lightly. Number 4 is on the menu, and it's an air dribble like that with a side of flip reset. Sweaty putting all the seasoning on this one. I'm telling you, if you missed this grand finals, go watch it back. These goals are just a sliver of what that match had to offer. Now for what we've all been waiting for, top 3 plays. Last week it was 0-second clutches. This week it's double taps. VK Salen. All starting from Leoro's carryout, ends with the defender splitter. Served to you by VK. Have it your way. Well, for number 2, Sweaty says, I'll have it my way. Double deliciousness. To Die For sets this all up. He gets the reset carryout. And guys, check it out. Torres, he has this read, right? What? I don't think so. Oh, you don't, buddy? Well, your number 1 play of SSA's Qualifier goes to Leoro. We start with humble beginnings on the launch to the corner, but here comes the flip, the spin, the goal! Precision! This landing on the wall and the pre-flip into the ball, it says it all. Mobula, your winners for Qual 5 to close out the top 10.
I mean, just the smiles that sort of play, that sort of compilation brings my file. And look at our panel, guys. We are all smiling because this is the sort of hype. This is exactly what this region seems to have developed into. And Q, I'm going to come to you. What strikes me about that collection is the diversity that so many of those plays come out with. And that I feel is something that we kind of touched on when we first started looking back, when we had all these import teams coming in. The scene used to be dominated by who could counter out the limitless playstyle. Now it seems like it's blown wide open.
Yeah, I think the big thing to like really look forward to, especially when you look, even let's like before we look forward, let's look back, right? When you go to Qualifier 4, there's a shock to the system, right? All of a sudden, we don't have any SSA teams in the top 4. You know, people are wanting to, you know, there's talks about maybe not wanting to tune into the broadcast. We're going to boycott, you know, we're not sure about the rules or whatever. But what ends up happening is you just have to get in the lab. You either tuck tail and run or you stand and fight. And we have seen that the people who really do want to defend their turf and want to prove that Rocket League is the passion that they want to pursue, they've really stepped up to the challenge here. That's why we're seeing so many teams even here today. It feels like we got more SSA teams than ever on the Swiss stage day. And we're seeing in the top 10 plays. I mean, we're seeing a nice diversity of talent. You love to see it all.
You love to see it. And you are right, actually. We do have more SSA teams in our top 16 than ever before, where we started regional number 4 with only 7 teams out of 60 and making it through less than 50%. Now we're all the way up to 10 out of those 16 teams coming from the SSA region. The imports being pushed back, it seems. And I mean, Bromeo, we're going to be chatting about the in and outs now, but I want to just hear from you. When I look at that sort of montage, I also see a massive skill. When we look at the skill that it takes to pull off those backboard reads, the team cohesion that's coming out, it just feels like a different region to me, even from the locals.
I agree completely. I think that the quality of the games have stepped up markedly since the beginning of Major 1 and even Major 2. We've seen teams stay together for longer to form a more cohesive unit. They've started putting through some amazing plays, and some of those goals in the top 10 showed that it really is world class. And I think the biggest lesson that has been taken from all of this is that so much learning needs to be done, so much adapting. I think teams in the beginning were so shell-shocked by the introduction of all of these new play styles and different flavors of playing Rocket League that it was a little bit messy to begin, but now the teams are getting used to the competition, getting used to all of the personalities in the sphere right now. You're starting to see a lot more adapting taking place. I
mean, that adaptation comes in so many forms. Pyro J, when I look at that sort of play, I see that there seems to even be a little bit of similarity between what the local players' clips look like and what the international players' clips look like. You know, they're going for the same sort of backboards. They're learning how to pass because they're going, oh, we've been scored on 4 times like that. Maybe we should try that out ourselves.
Listen, especially for the case of Limitless, when you keep playing against players like Leoro, who's held his position in the top 50 leaderboards of 2v2s in Rocket League, you learn to try and put out the same plays. We watched in the grand final especially. Leoro, even on his high ping, is faking out players like to die for. He's faking it high, he's going low a whole lot. I want to see more of those plays, but like you say, I want to see more adaptation, more learning, and maybe putting a little bit of that style in their own play.
Well, time to get into the action. We're going to first take a look back at what happened over the last couple of weeks, how things have changed since qualifier number 4. Then we're going to take a look forward. What does the road to the Worlds and, of course, the major before that look like? So, starting with, we talk about week by week, things changing up quite dramatically. We have 5 teams out that were making it to grand final weekend, you know, our main event, and 5 new teams who've managed to push in there. The people who are out is, of course, the Elites, World of Tanks, 104 Annie, Nigel's Lighties, and Trifecta. That one comes with a little bit of a caveat because they've actually almost reformed into Two-Thirds Rule. Two-Thirds Rule joining us now, along with Genesix, Punishers, Straskibity, and Monarch Realm. And we're going to break this down into like the one by one. So let's go with Bromeo to start. Monarch Realm out, OnlyFans in. Or
No, Monarch
other way around.
OnlyFans in. So I was debating during pre-show whether I should, talk about the ins and outs. I'm talking about 2 ins today. Monarch making their first main event this year, and OnlyFans making it in through again. Let's start with Monarch. Monarch is actually an interesting one. The only remaining team member from the last time they made main event is JRS, where he paired up with Mustang and Entity, and that was from Spring Open last year. So things have changed a lot for Monarch Realm, and JRS famously went off to WRG for a bit, came on back, and now he's pairing up with Siphon and Bigfoot. So all of them are seasoned campaigners, but all having very, very different runs. Siphon's best finish was last year with Team Espionage, and Bigfoot finished top 8 with Cosmico. Now, Cosmico is, I'm not sure if you guys remember, but that was Douglas, Guns, Bigfoot. So times have changed, and they change fast, but this Monarch Realm did enough to get themselves to main event, and now let's see how far they can get themselves going from here. The other team I wanted to talk about is OnlyFans. They're in as well. Very, very well to them. I think out of everybody here, we've expected so much from them because Wilu, formerly of French Class, Happy Meal, formerly of Bravado, and subsequently Pirates, and Shadowhunter from the old Apex roster. They are all such good players, and I want to see so much from them, but the shift in the scene in the last year, just like what we're talking about, has taken a lot of adaptation, and I don't know. I think you would need like a degree in Futuration if you want to know where these guys are going from here, but I really think that they've got a good roster that they can pull together, and we can see some screamers for them, I'm sure.
Degree in Futuration. Please let me know where that comes from. I need to go get one of those myself because my predictions have not been great. We're going to look at those ones as well in just a little bit, but you've certainly been running with your degree in Futuration. So we're going to see. We're going to go to Pyro. Pyro, okay. We talk about the Elites. Elites have been a strong team the whole time, and yet they didn't make it this time. On the other side, you got Straskibity, who's always looked like they're going to be a strong team and has struggled, but have finally broken through that mold.
Yeah, let's talk about both of them. I mean, I kicked off the top 10 list saying pour one out for the Elites because this is a team who's made 2 top 8s in this season, let alone making main event, which they couldn't do this time around. And one of those top 8s was back in Qual 1 when Astronic still had South African teams, and the current Astronic was the Firehawks. If you guys can remember that, that feels like ages ago now. But really love the team of Mass, Ramsey, and I'm going to mess this up, I think, Abulba. But the elites were great. This was kind of a, hey, the borders have opened, but that also includes North Africa. So a team of major league players from Algeria was really interesting to see and have them compete in this season, although they are not in this main event. And then I was reading the chat and people are like, it's so weird to hear the desk say Skibbity seriously, but get used to it because Straw Skibbity is back. This is the definition of in and out. Since Qual 1, they have gone from out to in, and not just out of main event and in, they've gone out and made top 8 each time they make main event. So keep an eye out for this team. They are the dark horse. They are the sneaky devil, especially with the addition of velocity.
Very good. And then we talk about Q. We talk about a lot of the international interest in our scene, not just from the import players, but a lot of organizations starting to show up as one. It's been really good to see people like Snake's Den Gaming, and especially Genesix, who's come through in full force to support the players, give them the equipment that they need to really do the best that they can.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing, right? It's not just about, hey, let me throw you a couple of quid and have you put on like my logo and all of a sudden you're representing me, right? It's really about supporting it and really helping grow the talent of the future here when it comes to the region. Being able to get 3 new rigs for your players, I mean, that's quite a bit of change. We're not just talking about, maybe a couple of controllers and nothing, right? It's talking about really investing in the team. This is also a team that, did make Swiss the first time around in Qualifier 4, unfortunately fell literally a game shy in Qualifier 5. I mean, they've been close. I feel like now you've got the org buff, you've got the new, equipment buff as well. I mean, that has to have you feeling good, right? About not only just getting to pursue your passion, but someone really, really supporting you as well. I mean, how can you not come out here and almost have nothing to lose? Get to play free and clear and just get to show up and show out,
Absolutely love it. It's fantastic. All right, so let's take a look at what the story looks like in terms of the numbers. Watch Bromeo's face. It's going to light up in a second. But in terms of the numbers, we've been keeping track the whole time. We've been putting our face down to the grindstone, trying to figure out who and what is going on in this tumultuous scene of ours. And some people doing a little bit better than others. Greybeard, as he always does, weighing in with his heart. I thought I knew my stuff, but not far ahead there in second last place. Pyro and Muck just breaking under that 60 mark. And then our 3 people, Bromeo, Muzz, and your boy Q, all getting it tightly mixed with a fantastic rate. And Bromeo, what do you have to say about the talent, considering you're our leader, our degree in futurology?
It's futuricians, sir. I gotta say that I take these talent, predictions quite seriously, purely because, my credibility as an analyst relies on it. But it is very good to see that all of the predictions by yourself and Greybeard are pretty damn close. I think 5 points between myself and Macht and 7 points between myself and Pyro. 7 games over the span of, I think it's 80. That's a very, very close margin. So these points do not show the whole story.
I can't believe you're going to extend it down to Pyro, who's 1 point ahead of me. Really? That's okay. Never mind.
It counts, man.
I had my 75% from the 2 weekends ago showing that. I'm starting to get the hang of this. But when we talk about the proper numbers, the numbers that actually mean a lot, we have to look at our overall leaderboards. We got 2. One of them for the major, the other one for the world slot. And the major one is certainly going to be an interesting one. Interesting in such a way that there is very little chance for anyone except Mobula to go through. Limitless all the way down on 28 points. And remember, this one only counts for this split, right? These 3 regionals. Pyro, it's going to take a lot for Astronic to close that gap.
Listen, I feel like some people tuned into the broadcast are curious, okay, what does it take for Mobula to not make the major? It's gonna take a lot. Mobula need to go out in top 8, so they need to lose in quarterfinals for Astronic to win the entire regional and then play a tiebreaker against Mobula. Limitless technically have a chance to make major still. Mobula just have to not win a single game. this event. So, take that for what it's worth. Mobula, pretty much at this point, after winning every single regional that they've participated in, should be representing SSA at Major number 2 in London. So it would take a tidal wave of unexpected pushback altruism, but the possibility still lies.
Technically, there's a chance. But yeah, when you go from winning 2 in a row to not even making it through Swiss, not even just not making it through, not winning a game, going 0-3 in Swiss, we're not going to entertain that possibility for too long. But like you said, they've won every regional that they've taken part in. And that changes up the dynamic for the overall world standings. The world, of course, being the accumulation of all 6 of our regionals. From that aspect, Limitless seem to have a really good run at this, Q.
Yeah, they have a pretty good run at this, just in the fact that you talked about the collective of points, right? They looked so good in the region over the first one there. But when you talk about as far as for Worlds, I mean, as far as for Worlds in itself, you essentially need Mobula to be able to go to the major and really produce to be able to take that spot over. So for Limitless, you still want to be able to come in today and control your destiny. I feel like for Limitless, the big thing that you want to do is make sure that you set that bar as high as possible. If you can push yourself into the grand finals, essentially Mobula need to get, I think it's a top 4 it is, in order to take that spot at the majors to go from majors to worlds, from majors to worlds. So you can make that a very monumental task.
A monumental task it will be. Limitless doing so well in the first half, and I mean, we wish them all the best in that. It would take a lot to go down there, so we're going to look at that towards the end of the weekend if things start falling out. Right now, let's look at the weekend as a whole. We start, of course, as we always do, with Friday, Swiss stage. Win 3 games, you qualify. Lose 3 games, you're out for the weekend. We narrow it down from 16 teams down to 8, and I mean, assuming that we don't have some sort of ridiculousness like Mobula or Limitless going out in this. Bromeo, how are you feeling about what this sort of Swiss stage means? How difficult it's going to be to get through here?
Swiss is always brutal. Make no mistake, it is not an easy thing to accomplish because as you win, you go against teams that have already won themselves. That's how teams are paired up. So if Astronic beat Drift Queens and Limitless beat 2/3, then they'd face each other, possibly face each other in the next round. So that's how you separate the good from the great and the bad from the worse. So if you make it through 3 games here and you're through to the next day, you're definitely one of the favorites to take the whole thing because it is so, you have to beat the best in Swiss to progress. And if you make it all the way through to round 5, then you're in some trouble, and the teams that are with you are also in some trouble. So then you're adding a nice little hint of desperation in there too. So I wouldn't want to be a team in game 5. I would want to get through this as fast as possible because it's tough. It's really tough.
I think it's going to be tough from the first moment. I just take a look at that list right there, and I'm going, all right, Snake's Den versus OnlyFans, 77 blocks versus Nixa, Mobula, Skibbity, that's a bit more one-sided, I would say, but Astronic Skill Quest versus Drift Queens. And the game that we're going to be starting with today, Bird versus the Punishers. Always, and by the way, BTF, for you guys who don't know, that's the old Unknown Goats lineup. So they're out there, just keep an eye on it. You know them, you love them. I'm sure you're going to see a lot. And they're going up against Punishers. So definitely difficult all the way through. It could be every matchup right now. We've talked in the past about it being quite an accomplishment now to make it to top 8. Let's talk about our first game of the day. We're going to be jumping into that in about 6 minutes' time, so it's time for us to start looking at the matchup. If you guys have started leaning one way or the other, the chat vote is now open. Of course, Bird versus Pun. Sorry, it's not Punishers versus the other one. Yep. Bird versus Punishers. Hashtag BRRD, if you know how to spell Bird, or PUN, my favorite, Pun. But looking at this matchup, all right. Head-to-head comparisons. Not a lot of information here. I'm going back to you, bro.
Oh, this is one of those. They've never played each other before, but they've played very similar teams. And when we were discussing this game beforehand, we came to some arguments because there are very few ways to compare these teams because they've never played each other. So we're having a look at Punishers scoring more goals, but Bird taking more shots, but Punishers getting more demos by a long shot, by the way. They score on average 5.5 demos a game, and that That is a lot. So
Yeah.
expect a big one from the Punishers in that regard. But the important thing there is the win rate. The Punishers have pushed deeper into main event than Bird have, and I think that is the percentage we should be looking at.
The percentage is definitely important with the win rate, and that sort of goes to show against Bird. When they've made main event, they don't win any of their games. They've got 0-3 in their 3 showings, but I do want to talk more about those demos, because where's Nitro? Okay, demo stat isn't there. Nitro is one of the most physical players I've seen right now recently in this region. Maybe it's the bumps and the demos combined, but I am looking for him to basically disrupt anything that Bird have planned today.
I mean, Q, it kind of sets up a different mentality or a different dynamic for each of these two teams. We've seen people who have been sitting at that like second string sort of squad before really making a name for themselves. And that's kind of how I feel about a lot of the Punishers lineup. Whereas on the other side, you've got some new faces as well. Teshao is someone that we've highlighted, the youngest player to ever make an RLCS main event. And he's doing it pretty consistently. He missed 2 weekends ago, not through fault of his own. But now he's back and they've made your Swiss stage. That's got to say a lot. How do you feel about that dynamic?
Yeah, I feel like they've gotten to have more time, right? We saw them being able to fall just a little bit short as far as in that qualifier number 4. And then you mentioned, unfortunately, Teshao not here in the last one. But, they have a tough challenge across the pitch. But this is one of those situations where I feel like with the extra time that then they've been able to put, back in the lab, man, at some point, you've got to be able to break that threshold and kind of crush through the glass ceiling. Something tells me Bird's right about that point.
They've got to, though. This is a big moment for them. And Pyro, this is something that you pointed out to me earlier, was that right now, Bird hasn't made it through the Swiss stage at all, by any close margin either.
Yeah, it hasn't been too close for them, 0-3 in all their Swiss stages, but I like what Q's saying. They're ready to break through, and I actually do believe that. I know I'm talking Punishers up big, but Bird have really come that close. Like, Gold Ninja even made my top 10 plays the first time I was correlating it. Like, I know what this team is capable of, and we talk about the inexperience as well, Teshao being so young and so new to this experience. Sometimes it just takes a few main events to get your footing and to get those wins and feel comfortable, relieve the nerves. So I think Bird are on the come up if we want to talk about them snagging at least a W in the Swiss stage.
I mean, that big match temperament, Bromeo, we talk about it all the time, is so important. And like Pyro says, you don't come to a main event and just pop off from day number 1. It is going to take a little bit of acclimation time, wouldn't you think?
Of course, it's one of those things that you build towards. But both of these teams have been building, and I was hard pressed when I was trying to figure this game out. Ask anybody here, it was quite agonizing. And honestly, this is one of those games that is going to be tight no matter which way you put it. And I think that's what makes it so exciting, is that Teshao is doing great stuff, but so is Nitro. They're all playing really, really well. They're all up-and-comers. They're no longer just fringe players. They're making their way through, and I think that's really important.
All right, guys, time to get down to the nitty-gritty. Now is where we start putting in our predictions for the day. Chat vote is going, and they're kind of starting to lean towards the Punishers there. We'll give you the official number when it closes. But let's start at the far end of the desk. How do you feel this game is going, Cube?
I feel like this game is going to be a banger to start off our qualifier number 6, which is amazing. The good thing, though, is I feel like when you look at, especially for us who can look at the stat sheet in the back, we're all putting in our predictions, it goes one of two ways, which kind of makes sense with how the chat's going right now. You either think the Punishers come out and are going to be able to do it in 3 or 4, or there's a chance that the upset goes, and everybody right now in the back that is picking Bird, it seems, are expecting them to do it in 5. They're going to have to go the distance to do so. For me, I'm on the Bird train. I think that this is where they really crush through that ceiling. I think they make their first top 8. And that starts with a dub in the first round of Swiss.
Bird for Q. Pyro J.
There's enough love for Bird out there. Give me the Punishers in for this team. Really excites me. We've talked all about Nitro on the physical play, but to me, Zyro and Strudek are that duo that's going to cause a whole earthquake in this matchup. Zyro finds unreal angles on the shots. Strudek to me is the powerhouse, the front leader of this team. Can't wait to see them excel.
All right, enough love for Bird there, or Bromeo, do you have a little bit more for them?
I gotta say, I got all the love for Bird. I love the way they play. I love where they come from. I love what they do. And so I'm gonna go Bird in 5.
Bird in 5. And this is why I love having a 4-person panel, is because right now we get to give the real recognition to how close this game is actually. There's a reason why we chose this matchup as our opening salvo for the weekend, because I think that it's going to go towards the Punishers. We're going to be splitting the desk 100% straight down the middle, and you guys seem to be pretty close behind that as well. Chat vote 58 to 42%. It really goes either way between this, but we're not going to waste any more time to kick us off for the final weekend of Rlcs SSA Qualifier number 6. Swiss stage going to be starting right here, right now. Bird versus the Punishers.
0-3 every time that Bird is taken to the pitch in this Swiss stage. Can they finally break through that glass ceiling, or will they be punished by Nitro and Co? The Punishers are representing themselves for the first time here in the RLCS.
What a team, what a game, and what a time to start things off. Qualifier 6 is beginning now. Punishers, Bird in blue, obviously Punishers in orange, and it's gonna get off to quite a flyer of a start. Open net there, can he get it in? And Nitro straight off the bat, 9 seconds in, and Punishers are 1 up.
The final regional of the SSA RLCS season has been opened, and has been opened within 9 seconds by Nitro, with a quicker goal to just maybe also stamp their authority on this series. The Bird wants to take flight, but for now, it stays grounded.
Quite a zesty little pinch off the corner there, and immediately the favor is attempting to be returned by Bird. Deshao now gonna play it off the corner. Gold Ninja not quite able to get there though, but the pressure is still there. They're looking for a quick response, and Zeph playing it into the corner but couldn't get the touch there, and now shot straight down and returned, and that's danger averted.
Danger averted, and both teams not taking any sort of time to get comfortable in this series, both wanting to go the direct route towards the opposition's net. It's been a better part of Bird, of course, on the field, but Punishers still leading away to Shao. Having to be very careful with that read, but making up for it doubly so with this drive down the flank. Can't quite get it onto his teammate Stratic. Will make sure that the Punishers defense does not have to work any sort of overtime just here. But this series already characterized by quick play, and now maybe by some stylizing. Tishao off to Zeph, but Nitro stands as go. Second shot again, found their master in Nitro.
Pyro saying that Bird aren't in for a shot, that they've been 0-9, but I would vote them to having a decent chance here as Zeph gets 1 in return. And that is a fantastic response by Bird, straight off the back wall in his own half. Zeph gets a very fortunate pinch in the midfield just to make sure that one went in.
Well, sometimes you're just slightly off position, you're slightly too far forward, and that is the result. Zeph getting the pinch, but Zyro may be able to with flip reset. It's toward the left corner, not in. Second shot still against the MVP, that most valuable post. That's going to be so saving and securing the equalized scoreline. And now, with chaos behind us, the teams wanting or maybe can settle down, but for now, they don't. Zyro, to the skies he goes, but defense says, all right, we've got you covered.
Oh, that's some good aerial stuff there by Stratic. Tries to get it in, but cleared off the line by Zeph. Now to Shao around the outside, but very well collected there by Stratic. And I think this is one of those games, we always talk about people finding their feet, but this is Swiss. You need to find it fast. And looks like there is mayhem in the middle with demos coming on both sides. Playing it off the ceiling. Tishao plays against the backboard. Couldn't get the shot in there by Zeph. But, the play has been enterprising. It's been exciting. There's been attacking intent by both teams so far.
Both teams, of course, know how important this match is going to be. in the long term of Swiss. Obviously, Bird don't want to go 0-3 again. They want to see top 8, and Zeph, with a leading goal, a go-ahead goal against the Punishers, is going to try and make that dream a reality.
I wasn't sure if that was a bump or a fake there, but he just seemed to drive that in. It looked too easy, but sometimes the best goals are just that. Too easy. Now Zeph playing it against the wall, but challenged in the midfield. Punishers are going to want to respond to this right now before this one gets away. And the pressure is still there, but it looks like Zeph is going to collect midfield and try and pass one through. He gets it, but nobody there to receive. There's still danger, though, but Punishers are definitely starting to solidify things at the back, putting it through to the middle, pass through, but saved by Tashao.
Tashao, the young gun, being, again, very valuable in defense for his team. It's not usually where you see those young players who are so mechanical, so quick, usually have their strength on offense, but Tashao sort of breaking the mold just a tiny bit with this more defensive approach. As he goes to the skies now, is immediately met by Zyro, racing Gold Ninja into their opponent's half. But Punishers needing to move forward a bit more. Tashao, that's just going to be a quick little 1-2 with his opponent. Zyro taking back possession, and then, faking on the back foot. The shot is not placed well enough. Strutic just sniping Zeph in net.
Oh, Zeph making sure he's in the right place at the right time, but not out of the woods just yet. Straight across the goal, and Strutic scores. It is now 2-2 with 50 seconds to go. This game is on a knife edge.
Zeph backwards, gets bumped out of the way, and that dance, that tight rope walk, that's going to continue for now. And I mean, that's exactly what we hoped this series would be, a clash of two teams that have top 8 caliber, a clash of two teams that know that this win could be very influential in the rest of the Swiss stage moving forward, and two teams that are giving it their all, and they're coming forward again. Zyro gets on the board.
I thought Bird were laying up a very good attacking foundation there, but as you see, Zyro reverses their fortunes with a very well-placed shot in the left corner. And now 3-2 to the Punishers with 30 seconds left. It's starting to look a little bit tight. Punishers playing one against the backboard, but Tashao there to receive. And now still loose in the midfield, and Zeph putting it through into the corner. Gonna take a shot here. Can he put it in? Oh, straight off the backboard. Is that a chance missed? Is that the game?
Is that the game? It certainly was a high quality one that they cannot afford to be missing at this point. Zeph is just gonna force Tashao into a squishy save. Nitro and Strutic on the side was gonna make it awkward for the defense. Zeph catching it though, got a lot of patience on him. Very nice to see indeed. Gold Ninja keeping alive. The timer is running. Who can ground it? The Punishers will. And the Punishers take game number 1.
The Punishers definitely not playing around there. They put that ball to ground as soon as possible. You see Zyro having a very good game there, coming out MVP, taking a lot of shots, being rewarded with 1 goal, but that just shows how tight this game was indeed. The Punishers coming out very strongly, but the shot statistics are very similar.
Yeah, it is all very close together, but I feel like for the Punishers, they seem to be a lot more fluent in their rotations. They seem to be a lot less in a rigid role, whereas with Bert you saw, okay, Zeph is feeling himself. He's going to be the lead attacker. Tashao trying to fill in the gaps in behind at the back and trying to get those saves, trying to be that foundation, and then Gold Ninja trying to sort of fit in where he fits in any given attacking or defensive play. And that's sort of the clear 1-2-3 role that everyone on Bird has, which isn't as apparent on the Punishers.
Of course, look, Bird have been playing together for some time now. Punishers, obviously one of the newer signs, but both playing very coherent forms of Rocket League. Look, we're in our final split of the year, and these teams are coming here and bringing it all. They both want to progress to Saturday, and game 2 now, we will see if Punishers extend that lead or Bird bring it back in. Nitro putting a soft one in straight off the gate, but I feel like this is how we're gonna see it. Both were testing in the first game. Now they've got a good idea of what to see, and I think we'll start to see defenses being tested.
Defenses certainly were already tested in that game one, with 5 goals overall going in through and about 20 shots, seeing both nets at the end, and the Punishers trying to move through. That's an unfortunate respawn for Nitro, who certainly looked poised to at least put a shot on target if it wasn't for Gold Ninja's return. Zyro now trying to get out, and the Punishers still with a lot more possession, still with a lot more control he exerted in the opening minute.
Both teams looking pretty patient at this stage, keeping the rotates very, very tight, not wanting to make any of those early mistakes. Zeph coming off the ceiling here. Can he beat? Yes, he can. And he gets 2 over, and this is going to be a goal for Bird. And what a response. Zeph putting in an easy one after doing a lot of work to get past that.
Not the touch he would have wanted off the wall, but still managing to recover off the ceiling, gets it past one, and then past Stratic on the bottom there as well. Last defender was playing for a 50, but that 50 never came. So the fake working out, and now Bird with the lead behind them. Obviously had that one in game one as well. Then lost it to the Punchers, lost their game to the Punchers. Let's see if they can solidify it better here on Utopia. Their demos coming flying around. Gold Ninja hunting already in the opponent's half. But hunting without a lot of success. But Gold Ninja comes down from the skies. The Bird has taken flight.
What a Gold Ninja goal. Off the ceiling, off the backboard, in the bottom right. That was a premium A-grade goal, and Bird are now up by 2 and starting to play with the confidence that we have seen past them. Now, a little bit loose in the middle. Now, Gold Ninja is going to take it through. Gets the redirect. Oh, is that an own goal? Yes, it is. So unfortunate, but what a shot through. Redirected off the side and off the backboard, but unfortunately, Stratic not being able to get the clear there.
I mean, I can't knock Stratic for the finish there. I mean, if the second goal for Gold Ninja was it was certainly going to be in Pyro's top 10 for end of split 6. If we did flop 10, I think this would be number 1, because I don't think you can own goal any more beautifully than that.
It was very aesthetically pleasing, I will say. Now, we're seeing a bit of a tussle in the midfield. It's a little bit open, but Stratic doing the most to get that touch in to keep the momentum. Oh, but look a little bit dangerous here to Shao, not quite being able to maintain, but Punishers are looking a little bit loose right now, and they've got to tighten it up if they want to start getting some recourse in this game.
Just a little bit too wide overall, I feel like, on the rotations here are the Punishers. And that's giving them all sorts of trouble. That's giving them all sorts of problems, because Bird, and especially the form of Gold Ninja, who's been able to be that soft and malleable member of the team in accordance with its name, he's just trying to fill the gaps. He's just trying to get the demos, get in the midfield, try to be a presence in the midfield, get the disruptive touches that the Punishers just can't really deal with at the moment. As now finally they move forward, and there's already chaos. And now we're playing pinball. Nitro has the 1 goal for Punishers.
Talking about malleable, the Punishers were attacking that line, and Nitro managing to find it through. And wow, that goal couldn't have come at a better time.
That goal really important, not just to come overall, but to come here with enough time left for the Punishers to make a comeback happen. Now, move forward once again.
Ooh, playing into the corner there, Gold Ninja getting the pinch off. But now we're going to see Stratic trying to get it through, but Zyro getting the touch. And I think if it's not hectic in the midfield, it's loose at the back. This is a very interesting game to watch, because both have very effective beats off the first man, but then it gets a little bit soft, squishy, and as we say, malleable at the back. Ooh, very good play here. Can he get the touch? But to Shao with the clear.
Shao gets one clear, but Stratic straight back into the play. Shao has to intercept again and again. It's a no follow, a slow follow from Bird. Gold Ninja moving forward, but trying to be a tortoise and get back into their protective shell, but that shell's being constantly smacked in by a big sledgehammer. Nitro moving forward, gets the fake pass one, but Tachao has got a lot of time to collect that ball. Immediately panics though, gives possession away. Xyro on the end of it. It's going to be an awkward bounce down. Who has got the read? Nitro will put it through. No!
Ooh.
What a save from Zeph on the goal line.
The attacking intent definitely not doubted on behalf of Punishers. They are throwing hammer and tongue to this game, but Bird are holding out. Now, sitting on the Punishers line, they're going to get through another chance. Stratic with the clear, but straight down to Gold Ninja. Nitro with a little bit of boost in the tank, playing good pass off there, but unfortunately not meeting his teammates. And with 15 seconds left on this, they're gonna have to take this one as a lesson, Mark, because they can't come back from this one. It's not too late, but what a shot through by Stratic. Have I spoken too soon?
They can't come back, eh? The Punishers and Zara in this particular seeming to disagree with that nice little double tap flip reset, not musty, in front of the goal line. Needed to just be poked home. Demo off the kickoff as well. Nitro. He's beaten by Zeph, and that could be it. That will be it. Zeph eliminating danger and eliminating all sorrows from the Birds' POV and getting themselves a victory in game 2.
Ooh, that was a textbook double tap coming off third man, smacking that loose ball, lays it up against the backboard and hit it in, making no mistakes and sealing this game. Punishers coming through with a scary resurgence there, but not doing enough to take this game. And now Bird have claimed their first game, and I'd hope that we see a game 5 out of this, because it is that volatile right now.
It really is, right? It's both teams having to try to adapt, and both teams consistently doing so. We see that with especially Gold Ninja's performance in the second game, where it was a bit, I would say, lost on the pitch in game 1. He didn't really know where to position himself. He really didn't know when to be aggressive, when to cut in rotations, and how to help out his teammates. But no such things happening here in game 2. Gold Ninja knew exactly where he had to be, and then punctuating that with that beautiful second goal.
I've got to take my hat off to Gold Ninja here. He has really come into his own. All the talk is about Tashao, but not enough said about how Gold Ninja unlocks the defense and makes it easy for his teammates. And he had a brilliant game there in game number 2. But now it's just one of those things. Can they see it through? Can they get their maiden win here today? I think this is their best shot.
I mean, I'm not going to say best shot yet, because they still have potentially at least 2 more series to go, and arguably in an 0-2 series they would be favored to win at least once. But of course you don't want to wait that late if you're Bird. You want to get off to a good start if you're feeling good. During Swiss stage, a lot can happen. Momentum is a funny thing in Rocket League after all. As now in game 3, we have a match point that is to be given out to either Bird or the Punishers. Let's see who will be.
Well, either which way, we're going to game 4. And only the opponents can decide if they take it to game 5. This is already starting to be quite an enterprising little match here. Tashao playing it off the corner, couldn't get there. A very good shot. Pressure still on Gold Ninja, trying to get it in. Zeph with the dunk, and he gets it. What a shot. What a setup. Great pass there by Tashao. Good challenge by Gold Ninja, and Zeph just doing the most, putting it past the oncoming defenders. What a well-constructed goal by Bird.
Well-constructed, every member of the team involved, and you say exactly right. It's Gold Ninja forcing up the defense of the Punishers. It's Gold Ninja, just his mere presence does enough to cause havoc, and havoc being caused on the backside of Bird. What happened there? What went wrong in the positioning?
That one was tough. There was a little bit of panic on the defense there, and just to contrast this goal with the previous one by Zeph, that was an absolute tap in, and they're not going to win games giving up those hard fought goals for the reciprocal goals that look like that. Nitro now coming off the corner, a little bit of aerial acrobatics, but easily challenged there by Tashao. You're going to see them try to break open the defense a little bit more, hopefully a little bit more direct this time. Redirected there by Zeph. And this is danger on the Punisher's line, but they definitely need to get a little bit more direct.
It's danger, but Bird, they keep playing that roundabout way, trying to sort of lure the defense into a false sense of security before they find their final shot. On those shots, right now at least, are still lacking that tiny bit of precision that you would like to see out of a top-class striker. The post multiple times in the way, and shots multiple times just being dragged wide. Now maybe we've entered a different phase of the game. Zeph, long clear out, embed immediately by Nitro, and quick little give and go back and forth between both teams, neither really wanting to hold position at this point.
Gold Ninja going in for the demo, but finding nobody in goals. Punisher saw that one coming from a mile away. Gold Ninja up against the ceiling. Tashao now trying to get it through, but nobody is giving an inch in this game so far. And Tashao now playing the backboard. Nobody's there. If you can get there, unfortunate. But it is looking a little bit broken now, a little bit of missed opportunities. Players not being where they're supposed to be, and too many players being where they are supposed to be. Nitro scoring an opportunistic one against the run of play. Strutic coming in here, making the catch, putting it awkward, but very, very well collected there. And Nitro just tapping it in for a very unexpected but very welcome goal.
And the Punishers are doing the namesake proud, and indeed are finding the mistakes in the defense and punishing them accordingly. Here's Bird. You talked about, after the first goal that Bird conceded, about the hard work that's just been undone by giving away an easy goal. And I feel like that same still holds true for the second one. A lot of hard work from Bird, good shooting opportunities, but in the end, nothing to show for it. Nothing that's been really putting them into a comfortable position, and Punishers just waiting patiently, knowing that the mistakes will come out as they are coming out. Zeph! What's close?
That was like a zero boost save there. I was trying to keep track of that, and he managed to get there. It was a fantastic save there, but these are saves against the run of play, and I've started noticing Punishers have been scoring their goals off silly errors from Bird. Like you said, they do so much work. They score marquee goals, but then they give it up on the run of play with a little double commit here and a little gap in the defense there. Punishers are taking their opportunities, and Bird are trying to force their way in now. Tashao with his best opportunity yet, not quite being able to get control there. Strutic playing it across. Barrow down below if you can catch, but Zeph reading that in the air.
Zeph reading it, and most importantly, getting a second touch as well. But it's not going to get past the third man, Zyro. Doing well here for the Punishers as game speed has crawled to a halt. It's not just snail's pace yet, but it's markedly slower than it was at the beginning of the series, with more mistakes creeping in, and with the duration of the series paying its toll on the players and on the endurance. As it's big whip from Strutic, but the crossbar will save the Punishers.
We're talking about silly mistakes by Bird. Punishers almost getting punished by their own mistakes, but luckily getting out of jail there and putting a little bit of pressure, and he might get the shot off here, but unfortunately not. And Bird live to fight. They've got 10 seconds to get this goal through, but it looks like Zyro, with all the time in the world, will score the third goal for Punishers and get them the third game as well.
Match point secured for the Punishers. The door has been opened. Can they walk through it at the next game? That's, of course, the big question. Bird, I feel like this is a story of a team that we know has struggled in main events to get series wins, and I think we now see why. It's almost is the key word for Bird, right? It's good performances, but then they've got a few mistakes, just very, very tiny mistakes that the opponent is just always in a position to punish away and to take advantage of. And that's Bird's main problem. Consistency, not quite there over the full 5 minutes.
I mean, if they were going for clips, they would have that one, because what a fantastic goal they scored in the opener. But Punishers just played more overall solid Rocket League. They took their opportunities, made fewer mistakes. And by the looks of it, with, I think this is 8 shots to 3, they just had the rub of this third game. And in order to create your opportunities, you need to take more shots. And Bird didn't look like they were very strong in their own half. They looked a little bit fragile and conceded a little bit too easily when the ball was close to their backboard. And if they want to turn this around, they'll need to address things in their own half first. We can see they score goals, but in defense is where they're looking a little bit fragile.
And that's also mostly, I feel like, due to the fact that Bird, they like to defend quite hard. They like to press their opponents really deep in their own half. And that sort of has the issue of you're committing first man forward aggressively to force the issue for second to collect. And then when they get passing, and then it's scramble defense time. Then it gets very, very uncomfortable defense. But you know where they're comfortable? On offense. That's never been in question. Tishao is being thick and wide, and Zef there to pull it through.
Oh, Nitro being put in an awful situation there. Tishao pressuring towards the goal. Neither had any boost, so you knew that was going to come down to a 50. And luckily, Bird were there just in time to score that goal. Ninja trying to get the double, but Strutic clearing it just in time. Now, Nitro playing it up against the ceiling. Not out of trouble there yet, but it looks like a decent clear puts the ball back into midfield, and where we see most of the game as they're happy to knock it back and forth.
Happy for that tennis style of Rocket League to be invoked again. As I mean, Gold Ninja and Tishao, they certainly need to work out some differences between themselves, but given enough time, they've done exactly that. And now Bird once more tasked with more defensive duties as Zef finds Tishao. Quick little double tap. No, he's going to let it through Zef again, but he's lacking the boost to be an effective threat. Gets the 100 down the opposing corner. Tishao moving in behind, gets it down low, but again a follow-up lacking from Bird.
Bird appreciate the game when it's played at speed, and Punishers happy to slow it down, put the pass plays in there as we see there, but Gold Ninja deciding to shoot one straight through and put the immediate threat back on the Punishers line. Zef high in the sky, can he get the shot off? But what a save from Strutic. And Tishao, now his turn. Zef intercepts, but the backboard defense by the Punishers is keeping Bird at bay.
Birds are still trying to pepper the backboard, still trying to let the ball not leave the Punishers' half, and are being very successful with it. This is a very high pressure situation here that the Punishers have to endure. The only aspect slightly missing is the boost control. Bird not really having a lot of ways. At least one of the Punishers players has got some juice, has got some boost in his own tank, and now they can finally break free, but not for long. Zyro already back in his own corner. It's a Demo on the goal line as well. Goat Ninja, can he fight the redirect? No, he cannot. Demo was acquired, but the shot was not goal bound.
So it looks like Bird's strategy to combat their shaky defense is never having to defend. The entire game so far has been in the Punisher's half. And, oh, there we go. Zef gets a second goal in, and that pressure, that siege, that continued assault finally paid off with a mistake off a Strutic there, and very unfortunate for them. But Bird now 2-0 up, half the game to go.
Bird does not want this series to end before Champions Field, and who can blame them? Moving forward 2 goals the better against the Punishers. The double demo comes out between Gold Ninja and Stratic. Zeph is going to have a read on his opponent, but not off the backboard. Moving target, much easier to identify for the flying creature.
Flying through the air as he does, Zeph. Putting it up against the backboard, trying to get another touch there. That wasn't a double commit, that was a committed double. Gold Ninja playing it back in to Shao with the read. And now, back in the Punisher's half, off the backboard. How many times have you seen Stritic on the backboard making that play just to get the ball away? And he's playing it straight down. Can they get the shot off? No, unfortunately, nobody there. But again and again, Bird have been knocking on the Punisher's door, and eventually someone's going to have to answer.
Eventually, someone is going to have to open that door just a smidge. And now Zeph, Zyro just gets the interception just in time. Zyro now again, that shot weak. Not going to trouble Gold Ninja for long. He takes it into the corner. Bird trying to play with the clock as their ally, by Zyro having no interest in that, but once more, it's the Ninja. Out of the Shadow Realm he comes and saves the lead.
Ooh, Zeph trying to get the double off the backboard. Fantastic defense there by Zyro. And ball played center again. Faked by Zeph to Shao. Claiming possession there. It's a little bit all over the place for Punishers, but they survive still. Gold Ninja with possession. Tackled by Stritic. Loses it to Gold Ninja. And that just shows how disjointed, these attacks have been and how strong Bird have been on attack in this game number 4, and what a treat it's been so far. They've absolutely peppered the Punisher's line. Double demo there by Gold Ninja, and just such pressure being applied.
A lot of pressure on the Punishers, and Bird playing their best game yet here on Utopia. They find a way through. Tishel makes it 3 with a strong shot, 116 kph underneath the crossbar. And we are headed to Champions Field indeed for a 5th game. We go the full distance here to open up our last qualifier.
Well, this was always going to be a close one. Game 5 is always a treat for us as a viewer. Absolute hell for the players, because that's a hell of a way to start. But it's a good way to warm up. And speaking of warming up, Zeph was immense. 3 shots, 2 goals. I honestly felt they took more shots at goal. Only 6 shots. The amount of time that they spent in the Punisher's half was absolutely immense. And, ball touches being very, very similar, but boosts stolen was actually a lot more by Punishers, which is surprising. But one thing not surprising indeed was Bird coming out on top of that game 4, which, like you said there, Macht, was their best game. And it's easy to see why. They never had to defend.
I mean, it's a blueprint of how Bird really want to play this series. I don't know how Bird really wants to do. They keep a high midfield line, they get the interception, and that's just going to make it difficult for Punishers to get out. And Punishers didn't get out, and thus there were no defensive woes to be had for Bird. Now, the fact of the matter is, you said, yeah, they only had 6 shots, but I feel like Bird also, a second part of their strategy is just that Bird does not want to pepper the goal with every single shot. They take theoretical shots, they take predicted shots, they intentionally put up high, put up wide, so the defender have to commit and have to be out of position, and then on the second go around, then is where they want to punish. That is when they want to really put it on target and get the scoreline up high. As we now enter game number 5, Champion Field. Who will take this opening series?
Oh, that is a goodie. We are in game 5, and I think you made a very good point there. They've been targeting the backboard because every time Stratic has been there, he's made the save and made the clear, just like that, and puts them under immediate pressure. So by doing the immediate pressure to the backboard, they take Stratic out of the play, and that's where they attack, putting through the pass through to the middle, Zyro getting the shot off, but Gold Ninja is gonna be there.
Gold Ninja there once, Gold Ninja there twice, and Techao makes it a clean 3 for the Bird defense. We now still have to contest with a lot of pressure, though. Into their corner, Nitro goes. Zeph on 0 boost has got it covered. That's going to spill dangerously in the midfield. Bird not able to exert that same amount of dominance that they were in their earlier game, as Nitro completely misses that shot. Stratic not able to get on the end of it either. Ooh. And demos come flying by. You said something about heating up, Romeo, and the demos certainly are.
A fantastic hit there by Techao in the air. Gold Ninja challenging high, and now trying to start an attack there. Gets another demo in there. Stratic dead. Gonna have to wait a couple seconds to spawn.
Gold Ninja.
Oh, very, very close there.
Very close, but still second. Oh, it's a lob shot from Zeph coming in. The nearly impossible angle. Still found by Zeph. Look at this angle of approach. Look at the awkwardness of that shot, but in the end, it is beautiful.
I mean, would you call that a doink, or was that just a bounce?
That's a bounce.
A bounce? I'd say a doink. I mean, it was such a beautiful little touch off the undercarriage. It was delicious. And I want to see more of that, because you don't see enough goals where they play with gentle care, putting it into the back of the net safely. You know, that was a fantastic shot and caught the Punisher's defense completely by surprise.
Yeah, caught completely off guard. Very elegant shot, definitely, out of Zeph. As the Punishers are once more asked with running in and running behind with a deficit. Techao gets it past one, gets a reset, relax boost, still 50 on the end of that play. It's a to die for special, and pretty much the entire region of Sub-Saharan Africa has been able to emulate now from their own backboard. It always becomes dangerous.
What defense there by Bird, but that attacking intent shown by them. They are riding with their tails high right now. Another shot off, and it goes in. Gold Ninja scores the second goal of the game, and Bird are running riot.
A control touch, recovery, and then again a difficult shot to complete, but Gold Ninja says, don't worry lads, I've got you covered. And Bird only 2 minutes away of taking their first series of victory of an Rlcs main event, which in turn will make Techao the youngest winner of an Rlcs main event series, if I'm not mistaken.
I cannot confirm nor deny that, but that would be cool. Zeph now playing it straight through into the center. They want to extend this lead. Zeph faking it in. Not a fake indeed. Didn't think he had enough boost there. Techao getting in the bang. And now they're a little bit awkward, handing it back off to Stratic, and he is now going to see if Punishers can reciprocate just a little.
That reciprocation not coming through. Techao lacking boost. Gold Ninja having to bail him out. And the Punisher's onslaught certainly starting here and now. Zyro at least getting the demo on the exit, so it's going to prolong their pressure out of the Punishers, who are struggling though. Bird doing an excellent job playing keep away with the ball.
I know we talk a lot about parking the bus, but I feel like that's what they're doing. But like we see this right now, Techao almost getting a fantastic double off there, not quite working. Zeph having a shot at it now. Gold Ninja gonna tie, but very, very well cleared there by Stratic. And it's just looking so good for Bird right now. Zeph is playing like he wants to play. Techao putting in the hits, and Gold Ninja being absolutely clinical.
All three parts of the Birds are firing as Zeph gets one out from underneath the crossbar and has to follow it up. Gets the man, but ball still loose. Nitro double tap, but no. The backboard, that is where Techao lives and breathes.
Whoa. Game almost up. If Punishers want to do something, they need to do it now. Gold Ninja playing it off. Stratic with a missed touch. Collected midfield, still a little bit dangerous. This could be a little return, but blocked there by Zeph and cleared. 1 second to go. This is Bird's game. The Birds are singing right now as Bird take game number 5, Champions Field. What a way to start this qualifier. What a game that was.
And Bird take their first series victory in an Rlcs main event. Congratulations, they fly high and they get it over the final hurdle of the Punishers. And it was really a team effort here, Bromeo, from all three of them. And as David Attenborough would say, the Bird is a gentle creature that likes to fly in flocks of 3.
The Bird, a majestic species, has just come out in Game 5 winners here in our opening game, Alt. How was that?
What have I returned to with this nature documentary? But the Birds have liftoff. I'm not going to try the accent, Stone, please. But, I mean, that was great. To see them revitalize like that, to see them pick up the pace, and Punishers seemed to be kind of caught off guard at that stage where they just didn't match it at any stage. They started to get a little bit more passive. I had to pre-jump a lot of their saves. And, I mean, it was, like you say, probably the best thing that could have ever happened to this young team, especially someone like Tashao. They've shaken off that sort of early big match temperament jitters that they had, and now this is a really good sign for their future, I must admit. So, Romeo, thoughts of this match in terms of, did you feel like Punishers threw that away at some stage, considering how strong they looked in the beginning, or was this just a revitalization of it?
Honestly, it's very tough to tell because it went to Game 5. It could have gone either way, but this is a story of momentum and confidence, and Bird picked it up in absolute spades. They were playing with supreme confidence towards the end, and it would have been a very, very big bet to bet against them in that final game.
I mean, sort of to add on to that, it was ever since Game 4 started, I think Bird just didn't look back, right? It was completely dominant in Game 4, and yes, Punishers were able to fight back a little bit of control in Game 5, but I still think overall, Game 4 and 5, some mental block, it feels like, lifted from Bird, where they were down, they had match point against them, and Q said it earlier on the panel, we thought, okay, either Punishers are going to win this 3-1, or Bird win this 3-2, and that's exactly what happened. That mental block of how it maybe thinking, oh, maybe we can't win an RLCS series, maybe we can't make anything better than a top 16 placement. No, Bird said, screw it, we're going absolutely to the floor, pedal to the metal, and that lift of that blockade really showed, and now I'm very eager to see what they can do in the further rounds.
We're going to get to see that, right? I mean, getting to see them going forwards. Taking a quick look across the rest of us, you guys did, and it was interesting that you brought that up, Mark. Q said it, even you, who didn't get a chance to make your prediction, you also put it down as a 3-2. So you guys knew it was going to be, and I don't know how you guys all predict the exact same perfect scores. You have a bit of a script ahead, but scripted seems to be the name of the game, at least for the top half of the table. Limitless, a nice clean 3-1, but one game down to two-thirds rule is a good, interesting sign for that team as well. Everyone else pretty one-sided. Astronic Skill Quest we thought was going to be a tough matchup versus Drift Queens, and so them taking a game there is not surprising. Mobula making clean work, 9 lives, also a convincing victory. Nixa once more struggling to find their footing when they match up against the international teams. The other two, Snake's Den versus OnlyFans, BTF versus Genesix. Romeo, both of them deadlocked right now. Is that surprising?
I really took my time trying to get predictions in those last 3 matchups. Bird, Punishers agonizing for the most, but honestly not surprising. Those teams are very, very well matched. So to see any of those going to Game 5, I think bar Snake's Den, I think is not surprising at all.
You say bar Snake's Den? Interesting. Yeah, Mark, go for it.
I mean, not surprising, but the biggest surprise for me is that 9 lives didn't make life for them unnecessarily difficult and actually got a sweep for once. That's certainly a very rare sight. And also, in the meantime, OnlyFans have won against Snakes, and they take that Game 5. I've just gotten confirmations there from a cheeky little production sheet that we have in the back, as I'm constantly monitoring it for an update on BTF Genesix. But, you know, OnlyFans, that's Willu and Happy Meal, right? So that's a bit of an upset win, given how much they struggled in this entire season against a Snakes Den that looked at some point very much like the second strongest local team here out of South Africa.
Massive result. Absolutely massive result from OnlyFans. Look, it was a desk sweep. Just so you guys at home know, nobody had OnlyFans pegged to win. And they've got so much talent. And now that they've done it, they've blown this wide open. And if they continue that form through, this final qualifier is going to be crazy.
I mean, that's the exciting thing. We were saying, how long is it going to take? You know, these people have been struggling for a little while. What is it going to take for them to actually reach the potential that we gave them so much credit for? And they've done it. And it's going to be very interesting to see. Is this Snakes Den who's looking as strong as they did 2 weekends ago? I mean, is this a case of maybe they just peaked a little bit too early and now we're going to have to catch up with those games and those teams individually? But otherwise, a very interesting. We still don't have any signs, so we're going to have to go to a short break and bring you the final result of the Swiss bracket. Unless, wait.
We've got a result. We've got a result. Genesix has won in Game 5 over BTF. We actually have the final result. You can see it there. Only 2 lower seeds winning against 2 upper seeds, and it's 2 upsets, honestly. Not the OnlyFans one being a bigger upset, and I think Genesix. We didn't talk about it on the pre-show, or just very, very briefly. Hardware buff is real, man.
Genesix, yeah, they did come in and they gave their players some really nice kits and made sure that they were not going to be hampered by anything, and it seems to have worked. So, Mark, you did say it, the hardware buff. Apparently, Rocket League, pay to win. Who would have thought? But no, certainly that's absolutely a joke. There is no taking away what a great performance that is. Unknown Goats was a team that we really came to respect and pretty much a shoe-in, I would have said previously, Bromeo, for the top 8 position.
Look, this has definitely shaken things up a bit, and I'm excited to see where this weekend goes, because those are definitely some run-off predictions, especially in the back here. I'm definitely out some points already, but I couldn't be more excited. I love it when, you know, things go off script. This is what we're here for. This is why we're here.
Well, we did promise you guys the excitement, the chaos that SSA has come to be known for. I mean, it has been 3 weekends, and I'm already down 3 out of my 8 predictions wrong. So we're going to keep track of that, make sure you know just how good Bromeo is at this and how far behind the people who have been in the scene for too long apparently are. We're going to be back from a short break just after this with the second round of the Swiss stage here in Regional number 6. Don't go anywhere. course, the day continues. We don't just stop at 1. We are going to be doing this all night long. Yes, all night. All night. We carry on with RLCS qualifier number 6, the last weekend. Thanks, Bromeo. I'm glad that you at least got that. I've had it running through my head for the last like half an hour. So anyway, back to the Rocket League right now. A tumultuous first round for some teams, Machtfish. A tumultuous first round.
I'm indeed not American. Thank you for noticing. And I mean, it was quite an interesting first round of Swiss, wasn't it? Results-wise, we've seen a bit of a revival for some. Obviously, OnlyFans beating Snakes and Genesix as well, getting the victories, but also a lot of expected victories. You got your Mobulas winning, Limitless, Astronic, Nine Lives, you know, all same old. So the top is still very much the top, but afterwards, after that, it seems to be that a bit of chaos may have just been entered into the final region, just to make it that little bit more spicy.
As always, right, Bromeo? Now, top 8 certainly has long gone that it is a foregone conclusion for any teams. Even now, to the 6th regional, we're still seeing people going, hang on, I'm not just one of those push-aside games.
Well, Spice has definitely entered the chat. I mean, I love the fact that those last 3 games were so hard to call, and fantastic result there by OnlyFans over the favorite Snakes Den. Look, OnlyFans have such immense quality in their players, but they just haven't been snagging the results until now. So we will see, hopefully, a resurgent OnlyFans. That would make me hella happy. Happy Meal, if he's in the chat there, biggest fan. He's been such a good player for so long. And to see them get the results that they deserve, also fantastic. And if there are players and teams that, you cycle in, there aren't any firm favorites, that's nothing but good for us.
Definitely a stalwart Happy Meal of the SSA scene, and so good to see him back on the top there. And you see, there are 8 teams on the top. 8 teams have won a game, and so they get to play each other out. And then, of course, 8 teams having lost are going to have to try pull it back. Still takes 3 wins to go through, 3 losses to go out. And there's your basic matchup for the day, the one we're going to be focusing on. Very interesting one. We want to see what happens with 9 Lives. Genesix, we've just said, is showing a great resurgence for them. The hardware buff, Mark, that you talked about there, is that going to be enough to take down 9 Lives? Or are they going to have to pull off something else as well?
I mean, it's going to be a very, very close series. I feel like 9 Lives in Swiss oftentimes make things very close and very difficult for themselves. And Genesix is a bit of a dark horse where we sort of thought we knew where to place them around like round 5-ish of Swiss, maybe that like 8th to 12th sort of range. Then they didn't make last main event, and now every player got the new graphics cards, the new PCs and whatnot, and now they've just been peaking left, right, and center. And I mean, that's not the only great matchup. Quickly, before we talk too deep about this one, we have Astronic versus Limitless in round 2. What?
I was kind of hoping you weren't going to point that one out, because there is a reason, guys, we didn't go for that. It is obviously something that we have seen time and time again. Very good indication of, this could actually be the finals coming forward. But we also do want to see those guys versus other people. We don't want to highlight the same team over and over. So don't worry, we're not neglecting them. We just want to save them for a better opportunity. So there will be obviously times to go and get that. We're going to look at this game. GG versus 9 Lives. Chat vote is now open. Who do you believe is going to come through here? And before we get into the analysis, the little head-to-head, I got a trivia question for you, gents. One of our 6 players on the field has got the average lowest boost at any stage in the game. So in other words, they're almost always dry. Who do you think it is? Romeo, you're our stats nerd.
Oh, of the 6.
One of the 6 on the field now
has got, out of all the people for this major, right, for this second split, they average the lowest amount of boost out of all the plays.
Yo, that's tough. That is really tough. I would have to say maybe Lackstar. Maybe.
Okay, I'm impressed. I'm actually very impressed. I'm not even going to let you guess there, Mark.
Wait,
He gets that. He gets it. Lackstar is sitting currently at the
Nerd.
lowest. But what's amazing to me, you guys see why he's our stats guru right now. He just knows the numbers. He sees the matrix. But what's amazing to me about this is that even out of all the players, the average boost for any of these guys, the lowest, is 41.47. These guys are still always sitting with at least 40 boost in their back pocket. And as any good Rocket League player knows, that's all you need to play 90% of the shots that you get. So just kind of highlights those little small pads. Getting into the matchup itself though, Machtwish, not a great goal tally there for Genesix. Jumps out straight ahead and definitely not as aggressive as 9lives.
Yeah, definitely not as aggressive and all, but relatively speaking, yes, Genesix, they shoot less, they score less, but they also shoot less. So I feel like that's still sort of a very, very similar shot accuracy. The question just is how well can Genesix, or can this new Genesix, keep out the pressure? 9lives has been working very closely together with their coach. Spooks, obviously, Genesix have got Green Warrior as their big coach in the background. So it's a bit of a question of how well can the teams work around each other and how well can the teams work with one another as well to orchestrate a fine ballet on the dance floor.
Fine ballet. Oh, I love these words. Brilliant coming out there. Bromeo, we have quite a dominant, aggressive standpoint on the other side, though. Cams has been one of the most creative individuals ever. Snoozy has been brilliant to come up. And then Guns, obviously, has started to refine his own flavor in the scene, don't you think?
Well, look, these players that we're looking at right now are the cream of the crop of what SSA has to offer. Guns and Cams are lethal. Snoozy's up and coming. And they are incredibly dangerous as a team. And 9lives is coming into their own, but so is Genesix. And, you know, having a look at this comparison here, it's a hectic one because Cams, you know, has been in the scene for, you know, the longest. But he is consistently scoring more per game. And he shoots more by a fair amount, in the order of one extra shot every single game. So that is the stat, is that they're in a more aggressive outfit, but don't write off Genesix with their hardware buff, because all of them are playing on new rigs, and you've already seen the results. And Daps, Declan, and Lackstar, they have coming into this with a point to prove that they can take it out.
I mean, BTF was a consistent top 4 team, right? When they were Unknown Goats. And they've just beaten them. Yes, they've beaten them at 5, but you would expect that. It's a difficult opponent to beat in the first place. So I think 9lives would do very well as to not underestimate Genesix, not take them on the easy shoulder, because that could bite them in the backside really quickly.
So we know that they've got work to do. They're not as aggressive, might have to stand it up. But this is maybe a new Genesix. So let's see what you guys have to think about. Chat vote has obviously been open for a while, and it's kind of heavily favored in terms of 9lives. If you guys are interested in voting for other things, don't forget, Driver of the Day, also open at acgl.gg/votes for your favorite player of the day. You can go do that in the meantime after this game. But right now, we're going to this game. I'm going to start with you, Bromeo. Who do you think Genesix has enough in the back to kind of surprise us and actually take this match?
This is a rough one because all the stats say 9lives should take it. They've got the heavy guns, they've got the artillery, and I can't see Genesix taking it. I see them taking close. I'd give them to game 5, but 9lives takes this one.
See, that's why you're mistaken.
Haha!
Ha! That is where you're mistaken. And I'm already going to apologize to the 9lives coach, to Spooks, because I know that he's been doing a lot of work and we're quite good mates. But Genesix win this one. I'm a firm believer that Genesix has now re-entered the fight of that sort of second best local team behind Limitless, second best in SA, and I think that they do have a shot here. Their momentum is with them. They have a good victory. They had a long series in round 1, and I think they can carry that forward.
We have a split there. I get to make the deciding vote for myself, and I think I'm going to go with Chat on this one. Just 9lives, like you say, has kind of started building this reputation for themselves as the second best team in the region, and I think this would be a good place for them to prove that that's what they belong, or that's where they belong, even starting to challenge Limitless towards the end. That being said, Genesis, like we see, seems to have a little bit more life about them. And so I think if they take one game off 9 Lives, they're going to be pretty expected right. That's what we're going to do. 2 games would be pretty happy with that. That's not to say that there's not the opportunity for it. And you guys in the chat have also been casting your votes, and this is very heavily in favored. Only time will tell. Only what happens on the pitch matters, though. For round number 2 of the Swiss stage here in regional number 6 of RLCS SSA, we head to the pitch. It is 9 Lives versus Genesis.
9 Lives. Looking for win number 2, and I'm with my boy Q for this matchup. But Q, Genesis, they've got their new rigs. They took down BTF. I think they're feeling pretty good.
They've got to be feeling good coming out here 1-0 as well. The new rigs, they've got an organization that feels like they are worth investing in as well. And what better way to prove that their talent is worth investing in than maybe even turning some heads. Maybe a quick 3-0, 3-1 through Swiss. Only time will tell, but it's game number 1 here, Pyro. Let's get to it.
Feeling like OG SSA with the 6 local SSA players out here on the field. 6 players we're all very used to seeing in these Swiss stage top 16 matchups, but 9 Lives in particular have a tendency to go to round 5 of Swiss. I'm sure they love a win here to put that trend away.
They would definitely love to put the trend away because you know what? That means a little bit less stress on Friday. Let's be honest. We all would love to see yourself advance in 4 or maybe even 3. Only a couple can do it in 3, though. We're a minute in. Either team has been able to find themselves a lace, but Genesis has been slowly walking this thing down the field. Daps putting some pressure in the corner here as well. Pass towards the middle where you've got Declan. Can at least keep things alive. That ball's going to sail a little bit high, though. It's going to be Guns up the field. Lackstar going to be able to be there for an easy save and also looking to field this thing off the back wall as well. Genesis able to limit that visit into their side of the pitch to a relatively quick visit for Genesis now. They have to try and find some offense.
Oh, and they almost did there. Shot goes just a bit high. And that counterattack was all started from Lackstar's save. He was called out earlier for having the least boost on average out of any player currently in the top 16 here for this split. And you know what? Sometimes he's called out for not picking up boost, but really, I think he's just using a lot of the boost very often, Q, and so far he's using it the right way.
Using it and being efficient with it, man. That's my dog, Lackstar, right there, man. Really excited to see these this new team for Genesis that's kind of put themselves together and really kind of building one foot in front of the other over the course of split number 2. Still tied up in zeros, though, here in game number 1. We've seen a little bit of a back and forth. I feel like more of Genesis has had the control, but even when they're down here, the defense from 9 Lives has been nice. That's a misfortune, but a bigger misfortune is the fact that you mix a wide open net. You can't be having that, man.
No, you cannot. That goes straight back to the shooting packs for Genesis. You're not going to get too many free looks on 9 Lives, so having that one get away from you is going to be a little bit rough, but Lackstar looking to make amends here. Shot gets batted away by Guns. Guns to follow this, and he's got Cam upfield with the demolition, though cannot get past the midfield defender. That was so close for Guns and Cam, and actually, Q, that's a duo I'm keeping my eye sharply out for. They can be so devilish on the field together.
Oh, they definitely have the ability to pop off, and when the two of them are really in sync there, I mean, this is a squad that can really be so deadly. You know, sinister almost out there on the pitch here, but as for now, it's Daps able to jump that lane, able to get the control here as well. Blackstar looking to try and do the same thing down the defensive half, but unable to do so. It's actually going to be Cam jumping things forward, dropping things down towards the net. Daps going to be able to field it, but this is scary. Ball's in front of the side on Genesis. They've got to find a way to get this pressure cleared.
Tell you what, anyone who was predicting a heavy sweep here is shaking in their boots. We're still neck and neck here, and Lackstar is trying to finally put one through. No, it is going to be blocked well and good. 9 Lives, now it's Cam versus the entire team of Genesis. Daps up just in time on the goal line. Big pinch out of Lackstar is going to turn things into favor of Genesis. As there's another pitch on the backboard. Guns, you've got to control this ball, or else you're going to pass it right for Genesis to score. Speaking of which, Lackstar, good look off the side. Wall bouncer from Declan is saved away yet again.
Oh, precious, as the squad from Genesis. Look at them being able to play downfield. However,
Ooh.
counterattack.
What?
Oh, no. And the fourth defender, the post, going to come into play there. That's going to help out Genesis, but they still have to find a way to get this thing out of the zone. 9 Lives still has the ball. It's going to be a pass towards the middle. However, gets sent up towards the midfield line. Lackstar now on a counterattack of their own. That's going to be a flick save from Cam, though. And every time Genesis looks like they're threatening towards the net, the 9 Lives defense stands the line.
Including the post. Yeah, everything about the 9 Lives defense has come up big here. But who's going to finally break through the woodwork? It's downwards pass from Guns to nobody. There's no third player. The next person dove in for the demo instead of the shot, so would have been well coordinated, but the comms just weren't as tight as they needed to be for 9 Lives. Now a demolition coming in for Genesis to push up field, but it's already rebounded off of Guns. Daps wants to look like Guns always does on their own backboard, looking for the pass out to Declan. It's right back over to Lackstar. Lackstar takes to the corner. Don't think we're going to see a shot or a goal here. And before we get to overtime, though, Guns wants to prove me wrong with the upfield pass up to Cam. Blocked away by Daps. Lackstar a long ball. Back out to the logo. Declan high and wide up off the backboard. Cam wants to take it away, but now it's a pass to the midfield. Daps to Declan. Declan up to Lackstar. Can they get this through to the net? No, not quite. In fact, we keep going until we meet the ground. OTQ.
5 minutes not enough for game number 1, and we had heard Des talk about how close the series could be, and we're getting a little bit of an appetizer here in game number 1, all tied up at 0. Neither offense has been able to find its mark, and while you could say both sides have had some missed opportunities, the defenses have done a really good job of really kind of holding the line. I think on the side of Genesis, they've been able to limit some of these visits down. Not this time, though. Guns bang, and that's going to be 9 Lives taking game number 1.
Oh, Genesis, if there's one thing you can't do, it's allow this kind of time and space from Guns. They try with the quick challenge, but couldn't read the extra flip off the ceiling. So well done there for Guns to bring home the first goal and the first win for 9 Lives.
Talk about a shot that was able to just bury this game here in game number 1, obviously in overtime. But when you talk about being able to put the whole team on a poster, wow. When you look at the stat sheet here, though, as far as how this game broke down, you're seeing a lot of things, kind of a 50-50 line. I mean, even more shots as far as over on that Genesis side. It felt like they did a pretty good job of controlling the field as well. Just 9 Lives is the one that was able to find the net.
Listen, no matter which way that game would have gone, Q, both teams are going to feel like they could have won the game, right?
Yeah.
We had 2 plays from both teams that were kind of open and they kind of just missed the shot. So that's a little game 1 on the mainstream nerves to relieve of yourself and go out in game 2 with a bang. No hesitation, push through those shaky, awkward moments and make those goals count. So that's going to be the look for both 9 Lives and Genesis. Regain that confidence, maybe hit the shooting packs and then get back into game number 2 and get a goal in regulation.
I got to be honest, though, I am a little concerned for Genesis for dropping that thing that the way that it was. You mentioned kind of in a light way as far as having some almost open opportunities. They had one that was wide open that really should have gone through. There shouldn't have been an overtime. So for them here, they've got to come out in game number 2, and they've got to put themselves into the driver's seat. They did a good job of controlling the field in game number 1. They've got to control the scoreboard in game number 2.
Easier said than done, but let's get it going. Ooh, and we got a little game update on the side there. Bird struggling against 77 blocks as I don't think the Blocks have lost a single game. They got through a sweep against Nixa in the last round. Keep up to date, guys, on all the matches going on. We've got some team streams all across the region of SSA, which has reached across the world. But we're reaching across the field here with the punch by Declan. Lackstar picks us back up, and Genesis still looking for that first goal of the series.
Looking for their first one here, and now it's going to be a potential opportunity from Cam. Going to be Daps able to get the save, coming in from left to right on the screen, and now an opportunity to move it down to the other side of the field. Unfortunately, no boosto for Daps. Declan has a little bit to move this ball forward, where Lackstar is going to be able to at least push up with the 50, slow down this attack out. Actually allows Daps to get the control right around the midfield line. A little bit of a pass on back, an opportunity here for Lackstar, but Snoozy stepping on up and making sure that thing's nowhere close to the lace.
Kind of does feel like 9 Lives are hanging on by a thread here, though, and at some point, something's gotta give. Declan almost gets the bump on the carry-out. Off the backboard, Guns able to plummet to the ground. See, that's the thing. There's always just one little thing left out of the defense of 9 Lives. They're never shaken completely off foot. As much as Disruption wants to play a factor in this game, but Guns gonna be next up to the plate. Declan, I thought maybe we'd climb to the ceiling with the boost remaining there to get another touch on the ball, but he's just gonna give it away to a teammate instead. Across the field here. Cam picks up, third boost in the tank here to punch it away. And 9 Lives, they haven't got as many chances as Genesix here, but maybe this is the chance they can count. No, Daps just gets in front of that pass.
Great job by Daps to be able to jump that lane, able to get the touch onto the ball as well. But other than these last 20 seconds or so, it does feel relatively reminiscent of that first game. Genesix has spent quite a bit of time down there on that blue half of the pitch and still sitting on 0 goals. We're talking about through essentially almost a game and a half of regulations, plus that overtime here as well. The frustration, you can't help but wonder, when does that start to sit in over on the Genesix side with the fact that you're still unable to find any sort of efficiency on the offense. Now it's Snoozy, though, for the side of 9 Lives, just trying to keep a little bit of pressure forward. You figure for the fact that you keep Genesix out of that offensive zone, essentially at some point you should be able to find an opening down on the other half. Cam with a touch up. You can see Guns was trying to close that gap to find a shot, but not able to connect.
He was actually trying to get a little fake in to get a defender away, because most times when the ball's like next to the post and on the backboard, it's not going to help you to hit the ball. It's just going to assist the other team in a clear. So a fake was really the good idea from Guns, just couldn't turn it around on another pass. But what is becoming the most threatening part about 9 Lives is when opportunistic players get mechanical opportunities. You're seeing Cam, you're seeing Guns get really nice solo effort plays that just about culminate into a goal. And in fact, that's the only goal that's been scored this series, is when Guns had that open play off the ceiling. So it's Genesix. It's up to them to make sure that players like Cam, like Guns, do not get those chances.
Doing a really good job of trying to limit them here for now, but 90 seconds here left in game number 2, and who knows, maybe even looking at a second overtime looming in the shadows. But for now, 9 Lives has to find a way to get this thing out of their zone. It's Guns in the air, getting met by Declan, who actually finds a way. Oh, I thought to get this thing past Snoozy. Snoozy does make the adjustment to gather the ball. Only about 20 boosts in the tank, so gonna have to get a good pinch here. Does get it, but quickly sent back towards that midfield line. Genesix, once again, doing a good job of really limiting the amount of time that 9 Lives spends in the offensive half. A touch from Daps, but that's going to be the woodwork and the MVP, the most valuable post at the play again.
Coming up huge all day today. Now Cam off the sidewall. Ooh, and it's a touch up to Guns. Guns slow plays that ball. Snoozy, reels it right back in. Takes it to the net. That's a double commit from Genesix, so this is the time to pounce. If you're 9 Lives, it's not the time to miss the ball. Snoozy gets a better look at the 50-50. Daps gets past him, and there's one lone defender remaining of Guns. He patiently plays that ball into his opponent. On the play here, field a bit opened up here for Guns to get the dunk pass up the corner here. Snoozy, oh, he runs right in, sends a ripper of a demo across one. Guns, oh no, that's Daps for the shot onto Cam. That's not through. Can Genesix finally score? Yes, they can! And Q is your boy Lackstar.
That's the homie. Lackstar going to be able to nail this one home after a beautiful pass from Declan there as well. And Guns, you were close, my friend, but not close enough. 11 seconds left on the clock. Of course, you do still have the time, not just on the kickoff, but as long as you can get this ball moving forward, would be good. Goes go back to the 9 Lives side. Guns has the control potentially in the corner, not able to gather it, which means Cams has to win this 50, unable to do so. Nothing left on the clock. Rule 0 has to come into effect if 9 Lives wants to take game number 2. Instead, it looks like we're going to the rubber match, all tied up at 1.
All what we had in round 1 here on the broadcast. This is what we'll have on round 2. We only pick the best matches, folks. You heard it here first. And Genesix get that goal with 11 seconds. Q, imagine how this team feels right now. They went 10 minutes of game time with no goals whatsoever. They're waiting to just release the tension of the first goal. They finally got it. They've got to win as well. They've got to be ecstatic.
Yeah, they've got to be pumped up over there, but you got to make sure that you don't overheat because this has been a close series. Only 2 goals scored through the first 2 games here, and one of these 2 teams still has to get themselves 2 more dubs if they want to continue moving forward in the bracket as far as moving towards that spot into the top 8. But when we talk about for this Genesis 6 squad, you mentioned being able to hold that line. The big thing is the mental, right? Of you get shut down, but to continue keeping pressure in the zone was the big thing for me. It never really felt like the rotations started getting loose because of the fact that you're getting frustrated. They just seemed to stay laser focused, and eventually they were able to find the net.
I mean, it does feel like everyone's staying cohesive, but I think that's also because both teams are playing very patiently, very passively.
Yeah.
There were moments in that game where the ball's just around the logo, the center of the field, and nobody's hitting it. Like, there's just some dead time, and it's like, okay, we're really posturing on defense. We're really posturing for the next shot. We're really waiting for the other team to make a mistake, aren't we? And what's been proven is that it's a strategy that can work for both teams as we're tied up 1-1 in this series. So, you know what, Q, I'm ready for all hell to break loose here. Let's see 6 goals at least in this game to break the ice.
I would love it. Let's light it on up. Let's get a hashtag for the content in chat there. Guns had an opportunity, but isn't able to find the net. Now they've got to find a way to keep the pressure down here on this Genesis side. Instead, it's a counter coming across. One shot. Cam's going to be able to easily field that, though. Declan just has to back that thing on up for the save there. But his Guns, one touch in the air. Snoozy already free jumping to try and read that thing there. It's going to be up to Cam, because Cam was the last one back and had all 3 players from Genesis bearing down the line. Was able to at least keep the control, keeps this ball down here on this 9 Lives side. As much as we've seen it up in the air, though, there's nothing that's really been threatening towards the net.
Well, I mean, they're throwing it off the backboard for the follow-up, but Genesis are reading it well. That's the problem right now for 9 Lives. Again, you can't just play for the mistake on and on and on again. You've actually got to go for the lights-out goal, and maybe this is the time as Declan puts it near side for Guns. Oh, and that is Cam up, still with more boost, plays it to himself off the ceiling, and does get the 50-50 against Lackstar. Guns stayed in that corner, though. He remained. He saw another touch coming in the crystal ball, and though that touch was gathered, it fends off to the other side. There you go, guys. Update on Limitless Astronic, which is a typical top 4 grand final match. Limitless leading 2-0. Check that on the Limitless team stream. But for now, as usual, Q, we stay tied.
We stay tied on up. A defensive standstill here between our 2 squads, and you love to see it from the SSA region, being able to really tighten things down on the defensive end. Both squads realize what's at stake here. Of course, in the 1-0 bracket, trying to turn this thing into 2-0. And Guns gonna try and go coast to coast with it. Has the control, but Lackstar with the good read comes up underneath, touches that ball towards the corner, gets it away from the front of the net. Question then becomes on the side of Genesis, can you get the clear? Because it's a good read from Cam, looking maybe for Snoozy, but does end up losing the 50 there. 9 Lives still has the possession. That's going to be in front of the net there until Daps sends it towards the side where Declan's on the sidewall, looking to turn upfield. Has a full tank of gas. Unfortunately, not able to find the bump onto Cam was Lackstar. If that demo comes across, it's a wide open net.
Frosty flick here from Guns. That's going to be saved, and you're totally right. It didn't even look like Cam was moving, so I'm not sure how he didn't get bumped or demoed or moved out of the way, but hey, a save is a save at the end of the day. Got to be impressed by it. We're down to that halfway mark here in game number 3. And the most impressive thing for me has been Genesis not getting scored on, but how about the score from Daps? Reads it off the backboard for the double.
And what a play. Dabs rises on up, the double tap here, drops it on down, and Snoozy, once again, the defense from 9 Lives being oh so close on the goal line, but not being close enough. This time, though, Genesis scores with plenty of time on the clock for 9 Lives to find themselves an equalizer. They don't even have to really put any pressure right up off of the kickoff, right? You've got 2 full minutes. So for Genesis, yeah, their defense has held the line quite a bit for the last 8 minutes or so here, but can you hold it? No. Continue together. It's on the line, but Daps out of nowhere like an RKO able to send this thing towards the corner.
I mean, I was agreeing with you that Genesix have held the line so well, and it's been really impressive. I think the coach is ready to pat the team on the back because it comes down to communication. It comes down to that cohesion to make sure there aren't double commits, to make sure there's always someone on the line, as there even was there on that near own goal for Genesix. So for them to keep this ball game at 1-0 or to keep 9Lives from scoring is really impressive. But for 9Lives, you have to do something different now. You've done enough passes off the backboard. You've done enough runarounds from the corner. You've got to bumper demo. You've got to disrupt this Genesix defense somehow. Otherwise, they're going to stay so stubborn.
Kind of a risky play from Snoozy, I'm not gonna lie, putting that ball towards the middle of the field where you had Genesix players sitting and bearing down the line. But you know what? Mistake made on the other side, and Guns is gonna make you pay. And with 75 seconds left in game number 3, we're all tied up.
I really thought 9Lives would have to force the error, but Genesix, they make the error happen regardless. And I mean, for 9Lives, go ahead and wipe the sweat off your brow. You've tied it back up, but there's more work to do. You cannot rely on those mistakes to just be made on those backboard plays. Lackstar keeps this counterattack away from 9Lives. That almost got scary as we're down to the final minute.
60 seconds here left. The last 2 times we've gone to overtime, it was tied up at 0. We potentially see another one, but this time knotted up at 1. The defense from Genesix is still going to have to make sure that they can stand tall. Pressure being pushed forward from 9Lives. It was Guns in the air, Snoozy trying to follow it up, but it's Cams that's in the shadows, sitting here with a nice little bit of boost in the tank to be able to rise up and keep it down here on this orange half. It's Daps trying to exit the zone, but unable to do so. Declan with a big touch, and yeah, it gets you out, but it puts it right back into Cam, who's moving downhill, looking for a second touch, but the defense continues to stand tall for Genesix.
It's 9Lives again with a high punch, but it's Daps with an open net that he sets to the sky. That one is unforgivable, and now Guns wants to really punish. He brings it down low against one's defender. Snoozy puts it in front of another. Cam wants to complete the possession with time, little time remaining in regulation. Can Guns find a teammate here on the 0-second play? He found Cam, but Daps closes off the angle. Daps is making sure.
Hold on.
No way. No way. That in regulation, it doesn't go against them. It might just
Hold on!
go. And it hits the ground. It comes as close as it could, but another overtime is in our way.
Oh man, 3 overtimes in a row here in our 1-0 side of our bracket for Swiss, man. You just know they've got to be feeling the tension on either side. It's going to be Cam moving this thing up. Only has one to beat, who's Declan in the corner, who's going to win the 50 and tries to get the possession here, but already getting met by Guns. It's really 9Lives trying to up the pressure, up the ante, try and see if they can speed things up a little bit. And I do like that play because you mentioned earlier, both teams playing a little bit passive. Genesix giving them the room to push forward a little bit more if that's what they feel comfortable doing. But it's Genesix with the possession, Daps with the shot, but that's going to get sent to the side of the saves from Guns.
Well, it's been a very different tempo, I think, from 9Lives. To me, they are playing way more aggressive in game number 3, going for a lot of high solo plays, but I think Genesix see those plays come and look at how quickly the challenges come, especially from players like Daps. Guns, how about that reset, but he's not able to get the follow-up. There's Cam to make matters worse for Genesix. Lackstar 0 boost. Someone's gonna dive at this ball as 9Lives still looking to get this goal. There's the bump. Is there a shot? No, not quite.
Snoozy's going to be able to keep this in the zone here now for 9Lives. It doesn't go blammo, which leaves the net wide on open. And Snoozy punches this thing on home. It's Guns who makes the play. You can see it from the right side of your screen. Completely takes out the last defender. And all you got to do is tap it in from there. 9Lives put themselves on a series point.
I had to say I told you so, but I told you so. I mean, 9Lives at the midway of this game, I said they had to get some bumps or some demos, something to disrupt this Genesix defense from being so good. You noticed before that demolition happened, we saw the air dribble bump nearly off the backboard from 9Lives. So they're trying to get Genesix out of the way every which way that they can, and they succeed in doing that. On I think our second overtime. Game 2 was finished on an 11-second goal from Genesix. So the seesaw continues here, Q, as 9Lives takes the series lead.
Yeah, Yeah, I really like them. I mean, just the extra pressure. You just continue sending people towards the net, and at some point, someone's going to get caught out of position, and Nine Lives is the type of team that has the talent to be able to make you pay. This time, it happened to take an extra minute and 17 seconds into overtime, but, I mean, can you blame them? We've had 3 overtimes so far, man. We might as well just keep this thing on going for a game 4 and 5, if you ask me, but heading into game number 4, I feel like for Genesix, who I feel like probably were feeling they were on their way to going up 2-1, all of a sudden getting that rug pulled out from under them. This first 90 seconds in game number 4 are going to be so huge, because if Nine Lives is able to continue to up that tempo that allowed them to get 15 shots in game number 3, it just didn't seem like they had an answer for it.
They didn't quite have the answer. I mean, for Genesix, to me, their defense has been nearly perfect. The only thing that's really rattling the cage are these bumps and demos. If they can get more time on possession, their shots and their chances on attack do look great. Oh my God, I thought we were going to say including a kickoff goal here to start off game number 4, but no, Cam has it covered. Here we go, though. Nine Lives trying to get a good 2-0 start in the Swiss stage. Ready to play spoiler still, though, is Genesix.
Genesix has the opportunity to play spoiler. They are able to pick up the one, I think what some people on the desk were calling an upset. I was kind of expecting in that last round, but that was because there's another one that was supposed to be so close, and they were able to pull the comeback in that one. Let's see if they can do it again here. But starting off in game number 4, it's been Nine Lives slowly walking this ball down the field onto this orange half, and now trying to get the exit out of this zone here now for Genesix. Fortunately, Declan just spinning up on the wall. I don't know if we're waiting for a boost or what, but it's going to be Lackstar stepping up, trying to work together with Daps. Daps one touch, the second touch not going to be enough.
The theme of this match is close to greatness. We have been so close on so many goals, but instead we get nearly 1-0 or 1-1 regulation games, and that's just fine, but a lot of these players are going to be wishing they had these chances back, right? To get that back wall read off the waterfall, or to get that double tap to go in the net. Who is going to close up on that gap of these thin margins from these big plays?
Gotta find some way to close the margin and at least figure things out, especially if you're Genesix starting to run out of time. For the longer that this is 0-0, I was going to say it favors Nine Lives with the fact that they have the lead in the series, but they now have the lead in the game as well. Guns does a good job of picking the pockets. Snoozy then just with a little quick hezzy as well to be able to kind of break the axle of the first defender wide open net to bang home.
Just love that from Snoozy. I love it so much. The fake for the air dribble and take it low instead. Posture for the 50. Well, there wasn't anything. Speaking of something, Genesix, oh, maybe off the demolition, there's a double tap. Commencing Lackstar pass out to Declan. Declan off the backboard. That's not going to go either. Genesix, God, the opportunities. They're so close to working out in their favor. At least for them, Q, they've got time on their side.
Time is on their side. 3 minutes left here in game number 4. For Genesix here, they're back into that zone on this offensive half. That's going to be centered up for Lackstar, and while that was a shot, just didn't have enough oomph on it. Nothing that's really scary towards the net. Easily saved, and now on the opposite side, same thing for Daps, fielding that ball here, and has to get back Cam. Can't get past Cam with no boost though. Pass up to Declan, second touch, maybe a center up here for Lackstar, but jumped in ahead is Guns. Maybe an opportunity to pass it off for Snoozy, but instead Daps with the save.
Yeah, Guns, maybe for the flip reset pass, just couldn't find his way into it. And I'll be honest, Genesix with the majority of the possession here, all the opportunities for Nine Lives coming through on the counter attacks. So will it be Genesix to make Nine Lives break after bending so much? Will Nine Lives continue to enjoy the breakaway game? Declan gets one off the sidewall. It's an air dribble towards the net. Nobody's there to fend it away. And Declan comes up with the equalizer.
That's what you're looking for here. Declan making the play. You can see Lackstar trying to chase down a bump on the side on Cam. I think maybe would have did just enough to get Cam to kind of misplay the position. Still almost got this block nonetheless, but we're still all tied up here at 1, less than 2 minutes left to play, and It's now Snoozy advancing this ball forward. It's going to be a pass to the middle. That's going to be a shot that comes across from Cam, but not going to be able to punch it home. Quickly sent down back to the blue half of the field here, where Guns is able to sit and try and get the relief. But it's Lackstar, who's done such a good job, I feel like, rising to the sky and pushing the pressure, not allowing the space that we were kind of talking about earlier on in the series.
Definitely. The space has been closed up on. I'd say since game 3 started, players getting a lot more aggressive, and that includes Snoozy on the air dribble. He tried maybe faking it high and taking it low once more for a goal for 9 Lives, but the challenge was good enough. Cam leaves this for Guns, who's got the boost to push this ahead. He gets past 1, gets past 2. It's a bop in the air from the third of Declan, but the follow-up is just too high and fended away by Genesix. Can they do it again, though, off a Snoozy aerial? Yes, they can!
More pressure here, but finally able to relieve it with a big clear down towards the other side. Ball floating over by the left side post, but Cam sends it back towards the midfield line. Daps just tries to keep the pressure in this orange half. Ball going to go towards the other side here, but unfortunately Lackstar not able to make the connection, which means Guns is actually going to go and try and take this thing the opposite way. And for 9 Lives, remember, they've already had themselves a couple of dangerous opportunities. A shot here from Guns, that's going to end up wide. But a slow release of the field here from Genesix allows the rotations back from 9 Lives, and now they're playing downhill and continuing to play on this orange half.
We've had overtime in games 1 and 3. Will we get it in game number 4? Just maybe. Cam couldn't get across the face of the goal. Instead, we go back to the midfield line. Cam with full boost has the ball. He passes to himself off the ceiling. There's a flipper reset. Is it the goal as well? No! Genesix find a response as they have this whole series and take us to OT.
Let's see if Genesix is not only able to buy us extra time in game number 4. Let's see if they can buy us a whole additional game by getting this golden goal here. One shot, though, is all it takes from 9 Lives to advance to 2-0 here in our Swiss bracket. Up in the air is going to be Daps. Hit aside, though. I think that was Snoozy who was able to contest that thing there. Slows down the approach from Genesix, but Genesix does still have the possession down here on this blue half. It's going to go towards the middle of the field, but it's Cam sending it back towards that corner. That's a touch, though. That is safe for Declan to try and gather, maybe even leave in front of the net for Lackstar, who's on the approach here. But that's just going to be not in time.
And Genesix are going to be a bit stalled here because Daps did not win that boost battle in the corner, so he came around eventually. He does get the demolition as well. In fact, he gets 2 demos. And Genesix, they're going to push to the goal line here. They try to get the read there from Lackstar, but he ends up just above the ball. Declan plays a slow to the corner to get past 1, but Cam wins the 50-50. Half a tank of boost here. He kicks it off the ceiling. Is it there for a teammate? Not quite. Over for Declan. Full boost and a flick, and he's got a leading blocker, but oh no, Cam did get in front of it. Redirect there for Guns.
31.
Over to Cam. That's the game. That's the series. The Guns Cam special.
That is talking about a nice touch from Guns to leave that off for Cams. And for Daps, man, what do you do there? No real boost in the tank. All you can really do is sit there and look at it. And unfortunately, gonna have to hang your head just a little bit there, as well as 9 Lives are gonna be the one that advanced to 2-0 in the Swiss. And as much as it felt like it was Genesix who were able to control the pitch in games 1 and 2, 9 Lives made quite a bit of adjustments. They picked up the pace, and in games 3 and 4, it was all them.
Man, it really was. I mean, talk about a match that was won nearly by defense here, Q. We had 1-0 wins, 2-1 wins. I mean, you can cut it as close as you want, and Genesix are proving that they need to be demanded of the respect that they deserve, but especially on that final play, the Guns Cam duo was the thing I called out from the beginning. Alton, it finally came through.
I mean, that was a great way to end it. But like you said, how many other opportunities were there like that throughout the series that just didn't go in? Oh, heartbreaking moments here and there. But a great series and almost one Q that I feel should have deserved a game number 5.
I think it deserved a game number 5, but we got to talk about the kryptonite for Genesix, and it's the woodwork, man. You had a couple of opportunities that just happened to bounce off that thing, and then you compound that down with the frustration of missing an open net or two, and you can kind of understand why it was that the small little edge that was needed for 9 Lives is all they needed to be able to walk away with a dub.
And there seemed to be a very distinct different flavor between these, Pyro J, where I saw someone like Guns taking very slow, methodical, mechanical approaches to the goals. You know, Cam did that as well, but he was doing it from a third-man position. Guns was sometimes doing that when he had two men behind him, instead of going for a quick pass or something like that. Whereas on the other side, you kind of had this more frantic tempo, sometimes diving at a couple of things there. We saw the one goal, especially Lackstar playing third man, kind of cuts across the whole field to make a dive, a desperate attempt, and Snoozy just underneath the bottom there. So two very different play styles, and it's still interesting to me to always see SSA developing into these unique flavors.
Yeah, and I think it's a flavor that needs even more seasoning, Altruism, because while the solo plays do end up looking really nice for 9 Lives when they do work, I don't think it's a crutch they can continue to rely on. You're totally correct that Cam and Guns love to start off their possessions with a high-flying aerial, but you saw why Genesix didn't allow many goals in that game. It's because they expected this, and they had a really good counter towards it, which were those quick challenges, which were the reduction of double commits. And how about that? We've got some results in already from round 2. What do you guys make of these?
Pretty much standard for the top half, but your boy Q, that
my
bottom
picks.
half?
Oh,
What
my
happened?
bottom picks. My picks are all ruined. Man, we've had some big upsets here, man. Some big games. You talk about Nixa being able to pull off, I think, what a lot of people would consider the upset on the Punishers, especially in a sweep here. I mean, even also, too, Stratskivity taking down Snake's Den. My picks, my precious picks.
Nah, Nixa Punishers is not an upset. I don't think so. I mean, maybe in the context of recent results, but if we're talking... I would love to see the scores of that game, in fairness, because we all know those series scores don't tell the whole story, right? But yeah, what a stretch of results there. I talked about Stratskivity being that dark horse today, and they do get that win. What was it, over Snake's Den? Yep. They're going to continue to surprise people this event.
You know what neither of you guys picked up there? Limitless took down Astronic in a 3-0 sweep. That was
the boys are back.
The boys are angry. They are here to play right now.
I did pick them to win, in fairness, but true, I did not choose a sweep.
I mean, it seems like there really is starting to get this little bit of a gap between the two teams. We saw it going to game number 5 in I think it was the quarterfinals or the Swiss stage 2 weekends ago. Then in the semifinals 2 weekends ago, went to game 6 where Limitless took it at that stage. And now, Astronic just not even featuring there. And those were 3-1, 3-1, 2-1 overtime, I believe it was, with those 3 games. So still pretty convincing for the majority of that from Limitless. So very excited to see what they're going to be able to do later. But they do go and join the ranks of the 2-0 teams for the day. So any last thoughts, Pyro J, on this matchup that we just got to see, or something that you're excited about in general?
Well, on this last matchup, it's the fact that 9 Lives need to break the trend. They have gone to round 5 of Swiss way too many times for a team that just wants to make quarterfinals and not be the bottom of the top 8. So here you are, guys. You're at 2-0. You're facing up against Mobula next, so good luck. But you've at least got this early stretch of confidence to work with, and I wish them well in the rest of Swiss.
I mean, that confidence, though, how well-founded is it, Q? Because, finally, they look like they're not going to be going to game number 5. Those games were still very close in the beginning, and they're looking to set themselves as the second best team in the region. Are they feeling comfortable in that position?
I think the big thing with getting tested like that is now you know that the nerves aren't going to pop up when all of a sudden you do get put to the test, right? So I think getting that out of the way here early against a team that is very, very strong in their own right. Like, we were kind of expecting this to be, a closer matchup. We got exactly delivered on that, but to be able to pull it up on top here and be able to kind of control your destiny, you've got to be motivated by that.
Well, guys, we are going to go to a very quick break. In this break, quick reminder, Driver of the Day is open. It is acgl.gg/vote. Make sure you're going to go highlight someone who you think is a standout player, makes the biggest impact on their team. They might have been having the day of their life, even if they didn't win. We're looking for the individuals making their waves in the scene. So make sure you go do that right now. We're going to be back at the halfway mark with our game number 3 of the Swiss stage. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back. we're back. Game number 3, ready and waiting to kick off. And your boy Q, I asked you this question earlier. A little bit tumultuous, a little bit crazy, some unexpected results here and there.
This is SSA. What can you say? You know what I mean? It sometimes just gets turned upside down, baby. I do got to say, though, the one thing that I do really like is looking at some of the upsets. I'll use that word lightly because some of them were kind of close, right? But I think when you look at the way that things are turning, it's going to mean that we're going to have some interesting matchups come like round 4 or 5.
I mean, interesting is what we wanted for you guys, especially on the broadcast. Yeah, we start with the game number 5, start with a very close game number 4 to follow it up. And now we're headed through to one that I'm excited for because BTF, the Unknown Goats previously, versus OnlyFans, a team that we've been wanting to come up and really show off what they are ready and waiting to do. And so, Brimian, initial thoughts when it comes to this? Are we really seeing a different side from BTF?
From OnlyFans.
From OnlyFans, my bad. Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, it's a tough one. In the second round, OnlyFans went up against Mobula. That was never going to be fun. So they are going to want to reset here, and against BTF, I suppose the known goats, as you want to call them. They haven't been playing as well as they could have. I think they peaked a split or 2 ago, so they are definitely not on the rise. So I would definitely say that OnlyFans are in for one here because they've had a good result in the opening round, and they're here. So I think that's all we need to say on that one.
Yeah. Looking at the top extreme and the bottom extreme, of course, Mobula and 9 Lions, both undefeated, going to be matching up there at the top of the table. Limitless with a slightly easier matchup, it has to be said, versus 77 Blocks. Then at the bottom 2, these are your elimination games. Snake's Den, someone that we did not expect to see down there, now have to fight for their life against Monochrome. And the Punishers, after their previous loss against Bird, now have to take on 2/3 Raw. Q, what do you think about Snake's Den right now? I mean, we've had a lot of respect for them previously, and this is not what I expected at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, we talked about them a lot for them to be 0-2 right now, didn't we? My goodness. They've had a couple of, unfortunate games for them that have kind of like where the ball is just not really rolling their way. But this is a team that does come with that experience, especially when you look at players like Wordy, like Eli, who I think do have the ability to turn this thing around. So for them, they've not an easy matchup by any stretch of the means, but it is a matchup that I think that they're very capable of, being able to come out on top of here. You just got to play 5 minutes of perfect Rocket League at a time. You got to stop worrying about a whole series, and you just got to take it one game at a time.
And then at the top of the table, Bromeo, before we head to this matchup now, 9 Lives is looking to be the second best team from SSA in there. And they're going up against Mobula.
Oh, that's a rough one. I mean, we were vaunting Snake's Den just before this. They finished top 4 last time, and now they're struggling to get out of Swiss. So the way things change all the time, I think it's very easy to vaunt 9 Lives as the next successor, but they've got to get through Swiss first. So they're going to go up against Mobula. That's the litmus test of where you really are as a team, because they are currently the team to beat. So, depending on how they do against Team Mobula, I think we'll be in a much better position to judge how they are doing compared to everything else.
Gonna be exciting. We'll make sure to keep you updated with all of those, but we head to the middle of the bracket. 1 win, 1 loss in this game. BTF versus the OnlyFans. And interesting question to start you guys off if you want to get going with that trivia question. While you're at it, see if you can get this answer as well. One of the players on the pitch right now is known for spending the most amount of time in front of the ball. Who is it?
Are you putting it to
Oh, to you guys, especially. It's not just a Twitch chat. I'm not going to sit here and wait for 5 minutes while they're
you take this one. You take this
one. In front of the ball, huh?
In front of the ball.
Go ahead and give me Happy Meal?
How are you guys so good at this? I mean, that one caught me by surprise because I consider previously we've talked about Happy Meal being the one who sits back a little bit more, plays that third man, and now he's changed everything up. He spends 34% of his time in front of the ball. He's also, by the way, tied with Shadow for the most number of the highest average number of demos received at 1.69 per game.
Hectic.
There we go, Bromir. You can play around with the rest of the stats now.
Well, just having a look at the team comparison, this is an interesting one because OnlyFans is coming out with a higher goal percentage with a marginally higher shot amount, which means that they've just got a better conversion rate with the amount of shots they take. BTF is a more aggressive team, and they're also forced to make more saves in a game, which might actually suit OnlyFans coming into this. They've got a very similar win rate, so not much to draw the line there, but this is definitely going to be a belter of a game either way you look at it.
You, player comparison. Who stands up, who the playmakers, and what are they going to do?
I feel like when you look at this right here, the big playmakers is going to be Shadow Hunter over on that right side. And then you've got to kind of compare him as far as to Lazy Bear as well. Those two players that really have the ability to, one, not only kind of lead the charge when you talk about the shots, but also do a good job on the back end of the defense, especially when you talk about Lazy Bear. I feel like someone who does a really good job of switching defense to offense. I feel like for Lazy Bear, if you talk about this squad having to sometimes get themselves play a little bit more defense with the saves, I think the counter attack is going to be what's big for them. And when it comes to that, I'm looking at Lazy Bear.
Well, that brings up an interesting point because you contrasted him to Shadow Hunter. They're both taking roughly 3 shots per game, but Shadow Hunter is undeniably sinking more of those in, Bromio.
Well, it definitely looks like it. Lazy Bear only getting in there 3/4 every time, whereas Shadow Hunter is netting in over 1 per game. And that's not a negligible stat. It means that you score a goal every single game you play. And this player versus player here is interesting because Happy Meal, known as a traditional third, has definitely changed the way that he plays this time around. He is netting more goals. He is taking more shots, and that's fantastic to see. You're seeing a transition of playstyle from what he traditionally played at Bravado and Pirates into a now open player. And I know that's very, very rough to define, but it's great to see players who, occupied a space for so long take and show their talents elsewhere. And this for me is great to see. I'm glad to see him ahead of the ball, being more aggressive, taking more shots, because it just shows how much of a versatile player he is.
And you got to show that versatility. You got to be able to move around the field, change up your structure when needed. You're not going to always wait and be like, okay, no, I'm playing third man. I'm not going to take the shot. You guys go do something. I'll just be here just in case. That doesn't work at this level of Rocket League Q. So a good sign for OnlyFans. Enough for them to take down BTF, who's currently our chat favorite by quite a margin.
Yeah, BTF definitely seems to have some fans in chat. I'll tell you what, I'm going to be interested to see how they play it off. I feel like it leans in favor a little bit as far as OnlyFans here. Not to get away into my predictions just quite yet, but I think a lot for them to look forward to in this series. I think it's going to be hopefully a third firecracker of a matchup of the 3 that we've had on stream here.
Okay, well, you did mention predictions, and now you've put your foot in it. Now you get to start us off. Who takes it?
I think as far as for me, I got to roll with OnlyFans. I think for them, if they're going to take it, it does have to be a little bit quicker of a series. So I think if they're going to take it, it's going to be 3-1.
Okay, and Bromio, we said it's pretty deadlocked, but the numbers certainly point towards OnlyFans. Is that enough to sway you?
Well, I think BTF has, been a bit stagnant with the way they've approached the region. Other EU squads have come in, developed a play style over time. BTF just looks same. So OnlyFans has the momentum. I think they have a good shot at it. It will be game 5, though.
Game 5. We're promising you guys all of the best action that we possibly can. And this one probably not going to be any different. This is the first time this weekend, though, we're going to have a sweep on the panel. Because I'm with you, Bromio. I'm with you, Hugh. Where just OnlyFans, this is the strongest they seem to be looking for a while. We haven't seen them on the footage. But right now, they're looking to be rising up. And like you alluded to, Bromio, BTF just kind of lackadaisical when they come into this. They're not really scrimming a lot of teams out here. They're wanting to have a nice little holiday, and they've done well up until this point. But as the entire scene starts to rise around them, they are looking a little bit more outclassed. You guys in the chat, though, have certainly brought your game, 77%. We've got to figure it out here. Chat versus panel. The question has been asked. And we head into game number 3 for our Swiss stage. BTF going to be taking on OnlyFans. Take it away, gents.
And OnlyFans with a sweep on the desk, but not a sweep for the entire talent pool here, as we are there to contest what the desk has said. Pyro and myself are going for BTF and favoring the now known GOATs.
Honestly, I forgot who I predicted, because in my chat predictions, I put OnlyFans, so I'm all over the place here, Mocked. But that's what makes a great matchup, is you don't know what's gonna happen. Maybe even more unexpected, Mocked. There's a goal in the first 10 seconds.
Well, early goals is something that we apparently cannot get away from here on any on-stream matches. OnlyFans, the beneficiary of that trend of the day. Let's see if they can settle it down into a continued offense. The Shadows looking for Happy Meal. Front post shot, and that's going to be in for 2.
Well, get ready to see more and more of Shadow and Happy Meal together. They've combined their efforts as teammates before, as coach to teammates, and you know, there's this whole conversation about Happy Meal. He's finally playing as a front man. He's playing more time in front of the ball. Guys, that was over after Bravado. His time on Orlando Pirates, I've talked to him in interviews on broadcast. He has been grinding mechs for years now, trying to be the front runner, trying to be the shot taker of the region. That is just a sliver of what we'll see in this match.
Happy Meal certainly one that has developed over time, but on the other hand, that development not always going out well for OnlyFans, who have, of course, missed the region and not played particularly well in the last one either. Now trying to make their mark, and let people sort of get back into that mind. Oh, Willow and Happy Meal, they still just exist, but they are still very much threats to everyone that they face as they move forward here against BTF, which look, after a minute of gameplay, shell-shocked.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of all or nothing right now for OnlyFans. They're bringing everybody to the front door, and they're trying to slam their way through. So for BTF, you either rise to the occasion, or you look a bit hesitant, as you mentioned, Mockfish. So who from OnlyFans is going to continue to press that issue against BTF, and who can defend against their shots? So far, that Shadow sends it to the corner. We get a little bit of scuffle on the goal line before OnlyFans see their way out.
Finally, they do find their way out, and looking for the top corner is Happy Meal. Now met by Glyfty, but Willow able to get past the Englishman into the danger zone. Chrono there for a long clear out. Chrono actually getting another opportunity himself. BTF doing well with the ball until Glyfty just gifts it away.
I said, here, you guys have it. We'll score 2 goals later on, and that's just fine, but Happy Meal wants to score theirs right now, and they will, with the upfield momentum as Willow closes it.
Willow gets the boost steal on Chrono, who's very awkwardly positioned himself quite far up, and then is not able to get back in time. Probably expected a bit more of a hard challenge out of Glyfty, so communication and rotation errors are plenty for BTF in the opening 2 minutes of game number 1. Willow and co trying to be the main beneficiaries of it. It's a very wolfish start at snail's pace for BTF.
Yeah, it's a very stretched game as well. Here we see a demolition from OnlyFans, and we'll see a shot as well as that gets wide. Players have been taking advantage of the open space on the field, going across from one side to the other in a split second, and it's really keeping the transition defenses honest on both sides. But most of the time, it's BTF caught off guard. Their transition defense has been lackluster.
Lackluster is one word. Non-existence is another. And I hope that the org name Born to Fight is going to flow through the veins of the players, because right now I don't see any sort of fight in them. They're just submitting to fate, as it seems. But Happy Meal trying to get even more pressure on them. Oh, that's beautifully done! Oh, I'm loving it!
Ah, yeah, that's good. That's good. Kudos for that one. But kudos to Happy Meal for the downward pass to Weelu. It's just prime positioning from Weelu. It's saying, hey, I'm an option if you want it. I see you taking this aerial. I see you've got the reset. You've got options. I'm the best one. And it's that proven factor of OnlyFans that, hey guys, we haven't made main event every single time, but guess what? We've been in the lab. We've been scrimming. We've been practicing. We've been refining our comms, and they couldn't look better than this.
This is the OnlyFans that I believe all of us expected coming into the split. And then there were issues aplenty, right? And we saw that in Regional 5 as well. Qualifier 5. Where OnlyFans, the ideas were there, the cogs were there, but they weren't just intertwined right at that point. And this is them all having been finally put on the same wavelength. It took very long, but now they're here. Lazy Bear's goal is not going to change that. It's a good shot, and it's a bit of life out of BTF.
I know you guys know me for the top 10 plays on occasion. Well, it's Lazy Bear and it's Chrono to make those eyebrow-raising plays quite often from the skies as well. So, yeah, like you said, Mock, no surprise for that goal to come eventually, but of course, in game number 1, if you're hoping for a win, you need plenty more than that. Getting it started once again is Lazy Bear. On high touch, Shadow gets one and goes for the bump. Does miss it, but prevents Clifty Moon from getting the extra touch.
Clifty not able to get it, but Willu forced back, and finally BTF has seemed to be awoken. Seem to have turned on their monitors, and now moving forward. Lazy Bear and Chrono keep the ball midfield. Clifty staying a bit more passive. Now maybe a second touch, but this is well pretended and well protected by OnlyFans, who are now currently being forced back though. Not for long. Lazy Bear, pass to, free backboard to his name. He's surely going to score. Yep, he does.
The moment he had the ball free on the wall, I think you and I both knew where this was going. It was only a matter of time. And, you know, BTF Esports are really sending the message to OnlyFans like, okay, game 1 is yours. But just so you're aware, here's what's coming in the rest of the series.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's, you know, they're like, okay, we sort of slept on game 1. We maybe not taking you for full, but now they've locked in. Now they've warmed themselves up. They've been in the microwave just a little bit. And OnlyFans are going to have a long series ahead of them. Yes, they had a great start. But in the second half of the series, it was all BTFs. The question now, though, Pyro, is, was it because, well, OnlyFans just let the foot off the gas, or is it BTF's genuine effort?
I mean, those are questions that will be answered as this series goes along. But right now, both of these teams are keen to get the better in Swiss. Yes, we have teams trying to qualify for quarterfinals right now. And yeah, we have a couple teams that are fending for their lives in the lower. But this, in the thick of the 1-1 Swiss, this is where a lot of the unseen, critical, and pivotal action occurs. It is wins like this from OnlyFans that, once again, as I was saying, Mockfish, they're not a team that everyone has put to top 8 because they haven't gotten to that position yet. But with convincing victories against BTF, against players that were of unknown goats that have made many top 8 appearances, that say OnlyFans can make that push.
Yeah, definitely. OnlyFans trying to put out a statement here as well with that opening win. And I mean, OnlyFans already beating Snakes Den today is speaking to the fact that on this day their form is there. They are in sync. And that is what we missed of them in previous regions. The question now is, of course, can they do it again against a team of BTF that is surely going to come back swinging?
Well, I want to highlight a phrase that you used, which was in sync, and they are a great artist, but it is as well a great showing of OnlyFans that they are really coordinated. I think part of that comes from Shadowhunter and Happy Meals, their experience together in prior settings. I think that comes from Shadowhunter coaching SSA for years now, so he's kind of got that coacher's mentality in the game, trying to keep the team synced, but it's also Weelu. I mean, we haven't really talked enough about Weelu. This is a world's contending player here that is showing out with OnlyFans.
Yeah, of course, Wilu on that French class come Valiant roster that made Worlds in Düsseldorf. Unfortunately, went out 0-3 in the wildcard stage, but still, they certainly can play at the best level, and they've been one of the players that has beaten Limitless as well regionally before it was a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a big deal, I think, if you can take down Limitless. And yeah, Wilu does have that record on his resume sheet, but apparently we don't have game 2 on our resume sheet, Mockfish. We'll get word soon about what's going on and get the action before you. But I think we're all on pins and needles, Mockfish, to find out if OnlyFans are going to score another 5 uncontested goals in this game. It doesn't feel like that's the way this match will go, but you never know until you get into it.
Yeah, you really never know, and I doubt it will happen again. That's sort of the things that really only happen once in a series that we think, at least, otherwise we wouldn't have picked it, is going to be closely contested, right? So I think you get away with one, but after that, we're going to see the series that we expect. It's going to be a close fight. It's going to be a very closely fought battle. And yes, results like this happen, but we've seen that in Europe. We've seen it in North America as well. When those results happen, they can come back, and it doesn't quite mean everything for the entire series.
Yeah, we're still not getting that feed. We're getting the feed sorted out, folks. If you're new to SSA, you know that this is something we got to get over the hurdles, get over the obstacles. There's always something in our way to presenting the best broadcast for you. In fact, if we were in the lobby and could see the game, Mockfish, we'd give you guys a radio broadcast of this game as well. But unfortunately, we're not in the game either. So the players will play, and we'll get in there as soon as possible. But what do you think, Mockfish, if OnlyFans do take this match convincingly in 3-0 fashion? Because it was a convincing win in game number 1. Are you taking them to top 8?
If OnlyFans wins this one, I think I do take them to top 8. And I mean, it's just a very difficult affair, though. It is very difficult to say if they can really beat this one, if they can sort it out to come back, as we finally do have a game once more. And we see that, I mean, while we've missed 2 minutes and 2 goals, we haven't really missed too much because they're still tied.
Yes, it's as if we miss no goals, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's 0-0, lads.
Yeah, 0-0 on scoreboard, for sure. Well, hey, BTF are hoping it can be 1-1 on the series score as well if they can get another goal for the lead. Closer from Shadow. Tries finding someone on the goal line there, and Happy Meal, it's a nice centered pass, but to nobody. He's got a demo teammate and another one going for the mid boost, so OnlyFans hoping they can wipe off the markings on the whiteboard and start again.
Fans trying to achieve that. Now, having to contest with the fact that BTF wants to get out if they're not letting them do so. As Shadow puts one on target, slightly off it. Lifty pushing forward. 0 boost to his name. The Happy Meal knows that. It's still not going to take the ball away from him, though. Lifty just being a pest in the other half.
That's how to do it. That's how they knock away OnlyFans out of the cohesion we've talked about. They're such a coordinated team. If you can get these bumps, you can get these demos to go, certainly you'll start to get against them. Oh man, they are thanking their lucky stars that Happy Meal did not find it between the posts. Rhoda with a take the other way, but until these shots get on target, Mocked, we're not going to see that next goal.
That next goal is still ways away, with shooting being inaccurate at the moment. Maybe one of the teams can dial in sooner rather than later. Shadow, again, just chased away from Glifty. Chrono has got one touch into the ceiling. You wanted a bit harder. Willu will be able to get the loose ball. Shadow laterally to the side. On the wall, his recovery is absolutely sublime. Shadow to do his all by his lonesome. Happy Meal, that's not in. That's in. Willu comes through.
Calculated fake coming in from Happy Meal here, saying, here comes a shot, here comes a shot. And just kidding. They got Wilu on the rebound. Hey, just one of them has to be on target, Mocked, and it was the one that counted.
Yeah, if you can fake out the defender by peppering the backboard first and then having the open net, that's fine by me, and I'm sure that's fine by OnlyFans. A 1-goal lead heading into the last minute, looking very, very good indeed here out of the fans. But can they be the only one to take game number 2? Happy Meal certainly trying to be the one to assist that. Lazy Bear at the near post is going to sniff him out.
Oh, here we go. Now OnlyFans are cooking once again. Nice sidewall read there from Weelu. Chrono without any boost is going to get an immediate front flick. Happy Meal there to take it away. Weelu beaten by Glyfty, and that's an open goal line. Happy Meal's got to get back in time, and certainly does. 30 seconds remaining, and if OnlyFans can make diving saves like that for the rest of the time, then they'll be good to go up 2-0 in this series. On the 50-50, but that is double commit there from OnlyFans. Chrono wants to play this off the ceiling, earns a second touch towards the net. It's a double save from OnlyFans, and everybody went on that from BTF. They'll get back in time for one more effort. It's Weelu into the corner, trying to play keep away with the pass they do. Shadow says the shot's not needed. The win is secured.
Shot not needed. Win secured. And OnlyFans move up onto a match point here against a BTF esports that may have been signed, but looks a shadow of their former unknown selves.
I mean, listen, this is more than what we saw out of game number 1. If we want to talk shadow of themselves, that's what their defense was, especially on transition. In game number 1, they were allowing OnlyFans to make these complete counterattack plays that made them look so hesitant, right? But game 2 was different. Did we see how the first 2 goals happened? Maybe not, Mockfish. But what we can tell is it's a closer game. It's a sturdier defense. And if it gets even more stubborn, this match could see its way to game 4 or game 5.
I'm not one to count BTF out of it. Then, I mean, that would be disrespectful to what they've achieved in this split as this roster with Lazy Bear, with Glyfty, and with Chrono. So I still think there's more that BTF can give us. The question is, I think what they're struggling premierly with is that OnlyFans is just going to pressure them, and that pressure is merciless. That pressure is coming very, very early on, and they're not really used to that, having to play against this sort of play style, and it takes a bit of time to get accustomed to that. I think they've already done a better job in game 2 than compared to game 1, but it hasn't been enough yet, has it here, Pyro?
Well, I think that's what they need to punish them on, right? OnlyFans are so aggressive and somehow getting these counterattack plays that I expect BTF to make those plays. Make OnlyFans reconsider their aggressive strategy by beating them at their own breakaway game. So here we go into game number 3. BTF have to survive this game if they don't want to immediately go to that 1 and 2 lower stage.
BTF tasked with the reverse sweep of OnlyFans. Shadow is going to pre-jump this save. Willow into the corner. And immediately met by Chrono. That's a demo. Ooh. That's an open net. And that's a 1-0. Glyfty for BTF.
This is like the 3rd or 4th time they've cleared the goal line with a demolition, or at least disrupted OnlyFans, right? I think that demo was closer to the midfield line, but finally they do get the goal off of that. And it's going to be the off-the-ball work again that's going to work for BTF today. And I'll tell you what, something's definitely worked for Team Mobula. As you can see on the side there, they are officially going to be seen on Saturday.
Mobula 3-0 in the Swiss, 9-0 in games. I think safe to say that, to the surprise of absolutely no one, Mobula will be going through as 1 seed into Saturday. But here we serve to see who can maybe get qualified in round 4. A potential opponent beckoning here for Mobula. Happy Meal off to the ceiling. Happy Meal off the backboard. Triple tap. Oh, not quite.
Almost got the 3-piece there. So close for Happy Meal, and even had the follow-up there from Shadow, but you're seeing from BTF Esports that, okay, we're not going to necessarily allow a play like that to just happen in front of our eyes. Maybe that was us in Game 1. Game 2's a different story, and turn to the next page, because this is the chapter of OnlyFans.
Oh, look at the fake. Look at the communication. Happy Meal called off by Willow, and then no one on BTF knew what hit them. The fake is beautiful. The execution even better from Willow. Bounce shot to the corner. And OnlyFans can indeed find the equalizer. Maybe even more. Oh, that's a bad touch out of Chrono. Lazy Bear on the goal line.
Oh, somehow it doesn't go in. I mean, that was it from OnlyFans. They've scored on so many breakaways. But I do want to mention the fact that their last 2 goals have been from those fakes. Mockfish, it's no joke. It's no question that this is part of their strategy. Carby Core especially love to do something like this where they send one off the ball, go for the air dribble bump or the demo or the fake, and then the second one comes in for the shot. OnlyFans has been studying up on the arguable top, not top of the world and trying to implement that here in SSA.
Yeah, arguably top. Let's see.
I know.
What happens moving forward? But also, let's see what happened moving forward here. With BTF and OnlyFans tied as virtual halftime comes and goes. Chrono, in the meantime, doesn't come and doesn't go. He just waits, sits patiently on the side wall, leaving the ball to Shadow. Big flick out of him. Lazy Bear take control. Beautiful landing and recovery on the backboard. Gets demoed for his troubles though. Happy Meal. Late shots, but Chrono more than ready for it. BTF able to clear their lines, go out and transition into offense.
These legacy players of OnlyFans in the SSA scene are really hoping to just stomp out another import team of BTF. They could do it with one more goal in this series. That said, Glifty Moon wants to play spoiler past midfield. The Chrono gets intercepted by Weelu. Happy Meal with the pickup. Is it the sidewall read? It might not need to be. A Shadow plays it instead. The fans are trying for passing plays. Quick launches to the other side to get this attack moving again. But we're seemingly still stuck in this back and forth.
Still stuck in Lazy Bear now. Trying for the ground double tap. Not having the second touch necessary. So Willow can collect in the corner. Happy Meal to take over. Now the ball being kept in that corner. It finally spills in field for BTF. Lazy Bear on the double tap. Beaten by Willow. Second man committing. So that bump up high. It's good in theory, but bad in practice. Worthless in practice. No follow. Maybe here. No. Chrono. Decisive challenge.
Chrono is such a king of the skies, right? It's no surprise to see him challenge immediately when that aerial play is lurking for OnlyFans, but that's boost expended, and there's plenty of boost for Happy Meal in this past midfield. No one wants to dive at it. Here from OnlyFans, a team known to be so aggressive in nature in this series is a little flat-footed on big opportunity plays with these passes in front of the net. They don't dive at it. They're just waiting to be scored on by BTF. That said, Shadow flip reset all the way downfield, coast to coast. He's able to work that ball, but can Happy Meal work the pass midfield? He can! Balls off the post! The finisher's there for Shadow to nearly knock out BTF.
He comes from behind, from whence you can't see him. Shadow moves in and then just puts it through, but a lot of work of that goal has to be credited to Happy Meal with the catch and assist out of the corner. And suddenly, BTF only 18 seconds away from being swept down to the 1 and 2 elimination games by the hands of OnlyFans, who are moving forward with so much intent. But here comes Lazy Bear, shot on target, double commit, but saved.
And one more save is needed for OnlyFans. We've seen it. Can the ball reach the ground? BTF don't want to see even the semblance of it. It's all up to Glifty Moon to get this touch, but it's a fake there from Shadow to bring OnlyFans to 2-1 in the Swiss stage.
2-1. OnlyFans have already confirmed their best seasonal performance here. We're going to at least a round number 5, and that was in that they didn't scrape by here, right, Pyro? They just convincingly beat a top 4, top 8 contender in BTF.
You know, if we started this season and saw this performance, no one would raise an eyebrow. Shadow's proven himself at the coach and player role. Happy Meal and Weelu have been at the top of the region in different timelines of SSA. But it is an eyebrow raiser right now, Altruism, isn't it? And it's weird to say that.
It is, but like the scoreline is also a little deceptive. I mean, a 3-0 sweep is a dominating win, but none of those games at any stage felt rather dominating to my mind. And so, Mark, I'm interested. Is what was, because it seemed like, what, a 10% difference? And that's kind of what the scoreline, the stats before the game also reflected. You know, we saw that little matchup of Shadow versus Lazy Bear, and it was, they both taking the same number of shots in the game, but Shadow's just getting that extra, 10 or 20% more of those into the back of the net.
I feel like it was about those details, but I also feel it was a macro win for OnlyFans. What I mean by that is that I think for Unknown Goats, it is caught up to them that they don't scrim, that they just literally meet up for game day, maybe have a warm-up scrim, and then move on. It. That is, I think it finally has caught up to them, because it's a team that regularly scrims, went in the lab, had a few and a lot of kinks to work out. It showed no team cohesion from BTF, and loads and loads and loads of it. Team cohesion, communication, and just team effort coming out of OnlyFans. So that's the only thing that we can say is fair play, well played to OP.
And that's kind of what I
do want to butt in just for a second, Altruism, because team cohesion was the big sticking point throughout this match, especially when we talk about scrimming practices from the former Unknown Goats. So great point brought up there, Mockfish. I do want to at least give the accolades of the mechanical ability that we saw out of this team as well, though, because those quick counterattacks cannot happen unless you're linking up in a very swift way, getting reads off the sidewall. We saw that flip reset pass down to Shadow that Happy Meal had earlier as well. Like, the mechanics definitely shined through, and it's showing for a very complete and well-rounded roster of OnlyFans.
Yeah, it looked really good, and I think, Mark, you got it right. It is that difference in team cohesion, where it looked like the OnlyFans lineup was sometimes making a couple of little mistakes. They just were going for an optimistic play, and they're just not making the connection. But they were always only going for those when they had someone else to back it up. They were going, okay, if this works, then great, we've just set ourselves up to a wonderful stage. But if it doesn't, then fine. But I mean, like Pyro, like you just said, that was some phenomenal play. One of the best plays of Happy Meal I've ever seen. Kind of thought about the whole way. Bromeo was also saying, very intelligent Rocket League. The decisions that they were making, even when they were pressed backwards, they kind of took the time to turn around onto their own backboard and send it out. But that ends up this game, and some very interesting results. Only one still to go, but Mobula, pretty clear. Limitless still not finished yet with 77 blocks. Astronic Skill Quest taking a good clean O. Tight fight between Genesix and Drift Queen. Still
reverse
locked
sweep
in
on
there.
the line there. Sorry to interject there, Alt, but Drift Queen's in the process of reverse sweeping Genesix, if they don't manage to pull it off.
If they manage to pull it off, though.
And then you got Bird, though. Bird over Nyx. So Bird go from not winning a single Swiss round to now winning 2, and they're on their way to top 8 qual. How about
I told you in the green room, Pyro. I told you it's a mental block. It's a mental block that's been lifted now from Bird. I told you to believe in them, but you didn't believe in me.
Well, Mockfish, if we didn't have any arguments, this wouldn't be any fun, would it?
True. Yeah, fair, very true.
I'm just going to sit back and let you guys go for it, because, I mean, fair enough. I certainly wouldn't have said that the Bird came in as the underdogs in that matchup, but, I mean, 3-1 is a great showing for them, and like you say, it could just be a mental block. They're starting to find their cohesion, they're starting to find their flavor, and that's kind of been what we've seen from SSA as a whole. Teams that have joined up, we remarked about it in the first qualifier for the split, so qualifier number 4. We said that everyone has shuffled. We've constantly talked about this shuffle and the idea that people are now finding their new homes and starting to practice enough. And some teams, found their new home and instantly gelled. But other teams are just taking a little bit of time. And I'm okay with that. And Bird, one of those teams definitely that we are looking at. But that brings us to past the halfway mark, guys. Certainly looking at the top there, Mobula and maybe Limitless. We haven't got a confirmation, but Mobula confirming themselves as the first team be able to go through to the main event, clean 3-0. No surprises there, guys. But would you have expected, Mark, would you have expected Nine Lives to do more against them?
I would have given them, I think when they played in Open Qualifier 4, Nine Lives were able to push it to game 5, actually. I think they went all the way. But I think Nine Lives could have taken 1, like just on paper, but yeah, it's Mobula. Like in the end, I don't think Nine Lives could have actually put up the upset.
Give them credit where it's due. The game number 3 was overtime, so that was a 3-3 overtime in game number 3. So they almost did scratch away a win, but what I don't think anyone is surprised by is the fact that Mobila, a team that has won in every event that they participated in, is now number 1 seed again coming out of Swiss. And what this means for the regional narrative is that officially, Limitless cannot make major number 2 for London. Mobila had to lose every single Swiss game, so that's a definitive result. But now, what was a little more interesting was that Astronic could make the second major if Mobila lose in the quarterfinals. Because we've now seen them come out as the number 1 seed, we are posturing for Mobila to have almost no chance of losing that game.
Yeah, it looks unlikely, doesn't it? I mean, no offense, but if they can 3-0 Nine Lives and if they can 3-0 a very strong looking OnlyFans, the 8th seed going out of Swiss is going to have a hell of a job to do.
And I mean, that whole situation was also predicated on Astronic winning the event. Yeah. They've just lost in the sweep to Limitless, so even if Mobila was taken out, there are a couple of other people coming in here. PyroJ, what I'm interested though in, especially in considering that matchup, Nine Lives versus Mobila, we asked beforehand, that was kind of the benchmark. It was your measuring stick. It was your litmus test, as Romeo put it, as to whether Nine Lives is really feeling like a confident second SSA team, second string SSA team, or maybe there's some space for someone else.
See, okay, this is my whole issue with this RLCS season only being 2 splits, because I really feel like we should be just over the halfway mark of the regular season, but we're at the final stretch instead. So it's very, very, very bizarre, and it's weird, but swallow it and accept it, right? So right now, Nine Lives being the number 2 in the region, I think is a narrative that has already started dissipating. Given some of the Snake's Den performances, given what we're seeing now of the up-and-coming teams from OnlyFans, right? Realistically, we still need time for these teams to form, like you were saying about Bird. So, yeah, that litmus test is becoming questionable as we go, but let's see how the rest of the Swiss goes. Again, my whole thing about Nine Lives is that they always go to round 5 of Swiss. They've got to break that trend this time around, so go do it, Nine Lives. Do it in round 4.
Well, they only need 1 more game to be able to do that. Still sitting on 2 victories and now 1 loss. And joining them up there is going to be Genesix, who managed to finally finish off their series, taking down Drift Queens in a 3-2. So jubilation for some of the SSA fans. Drift Queens struggling again, a team that's been up and down. They're going to be going to elimination matches along with a couple more. We'll take a deep look at all of those upcoming fixtures just after this. We're going to a very short break. The action and the chaos continue. As always with SSA, what else could we possibly bring you? But the closest, most unpredictable games, and certainly the predictions here from the panel and even in the background there from the guys in the desk, they're just not all that easy. And Bromeo, that last match, it seemed to have a weird flavor about it even there. We had a pretty solid panel discussion, but there were moments when it looked like the individual mechanics of BTF. I keep wanting to call them BTS, like the band. Not the same thing. BTF.
BDS, maybe you're thinking.
BTF certainly tried to show up on their own, but their cohesion certainly a little bit lacking.
I think that's. I think everybody before marked Pyro, yourself, you've hit the nail on the head here. They've looked very disjointed, and you talk cohesion, yes, definitely, and so many of the team plays they wanted to set up didn't happen purely because they chose not to pass, or the pass went awry. Things just didn't go well for them. And everything went well for OnlyFans because they had a game plan, they executed it, and every single decision looked like a good decision because it was the decision that they'd made, and they went with it, and very few mistakes were made. And it was really, really enjoyable to watch OnlyFans play there because you could see that it was very well thought out, it was intelligent, and that win gave me a lot of joy just for the sake of Rocket League and how good it was.
It's true. Pyro, we started the conversation today with teams out and teams in. And that certainly seems to be a big factor about this untenable momentum of people who were previously getting even as far as top 4, now even struggling with Swiss stage. How do you feel about that as a whole?
Good. No, I say good because I just ended our last segment talking about how I thought this would be the middle of the season, right? Just a 3-split season. Instead, we're at the end. These stories need time to develop, to marinate. Teams need more time to really get cohesive, like we just saw from OnlyFans, right? So there should be this type of contention. Yet something altruism is still the same in SSA, whether it was season 1 with the rivalry or season 2 with the super team. There's always a dominant top, isn't there?
Yeah.
And Limitless Mobula, they're back up there.
And that's the rivalry we want, right? That's what we've kind of been pushing at, and it seems to be culminated. And it's very interesting that we've got this Mobula side who's set a new standard, where Limitless was always having that burden for themselves previously. Now they're the ones being forced to chase just a little bit, but have done it with aplomb. They've certainly rallied themselves, looking confident in all of their games, and have managed to get through to our Saturday quarterfinal. So very excited to see that. Unfortunately, 2 teams have dropped out, Monochrome and Punishers dropping out there, but there's room for more. 3 games, 3 more teams going to qualify here, and 3 more teams going to get knocked out. Top half of that bracket, of course, being the people fighting for their Saturday position with a lifeline. Guys at the bottom, and some names there, Bromeo, that we're not expecting, and of course, a big one that we're going to highlight because we are actually going to cover this match: Snake's Den versus Drift Queens.
Oh, that Drift Queens, they didn't have the best split last. I mean, they went from, quarterfinals. I think they made it all the way to top 4. And now they might not even make it out of Swiss. And that is wild. Because you're looking at the quality of some of the players on all of these teams. I mean, Snake's Den as well, not having the best Swiss. And they've also had a top 4 finish just this last one. So I think that speaks less about them. They, let's not talk about them specifically in this. Let's think about every single other team that has come and put their hands up. OnlyFans, Bird putting in through massive wins. We're seeing so many good performances by outliers who we wouldn't have given the time of day. Like, my predictions are in tatters, purely because this round has been so completely out there. It's been wild.
Okay, I do want to talk about Drift Queens, even if you don't. I know we're getting to the predictions, we're close here, but this is not the same team that Drift Queens were when we were talking about top 4, okay? This is a very different team. Now, this is a team that scraped by into the top 16. They barely beat Pony Nujitsu, and then they barely defeated the Elites, both in Game 5. So, to be honest, Drift Queens, they're happy to just be here.
Happy to just be here. How did we think this even just a couple of weeks ago? What an incredible situation we're in. And SSA, it never fails to disappoint right now. But we go into the team comparison. Of course, you guys saw that the voting is open in the Twitch chat. See if you guys are right this time. I mean, obviously very difficult. And on paper, a very different playstyle. Higher shots coming out from Drift Queens, but far more demos, and even forced to make a couple more saves there is Snake's Den. And Premier, what do you think about Snake's Den's chances? I mean, we've said that they seem to have found their home and their playstyle together.
Well, last split, they really hit their rhythm, and Ram heading out there with the aggression, Eli playing with carte blanche. He was able to play his game, and they haven't been able to quite replicate it. And that's why this is a low match and not a high match. And to say that both teams are playing at their potential would be false. Both are not. So this match is going to demonstrate for us who can pull it back, who can pull it forward. So yes, I do think that Snake's Den can. I think they can pull it out the hat. I think Ram needs to find his aggressive, upfront, abrasive nature. And yeah, they're in for a shot if they can reach where they were just 2 weeks ago.
Now I want to interject with another one of our wonderful little trivia things. Looking at the shots there, we've got lots far outweighed is the Drift Queens, very high shooting squad. And this is pretty common in terms of the imports versus local variety. The locals are not sitting up there near the highest number of average shots in the game. My question to you, Snake's Den is currently leading the most number of shots per game. Pyro, how many import teams are above them in that top 10 ranking?
Whoa. That's interesting. You said Snake's Den are averaging the most shots per game in terms of the local teams.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how many? I'll say, if they're beating them, probably only a couple, like 2.
Snake's Den is currently sitting 6th in terms of how many shots on average they take per game. 5 import teams above them in that roster. I mean, we see Mobulus sitting in first, then Unknown Goats, Astronic, 77 blocks, and against them, Drift Queens above them. So yeah, not something that we tend to do very well, even despite what someone like VK Salen has said before, that our big thing that we need to work was on defense. A little bit more aggression is going to be needed, and I'm interested to see if this is the time that they're going to close that distance. So let's get into our predictions, gents. Bromeo, you tend to sit back and let everyone else go forward, so I want to give this to you first. Who's going to win, and by how much?
It's a tough one. We've seen bad results from both of these teams so far. Snake's Den are not looking like the team we're used to. That said, given their previous form and their aggression, I will give them this win, but also, again, it's going to be Game 5.
Pyro, you know the question.
Yeah, let's keep going here. I think we're working swiftly on time, so I'll make mine swift as well. Give me the Snake's Den. Ram's going to lead the way.
And number of games?
At 4.
4? You think it's going to take 4? I'm more with Bromeo. I think this is going to be a 5-game clash, and at the risk of putting on the wonderful desk prediction curse, whenever we put a sweep, it doesn't go well. But today seems to be different. Last time we had a sweep and we were all the way. And so I'm going to go Snake's Den. They've had a rough time, but they've got a better shot at this, especially considering their opponents have not been showing their mettle just yet either. So give me a Snake's Den. But I also think game number 5. So without any further ado, elimination time. Snake's Den versus Drift Queen. It's all or nothing, do or die for the two teams who've already managed to make it to the semi-finals. Now, just trying to stay alive. We head to game number 5 for the Rlcs qualifier number 6.
And if you would have told me that these two teams were facing off in a series that sent someone home, I would have called you a liar if you told me it was happening during the Swiss stages. Two teams that do have top 4 finishes to their names this split, but today it's round 4 where one goes home. Can the Drift Queens crush yet another local team's qualifier dreams, or can the Snakes Den defend their turf and prove that this is SSA? 3 wins to take it all, and Mocked, let's get down and do what it do.
Let's get it down and dirty with this series. Oh, and dirty already. The defensive efforts here out of Snakes Den, but they somehow stay clean sheeted on the back line. Eli now getting that ball under control, and we can breathe a sigh of relief through Snakes Den. Drift Queens in a different formation. The X-Up Ferg stepping in. Jelly transferring it over from Straskibity. There's a new version of the Drift Queens. Reevesy, the only one to stay put from the iteration that upset Limitless in Open Qualifier 4 in the quarterfinals.
As for now, though, Snakes Den looking to try and get their first chance towards the net. Nice shot coming across here, but now a counterattack. It's Jelly in the air, bang, and the Drift Queens are going to be the first on the board as it's 1-0 with not even a minute expired.
1-0. There's quick little clears and quick long clears out of the Drift Queens half. The upside down redirect, just a cherry on top as Drift Queens take this first goal of the series and thereby start the series off as it belongs. But Werty doesn't linger back. Werty immediately responds.
The dog Werty getting dirty, breaking out the protractor here from that corner and using every little bit that's needed, able to send that thing on home just in front of the defender. And as quick as we saw the Drift Queens were able to take the lead here in game number 1, Snakes Den have been able to respond. And now it's going to be Eliakim up in the air, a flip over one, trying to keep the control, but at least keeps the pressure down here on this blue side. Still a big, nice touch here from Evsy. Or no, that was actually from Ferg, I believe, that actually got the clear. Jelly's going to have to get this save coming in. Snakes Den now looking at like their offense has woken up a little bit, Mont.
Snakes Den certainly woken up, and I mean, both these teams already today having to play 14 out of the possible 15 matches that they could have. 2 full-length series and then 1 4-game series to their name. So they've got plenty of Rocket League already today under their belt. And it's a question of whether or not fatigue is going to set in for one of these teams eventually. If not here in round 4, then definitely come round 5. Not a lot of rest for the 6 players that are currently taking on the pitch as Ferg puts it up high for Reevesy. Ram is there to intercept Snakes, then trying to keep their back half clean.
As he should be able to get the clean save here, nice and easy, and actually a passing play, the 1-2. I thought that was going to be a third pass, maybe should have, because that shot was very easy to read, and now it's Werty trying to go the opposite way with it. Unfortunately, lets that ball get just too far away. Allows Ferg to get the control off the back wall, but Eliakim able to jump on in there and get the steal. A demo comes across, though, and that might actually allow them to get the possession here. Only 2 players forward. That does allow Ferg to respawn right back where that ball was going, though. Allows Drift Queens to keep the possession down. And as far as for the last 30, 45 seconds or so, Drift Queens have really been putting pressure on this blue half. Ferg going to be able to jump that one, keeps it moving forward, but nobody else to follow.
No one there to follow it up, but now Jelly's there to just get it out of their own half from the Drift Queens. Werty, no doink found by Ram. Still, Snakes then able to free themselves out of the Drift Queens' pressure. As it's just give and go. Give to possession away. Currently name of the game from both teams. Neither really wanting to keep in control. Neither really taking those slow controlling touches. Jelly taking over the opposing half, but lacking the mechanical skill at the moment to do anything with it.
Queens have an opportunity here. I thought they were going to be able to push that thing up into that top left-hand corner. Snakes Den trying to find some way to relieve the pressure. Eliakim with a pass over to Werty. It's going to be Ferg, the only one back, has plenty of boost in the tank to at least get the first touch here. Not going to be able to get the clear. And Ram looking for a bump onto Ferg, but it is still Revsy in the sky, able to move this thing forward, now down onto this orange half. And the Snakes Den trying to do the best they can to limit the amount of time that the orange squad has this possession. You've got 75 seconds left on the clock, and as far as for you on the Snakes Den side, you feel like you would really like to wrap this thing up before overtime.
Sooner rather than later. On Snakes Den as Werty's going to the skies. It's just going to boom it away. Ram is there. It's going to be over the target. Reevesy not going to be on the end of that, and that's a side flip. Eliakim, the beneficiaries. Snakes Den, the beneficiaries as they take the lead 2-1.
It's Eli able to slot that in. Ferg not able to close the gap to be able to shut that thing down by the post. And 59 seconds remain on the clock here for the Drift Queens. And it is still plenty of time. You don't have to press the panic button just quite yet. But it has felt like in the last minute or so, Snakes Den has started to figure things out from that orange half, figuring out what it takes to get past their third back line and to be able to push things into the offensive pressure on that half for them. They're doing a great job of limiting the visits by the Drift Queens as well into that blue side.
Doing well, but also to understand that Drift Queens are always going to put pressure on you. Drift Queens are always going to be breathing down your neck and not struggling as a result. That calmness is something that we extremely missed in come Open Qualifier 4, come the second split. But that calmness has come to the region, and so he's not come to the region. He's still at top of the region. Werty with a nasty, nasty redirect.
Able to get it, the redirect just before Ferg's able to get there. Feels I'm sure the defender right there on the rear, and instead is able to just tap that thing on in, and with the 2-goal lead, 13 seconds, unless you're able to punch one home now and then able to get another one. But guess what? Wordy says, how about another one for me? That's the hat trick, and it's 4-1.
Hat trick hero, Dirty Werty, with a 4-1 lead now. Snakes then put this one to rest, put this one to bed. And Drift Queens, it looked very competitive for a long time. It still is a competitive game. I think we can't be getting fooled here by the scoreline cue. But it's a game that certainly went away from Drift Queens at the end.
Yeah, it's the wheels are coming off this thing here, Mox, in the last couple of seconds. I mean, Snakes Den really barreling down. They're making sure that they are not letting off the gas until the final whistle blows. And especially when you're talking about an elimination stage game here in the Swiss stages, that's huge, because you not only need to win just the one here, Mox, as good as this 5-1 victory is going to look, but if you can go into game number 2 and then keep that pressure as well and really kind of suck the life out of the opposition, Snakes Den's going to be well on their way to round 5.
Well on their way indeed. And I mean, sucking out, it's difficult to really suck the fight out of Drift Queens, right? Because we've seen this from them time and time again, maybe not in that configuration, but from the individual players, that they are just pristine competitors first and foremost. They will not give up. They will fight to the very end. I mean, that's what netted them their win against Limitless and Snakes. And of course, that will be playing a part in the back of their mind, surely. And Snakes Den now with that 1-goal lead. Snakes Den going through, and we just having to quickly wait as we rehost the lobby. But I mean, Q, what if you're Drift Queens? You've done a good job. What do you do now specifically to try and come back here against Snakes Den?
I think that's tough, right? Because we know that they're a team that does like to stay kind of cool, calm, and collected. But I feel like they've got to find a way to up the pressure in the sense of just upping the tempo. I don't know if that means just buying space with bumps or demos, or just simply otherwise trying to play faster. But we saw there towards the end, I mean, they were having problems keeping up with the pace the Snake Den were bringing.
Yeah, and I don't even know if that pace was pure positioning or if they were just stupidly saying holding down boost more, right? That's a bit of a problem. That's what I really struggle to see. That's where I am like, okay, how did these goals actually come about? And it was mostly just good 50-50s, I feel like, on the side of Snakes. And so it's a weird one to call, because this game has been so close for 4.5 minutes. It's just really in that last 30 seconds that Snakes had just suddenly popped.
Yeah, I mean, I think the words of I used were the wheels coming off. It felt like for so long you were just able to stay neck and neck with them. And I think I have to agree with that sentiment. It felt like a couple of rough 50-50s, and then from there, a couple of inopportune opportunities, just in the fact that you have to apply more pressure. Once you're down 3-1, especially late into a game, you can't really stay on your normal sort of pace of play. You have to try and make some extra additional pressure into the zone, which leaves kind of some susceptibility into the back end there. Unfortunately, it's a best of 5 mock. So even when you take a loss where it feels like maybe if you get a couple more rolls that go your way, that you can turn things around. If you take that risk and all of a sudden the rolls don't come your way, now you're at that serious point on the opposite side of the field.
And the problem with the best of 5 is, of course, it doesn't give you that time. It doesn't. You can't just take game 1 off. You just have to be on it, bam, immediately, right? And that's the sort of issue that that is now being faced by Drift Queens, where they come in as a new roster. They don't necessarily have that cohesion yet. They don't have that innate understanding of one another that Snakes Den is going to have, and they're gonna have to not just overcome Snakes Den, but also that limitation that they have.
I do got to say, I'm excited to see from Snakes Den. I felt like for them, that first game was going to be oh so huge against a squad that, I mean, yeah, you mentioned is different from the squad that did take down Limitless, but you do still have some of that experience that did take down Limitless earlier this year, right? And a team that, I mean, has shown some pop-off potential. So I think for Snakes Den here, getting the monkey off the back by being able to take game 1, especially in the fashion that they have, they got to be feeling nice and loose heading into game number 2. The pressure really is going to be onto that other side of the pitch. So for Snakes Den, I feel like for you just come out here and just try and, I don't want to say vibe, because obviously you want to put the pressure down, but I don't think you have to worry about like overexerting yourself in the sense of like pushing too hard. I think you just kind of try and duplicate game 1.
Yeah, you try to duplicate game 1, but also don't get carried away by the scoreline at the end. Don't get carried away being like, oh, we won 5-1. We absolutely curb stomped them, right? Because it wasn't 5-1 for the longest time. It was a very, very close one. So the biggest mistake Snakes Den could do is take Drift Queens onto the soft shoulder, and Jelly is certainly going to teach them that lesson. Immediate kickoff goal.
Jelly able to get the jam here, able to punch this thing on home. 5 seconds is all Drift Queens needs, and that's what they needed. A little bit of extra pep in the step heading into game number 2. You're now in the driver's seat. However, if I remember correctly, they were the first ones to score in game number 1, and then it was Snakes Den who were able to find a relatively quick equalizer. So for Drift Queens, they've got to hold the line for now.
Drift Queens, an early goal is always calming and soothing for your own well-being, but also, of course, gives your opponents enough time to come back, as Eliakim's going to pet it past to Reevesy. He's going to save it to the side, goes into the center pass, but Eli already on Jelly's case, so no recipient on the end of that passing attempt. And Snakes then have a relatively tame job on defense to contest with.
The Kablamo for a little bit of extra space here. A second one as well, which is going to delay the exit. And man, now you see Revsy also going to be 8-1 as well. And that allows them to just keep the pressure down onto this blue half. Revsy up in the air, wins the 50. However, it drops down for Eli. And Eli just has one last player to beat. It's Ferg, who reads this thing like a book, pops it up into the sky. Now trying to go coast to coast with it, gets the second touch, but it's a big booming clear actually from a pinch. I think that was from Wordy, who sends it down to the opposite side. Right now for Snakes Den, we've been seeing them relieve the pressure as far as in the sense of getting some clears, but every time they do, it's with these big booming touches, which inevitably just end up putting the ball right onto the hood of a Drift Queen player who's moving downhill and keeps the pressure in the zone.
Yeah, that's really the problem with these big booms, is whenever the opponent is well structured and expecting those big booms, it's like, okay, you got the ball quickly away, but it's also going to come back as quickly as you send it away. As there's the direct proof. Quad error to demonstrate them. Long boom. Reevesy's on the end of it and just brings it right back for Ferg. 2-0 in favor of the Drift Queens.
And I think the big thing noticing there was we saw a couple of Drift Queen players who were doing a good job of getting those big pads, always had gas in the tank, struggling over on that Snakes Den side. So moving quicker downfield was Drift Queens, and they made them pay. Now looking for a potential third, looks to slot it top right. That's going to hit the post, and now it's going to be up to Wordy, looking for a potential pass up to Ram. One touch, back off for Wordy. That's going to hit the post. Eliakim off the rebound, and Snakes Den cut this lead in half.
And again, it's one of those redirects we've seen from Wordy in game 1. Now Ram gets that soft touch to completely throw a spanner in the works of the defense, and then finally Eliakim, the janitor, comes through and gets Snakes Den their 1 goal, halving the lead of the Drift Queens. Maybe even more after this kickoff. Wordy naturally across. Jelly's going to have that read, but contested immediately in the air by Eliakim.
Keeping the pressure up here on this orange half are the Drift Queens, but now the ball sneaks on by. That's past Revsy, but that should be able to get fielded. Wordy, though, putting a lot of pressure down, trying to see if they can find a center. They did have one player, I believe that was Ram, who was in a position that they could have put a shot on a target had that pass came across. Now Ram loses the 50. Ball still down here on the Snakes Den side. Maybe up to Eliakim to try and do a lot with a little. No boost in the tank. Met with Revsy, who has quite a bit. Going to center things up for Jelly. Looks for the shot, and that's going to find the lace. And the Drift Queens now going to be up by 2.
Drift Queen's up by 2. Revsy gets a pass, and then you could see in the background already as Revsy took the ball to the sky that Ram did not want to go back. Ram trusted fully that Werty was going to get a touch on it, and immediately that trust this time around was not rewarded. Death trust this time around, it was punished by Drift Queens. Revsy getting it past clean, and then it's quite an easy shot for Jelly to find it in. Again, 2 goals to deficit here for Snakes then, who want to find a way back into Game 2 on Forbidden Temple.
They would love to find a way back. I mean, 2 goals, 2 minutes, definitely plenty doable. Eliakim going to get over 2, but get met by Revsy. Ram sitting pretty well in that backfield, able to get the touch to move things back on forward, but does get met with a demo. Doesn't slow Werty down from entering into that offensive half, but unfortunately they're the only one, so it's going to be left to Eliakim, the third back, at least has to send things towards the sidewall, gathers the control. Revsy going to be meeting them. No, Werty, actually a touch, a pass towards the middle off that corner. Good second touch by the defender, though, to send that thing high. Otherwise, that would have been a good, nice shot opportunity for the Snakes Den. And although the Blue Squad did have possession for a bit down on the other half, you had 1 shot for it? The defense from Drift Queen stout.
Defense from Drift Queen's definitely very strong, but this pinch is as well. Eliakim able to get in Revsy to get that over Ram. But no one there to get the second touch. In fact, it's Jelly and Drift Queens moving forward. Werty again flick up high, but again, an easy defensive task for the Drift Queens. Snakes then losing control of what makes them good. Losing control of the ball, losing control of possession way too easily.
Are looking to try and take that possession from the Drift Queens here, but that third back does a good job of keeping the pressure here forward. A quick visit, though. Not much pressure. Eliakim trying to flip the field. A demo from Ram maybe buys it a little bit of additional space, but I think that was Revsy. Sends it actually a pass over to Jelly. A quick flip of the pitch. And now for the Drift Queens, they're up by 3, and it looks like they're well set to take game number 2.
Drift Queens say, what you can do, we can do too. 4-1 now in their favor, and still 36 seconds to make up that 1-5 loss of game 1. And it's a different story, though. I think the scoreline in this game is reflecting what's happening on the pitch a lot better. Drift Queens just fully in control of it.
Yeah, it's Drift Queens pitch, and right now the Snakes then just happen to be playing on it. I mean, they've came out here and really grabbed the bull by the horns. One more for the road. No, not going to be the case. Eliakim sends it over towards the side. Still threatening towards the net, though, are the Drift Queens. One more move towards the center of the field. It's Berg. That's going to get left in front of the net. Ram says, you know what? I'm going to do it to us instead, as it's going to be an own goal, and Drift Queens go up 5-1.
Look, Ferg, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you didn't want to pass and you did want to shoot it on target, so I'm just going to put it in. It's a nice little show of camaraderie here from Ram and Snakes then. Well, we said that Drift Queens is not going to be a team that's going to be down and out without a fight, and they've certainly shown that fight here in Game 2. Drift Queens take this game and equalize the series.
Who doesn't love when a best of 5 becomes a best of 3? Just means we get ourselves a little bit more Rocket League, man. We had that sweep in the last one. Keep those for the other boys. Let us have some fun while we're on the desk. And the Drift Queens here in game number 2. Look about the fact of how much they're able to dictate the pace of things. 10 shots as opposed to the 6 from Snakes Den. I think the big thing, too, is really asserting themselves and buying the space on the demo. 6 of them, thanks, as opposed to just the 1 from the demos. The Snakes, they got to have a little bit more bite if they're going to want to defend their den.
Definitely. Ironically, the Snakes are missing a lot of that venom moving forward. But still, of course, nothing done just yet. Nothing that can't be undone. It's a game performance, but it's a overall weak game performance from Snakes then. And especially, I mean, points aren't everything, right? But Ram if you're under 100 by the end, I feel like that is a bit of a woeful game from you, and that was of course Ram with only 84.
My dog looking like me out there during my ranked games. I'll tell you what, I'm just out there supporting the team. Now, it's okay, though. It's only 1, man. It's a best of 5. We can put, there's a reason that the windshield is a lot bigger than the rear view mirror, man. What's in front of you is always much more important than what's behind you. It's now a best of 3 here, and for the Snakes Den, you put the pass behind, you have yourself a good strong 60, 90 seconds to start things off. You can't allow Drift Queens onto the scoreboard quickly the way that you did in game 2.
Yeah, I was about to say, first step, don't concede in the opening 10 seconds, and yep, they managed to do that quite handedly. But now, maybe extended to the first 30 as there's a ball wayward in the middle. Ram able to get it away from Danger. Werty, pass one, but the pass is not going to be accurate enough. Can Reevesy fight the redirect? No, he can't. Eliakim can save. Snakes Den's behind. We are still struggling though. Werty, 1 touch, 2nd touch. How about a 3rd? No, he's lacking boost. Only 5 in his tank, but still threatening at least.
Jelly here after the demo has the control, looking to go the opposite way with it here, but Ram picking the pockets. Now going to go up the sidewall. Gets the big boost. Going to have a little bit to play with, but you know what? Revsy says, I'll take that. Thank you very much. A quick flip over Wordy here as well. Acts as a pass here. A 2nd touch. Jelly trying to get dirty with it here. 1 touch goes just a little bit far to the right, and now a counterattack opportunity here for the Snakes Den, but again, it's the demos. They're choosing violence here, Mock. The Drift Queens are doing a good job of protecting their territory, especially on the defensive end, which slows down the attack from Snakes Den.
Exactly, doing a good job, but doing a good job as well as Werty here. Oh, and that's a delayed infield pass out of Ram. Speak of quality, look no further. That touch from Ram, slight delay, and then the sharp angle to Eliakim. Absolute perfection.
It's too easy when it looks like that, man. That is textbook. I'll tell you what. Now for the Snakes Den, I talked about the importance of the first 60, 90 seconds here. With 3 more, that's the first 90 down, and you've got yourself the lead. You've also been able to hold the Drift Queens to 0. Luckily, though, for Drift Queens, second 91, that's where they score. Equalize things up, and we've got ourselves a ball game.
We got ourselves a game. No one really challenging. No one even able to challenge Reevesy in the air. Ram is caught underneath in an awkward position. And I mean, if you give Reevesy that sort of space with the flip resets, as he's always going to score. One of the best and most prolific twos players in the world, quite honestly, as far as at least ranking is concerned, as Ferg finds a massive musty flick. But I like him, ready for it on the backboard.
Eliakim also gets the 2nd touch away from Jelly. Ferg, though, waiting right around the midfield line to be able to keep the pressure down on this half. Jelly makes the adjustments in the air, looking for a back pass potentially over here to Revsy, but Revsy doesn't have much ump on it. Oh, actually, I'm wrong.
Oh,
it's
no.
right to Ferg. Looks for the double tap. Oh, it was a nice opportunity from Revsy off the rebound as well. But the Drift Queens do still have the possession. It's Ferg up in the air. He's freestyling on a big dog, but you see the defense holding the line once again for the Snakes Den.
Just about, though. They hold on, and now Werty. Long clear again. Can he get a 2nd touch? Yes, he can. Reevesy out of the play. But Werty can't get it middle. Werty can't get it to Ram. And now halftime have come and gone. Again, it's looking like Drift Queens are a bit more in control. But hang on, that's a shot. Oh, the crossbar, a nice Ram.
Not like this. The woodwork coming in and playing some defense here for the Drift Queens. I'll tell you what, it seems like the woodwork is working against the SSA boys throughout the day, and Revsy on the counterattack to the other side says, you know what? We don't need the post. I got Ferg hooking me up with a dime of a pass, and I'm going to slot that thing on home.
We don't need the woodwork. I mean, if you just outscore, then that's certainly true. 2-1. A lead for the Drift Queens, a lead that could have been 1 for Snakesburn, but in the end wasn't. Now Ram goes to the skies once again, already pre-jumped by Reevesy. It's going to clear him, but Ferg on the backboard is going to keep the clean sheet and keep the, well, semi-clean sheet at least for Drift Queens.
At least for now, they still have the lead maintained, and let's go ahead and take that 1-goal lead, and let's make it a 2-goal lead. Who doesn't love a little bit of jelly here? Nice pass on up, taps it on down. No one there to be able to stop it because everyone up trying to prevent the pass from even getting to its target. And it's a 2-goal lead here for Drift Queens with 1:47 left.
So close for Werty on the defensive line, but close is not enough. If you want to make a top 4 in the modern era of SSA Rocket League, and a top 8 even, in the modern era of SSA Rocket League, you have to play your best and you have to bring your best at every single point, because otherwise teams will just punish you. Jelly backflip. Oh, it's not going to get the Doomsday Dish completed.
Ram's got one on his tail, trying to go coast to coast with it, turn defense into offense. I think Eliakim was looking for a back pass to Wordy, but they had already committed to the rotation back to the defensive end, and for good reason. Jelly was trying to flip the field relatively quick there, but quick visit down onto that side. Minute and 4 seconds left here for the Snakes Den. You're still down by 2, plenty doable, but you feel like you got to at least get yourself the first before you've got about 30 seconds left. You don't want to have to rely on last second miracles, but every single clear from the Drift Queens that goes down to this side of the field is just precious seconds. Tick, 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 tick off the clock.
Tick-tocking into the ether of time. Down. Forgotten. Ferg puts it forward. Worty to intercept in the midfield, but no one there to latch onto it. Eli bumped away this. Reevesy trying to bring the dagger, but still there's a bit of life in the Snakes. Then can they shed off their old skin? Can they move forward? Jelly just taking it to the side.
Doing a good job of keeping the pressure so far forward from the Drift Queens. I mean, Snakes Den getting met with pressure around the midfield line every time they look to get out of their half, and it slows down each and every approach, and they've only got themselves the 1 goal to show for it. 5 seconds here left. The math ain't math, and it's just not possible. It doesn't matter if Eliakim makes you disappear into a puff of smoke. The Drift Queens are up 3-1. They're going to take this game, and that's huge for them right there.
Huge indeed for the Drift Queens. Almost royal-like from them as they are now just put themselves in the best position. The main thing for the Drift Queens is it looks like they've sort of taken game 1 back. They want to see, okay, what do Snakes then bring today? How can we counter it? And I mean, ever since that first kick of game 2, it's been pretty good.
Another game for Drift Queens, able to hold the Snakes Den to 3 shots there. It looked like that stat sheet was saying. That is impressive. And of course, part of that just because we saw them spending so much time down on that blue half. A good offense truly does make a good defense, because playing keep away means they don't get a chance to shoot at your net.
Well, if I've got the ball, the opponent can't score. That is a tactical philosophy that Pep Guardiola is following at Manchester City and was following at Barcelona and Bayern Munich before. And that's what certainly the Drift Queens are favoring right here. On the other hand, Snakes Den, I don't like the long clears. I have to be honest with you. I don't like the booming away, the gifting away of possession. I think they've evolved past that in the past regionals, and they're sort of reverting back to old habits, and bad old habits at that.
Yeah, I think part of that's just because we're seeing so much pressure from the Drift Queens. They're keeping them back in their, not only their defensive half, but really into their defensive third. So you're not worried about keeping the pressure moving into the other side of the field. You're just simply trying to get the ball out of your side. That way you can get your boost and then try and regather from there. But for the Drift Queens, they're now on series point. If they can find themselves a way to do what they've been able to do these last 2, they should be able to move themselves forward. For the Snakes Den, they're running out of time, but a beautiful save from Eli. That thing had to be at least halfway across the line.
Close, but no cigar for the Drift Queens. They have to be careful, Snakes Den. They can't play with fire like this. Eli, confident challenge, gets it. Ram involved off the ceiling. Quick shot. Not using Worty to his fullest of potential. Maybe here the Worty looking for Eli. Eli's there! 1-0.
This is big for Snakes Den. We've seen the Drift Queens, when you give them the control early, they have no problem pushing a little farther and then putting their cruise control on and crossing the finish line. So for the Snakes Den here, you hold the line for the first minute. You have not conceded a goal, and then you walk things down the field and you find the lace. And for the Snakes Den, you're really trying to see if you can extend this thing to 5, put a little bit more of that pressure back down on the Drift Queens, because I'm sure even after just the 1 goal, they're sitting and they're feeling fine.
Yeah, they won't be too fussed about it, having scored 9 goals against the Snakes Den in the past 2 games. Knowing that they can put goals past, maybe Jelly here, infield pass. It's not going to reach Reevesy. He was too far in behind. Ram needs the ball for Eli. Moving forward, jumping, dashing forward, gets the demo in the end. Worty backwards, turned around. But in the end, Reevesy is going to keep his head cool, keep his head calm, and in the game, gets at least 1 clear. Ferg for a second.
Second touch here from Jelly off that sidewall, but no matter who tries to bump this thing on forward, Snake's Den continue to keep the control. Eliakim off the sidewall, not going to be able to meet up with the resistance in the air. This ball going to touch down inside of the key, and Wordy trying to get it up on out of there. You also got Eliakim, no boost in the tank, not going to be able to get up to that. This is where the Drift Queens can now pay for those couple of mistakes. You don't have too much in the tank if you are the Snake's Den. You see pushing forward here now, at least the first touch, as far as from Ram, moves things back towards the midfield line, but Berg with a nice shot.
Ferg, nice shot, but saved away, and now Reevesy tasked with building from behind yet again. It's an onslaught that's coming down the pike here from Drift Queen's Jelly. Corner read, not going to reach it. Ferg is there. So is Wordy darting out of net. Meeting him head on. Eli, long clear down pitch. No one really there. He tries to get it central, but Wordy can't latch onto the pass. But now it's a constant back and forth affair, but it's not constantly back and forth in the way of just gifting away possession. This is a more controlled aspect of the back and forth.
I love seeing the defenses stepping up on either side, most in particular from the Snake's Den. It was a place where they kind of had an area for opportunity in the last two, and they've really been able to tighten up. Eliakim up in the air. All right there, young man. I see ya. Able to extend this lead out to 2. Nice pass across here from Wordy, and Eliakim just has to simply tap it in.
Great read, though, from Eliakim. Not an easy one. It could have been into the curvature of that ceiling. Could have been into the curvature and just dropped down a bit awkwardly. But Eli trusting his read and getting rewarded for his trust in himself. So now Snakes have a 2-goal lead. Ferg, though, trying to cut that away. Can he get the bump on Ram? No, he cannot. He can still get it down. There's the chaos on the goal line, but the ball simply won't fall in.
There's Eliakim, though, able to push this thing towards the midfield line, has a decent amount of gas to be able to look for the second touch. Instead, it's Ram. Sends it deep into the corner. Revsy looking to clear this thing out, but Ram being a nuisance. Gets the second touch, sends it to the opposite side. Over here, still in this orange half of the pitch, though. It's going to be one more touch from Ferg, looking for a center, but Ram doing a good job of jumping the passing lane. Now up in the sky, looking for a read up off the backboard. But again, those big booming clears that you talked about in the break here, Mock, giving the control back over to the Drift Queens. They're trying to keep the pressure down, but they need to find a way to find the lace twice in the next 60 seconds. And you know what? Let's go ahead and make it thrice.
Let's make that thrice, shall we? As Eli like finding his hat trick over Jelly. Only 60 seconds left. That would be quite a comeback here if Drift Queens were able to mount and to climb that mountain. Eli, make it 4. We gotta go Champions Field. I'm gonna put myself on the line.
Eliakim has 4 shots in the game, 4 goals. Eliakim showing up here to make sure that this thing goes to a 5th indecisive game. And this is where things get interesting, right? Because, yeah, Snake's Den have not won 2 back-to-back yet in this series, whereas the Drift Queens have. But that big scary word that we often talk about, Mock, momentum. And a 4-0 win like this has to be building over onto that Snake's Den side, especially if they can finish this thing off with a clean sheet.
4-0. It's going to give them oozes and oozes of confidence if Eli continues scoring. Not there, though. Second shot that after his 4th goal has not been going in. Ram, though, flip reset. Ground pinch attempted. Reevesy in the way. Drift Queens maybe get one for the road. Yes, they do.
That's going to be big. You avoid the shutout here. You get at least a little bit of some going at the end of game number 4 before we head into a best of 1. You remind everyone over on that orange half, hey, Doc, there's a reason we're in the lead here 2-1. We've been able to find opportunities just like that all series long. But with these last 15 seconds for Drift Queens, if they could find themselves another, that would be huge. But now instead, they just have to make sure that they don't surrender a 5th to the Snake's Den as they're looking to build up a little bit of momentum in their right. Eliakim up, and he's just built different. That's 5 for 5 for the Snake's Den as they go up 5-1.
It was 5-1 in game 1. It was 5-1 in game 2. It's 3-1 in game 3, and now 5-1 in game 4. Score more than once, and you win the game. That's the sort of narrative of this series. Snakes then come back fantastically and are now got everything behind them now, Q, here to take it on Champions Field.
Let me get some hashtag for the contents in chat, man. Getting another full series for both of these squads who you had mentioned have only failed to play one of the 15 games prior to this series. It looks like they're going the distance here. But when you look at the stat sheet, that last game was all Eliakim. Has more shots than Drift Queens on their own. The fact that he scored all the goals for Snakes Den makes it easy to say that it obviously had more goals as well. But I think the big thing was just the fact that Eliakim was constantly able to put pressure onto that Drift Queen's net and continue to make them uncomfortable.
He continues to do that, but I feel like it's always the same with Eli. We know his genius. We know that he can be, and he oftentimes is that player to bring in the difference, right? That's that talisman, that difference maker. But that, unfortunately for him, it goes two ways. It goes both ways. That when he isn't clicking, when he isn't coming in completely and maybe is in his own world, that he's actively hurting Snakes. Then I think that's again one of those series where the good and the bad of that reliance on Eliakim sort of show.
Let's see if Eliakim can step up to the task here in game number 5. One more game. One game away from sending a team on to round 5. And unfortunately for one of these squads, one game away from sending a team home. And for Snakes Den, they would definitely love to show that SSA has made some leaps and bounds, and be able to send a big team like Drift Queens out in round number 4 would be a huge motivator for them. And they've got pressure here early. They've got the ball down here onto this orange half, ball up in the sky. That's a shot on the target. It does require a save from Rebsy. Maybe a follow-up here from Eliakim as well. At least keeps it in front of the net. Not able to drill anything home as of yet.
Unable, but still gets it into a corridor of uncertainty. Both Ram and Werty up. Ram trying to double tap it, but Reevesy on the back line and on the backboard is going to keep it there. But for how long? Jelly just getting absolutely harassed. Triple commit in the air. Ram's going to free his shot. Can he make it for post? No, it's dragged wide. The second shot not in from Werty either.
That's one of those that you've got to be able to capitalize, especially in a situation like this. Game 5. Practically a wide open net. You gotta bang that home. Who's gonna bang that home? It's Wordy getting dirty, giving Snakes Den the lead here early in our game number 5 with just 1 minute and 13 seconds taken off the clock.
And it's smart placement on the shot from Werty. He could have gone left side, but no, he was like, okay, Reevesy, I think he's low boost. I don't think he's got the time to react, and he did absolutely brilliantly with that placement. Back post. Reevesy not able to latch onto, but here Reevesy comes in through double flip reset, denied by Eliakim. Ram gets it into the center. Werty out of net meets Jelly confidently. Snakes then trying to use that momentum, moving into this game 5 brilliantly thus far.
90 seconds expired, just the 1 goal so far in game number 5, and the Snakes Den has been spending a lot of time down here on this side. This is going to be Ram just trying to keep the pressure down. One touch. That's a flip towards the center of the field. That's a shot from Wordy. That's 2 of them things here now. It's 2-0, and Snakes Den look to try to cruise in game 5.
All right, Ram and Werty, we see you. You've heard us talk about Eliakim at the end of game 4 a lot, and you were like, no. This is not a one-man show. We're still here as they combine and get a second goal, a bit of a buffer for Snakes then going forward, going into the last 3 minutes of this elimination series. Let's not forget the loser of this will have their worst seasonal placement.
Not a way that you want to end your season. For SSA, they've been showing some improvements over the course of this split. You would love to be able to at least say that it wasn't you here in round number 4, especially to be able to send a team home like Drift Queens. Here in this sort of situation, you're halfway through, you're halfway there, and you're more than living on a prayer. But your defense has to make sure that it can continue to do what it's done through the first 2.5 and hold this Drift Queens off the goal line. But instead, Berg cuts the lead in half.
Free backboard, great recovery, good speed, and I mean both Werty and Eli a bit mispositioned. Werty not on the backboard where he belonged. Thought that Ferg was going to hit it into the corner. Eli simply lacking boost to get to that position in time. And a very satisfying scoreboard is going to be 2-2-2-2, 1-1. As the score line says 2-1. Still a lead though in favor of Snake's Den.
Up in the sky here is Ram trying to at least get it up out of the snake zone. The Snake's Den zone here. It's Eliakim now up in the air. Does get met with Rebsy. Oh, but if Eliakim will find a bump, that's an open net off the backboard as well. But Marty gets stuffed by Jelly there, and it's still just the 1-goal deficit. The Drift Queens have not been able to get the clear, at least not until now. And that's going to be a pass off the corner. Might be looking threatening towards the middle of the field, but Wordy does a good job of sending it towards the side. But the Drift Queens get to relinquish the pressure. One touch here from Ferg, looking for a potential pass out to Rebsy, who has to rotate this way back. And for the Snake's Den, you've got to find some way to slow down the attack.
It's a hero save at the back that's going to unlock so much new power. You were down and out, and then that hero save has brought you back as Jelly and Reefsy on the side. Well, met immediately by Werty, but still, Jelly's got a lot of boost in his tank, gets it onto the backboard. Double tap is not going to reach it, but there's the shot coming through. Ferg, Reefsy's rebound, Eliakim gets it out.
Nice save from Eliakim here to keep the lead for the Snake's Den, and they only have to do it now for an additional 60 seconds. Eliakim here going to be able to send this thing towards the midfield line. I think everyone committed to that. No, actually, Rebsy had rotated back. Good communication from the Drift Queens, but now it's them with the possession of the ball. It's Ferg in the sky, looking for a double tap. The bump comes across, but it's Ram from left to right to get the save.
Holding on for dear life now are Snakes, then Werty. Another big clear, but Ferg's got boost in his tank. So do the Snakes, then defenders. Ram past one Eliakim. Already there, and time ticking away. Back down we go. Drift Queens, one more attack.
Feels like this is going to be their last full chance at it, at least their last chance without panicking. And now it's Eliakim in the air. Wordy looking for the bump, not going to be able to find it. It does cause him, I think, to jump just a little early. However, still in the possession of the ball is the Drift Queens. 5 seconds. Last chance. Up in the sky. Under Wordy. Able to get past the other one. Ball still in the sky. That's the shot. And they tie it up in the last second. We're going to need overtime in game number 5.
Too passive. Too passive in the end from Snakes then. And they were punished for it. Ram gets bumped. Eliakim can't do it. Werty pre-jumped and tried to force for a follow-up that wasn't there. Snakeson having to be put in detention for slacking off when it mattered most. Overtime in game 5.
Gotta find some way to get the pressure relieved here for Snake's Den. Drift Queens, since the kickoff here in overtime, have been down on this blue half. Ram gonna be able to at least get things past the midfield line. Eliakim lining things back up towards the middle, but Jelly with a big touch sends it over towards the corner, but it ends up right back onto Wordy's hood. Ram now looking for a progression forward, and although the ball's been stuck over here in the corner, it has been Snake's Den who are able to play down here on the orange half. Drift Queens have to find some way to get it out of their zone. Only able to get towards the midfield line where it's Ram up in the sky. Not going to be able to get it past the defense. The rotations have been on point for Snake's Den. They're doing a good job of meeting with the pressure, but can they stop this counterattack from the Drift Queens?
Stopped it here, and now Ram has got a lot of space right in front of him. Ferg, back pass, Reefsy.
There it is.
Playing with fire, playing with Eli. Snakes Den go through.
And this is SSA, baby. It's going to be the Snake's Den sending the Drift Queens out here in round number 4. And what a series it was, needing the extra time in game number 5. And for the Snake's Den, while they have not secured themselves a spot into Saturday just quite yet, they were able to delay their defeat, and they're able to keep themselves in this bracket.
The worst placement for the Drift Queens in the entire 6 open qualifiers that they've played. It comes at the last, and Altruism, if anything speaks for SSA getting stronger and stronger, this would be one of the results.
Yeah, that's how you're gonna bring me in, is the strength of SSA, not how insane that game was. Oh, my nerves. I don't know how you guys held it together there, but what a showing, what a temperament, what unity by the squad. I mean, that was incredible to watch. And I mean, you guys kind of touched on it there, that was kind of, it looked like the Eliakim show when he managed to score all 5 of the goals. But never once was it just him. It was the team coming together. All 5 of those assists. We saw it in the next game, whether it's Werty or Ram or Eliakim himself picking those things up. Everyone was coming to the fore there. And to get back to your original point, that is showing that SSA, we don't take things lying down. We are here and we will fight it to the death. Absolutely phenomenal, Q.
Man, the way that thing ended, I am all here for. I was kind of worried for Snakes, then not gonna lie, after games 2 and 3, because they jumped out to such a big lead in game number 1, and it just felt like after that the adjustments had been made. But for the Snakes then to be able to really dig in and hold the line and be able to defend the turf, big 10 out of 10 for me.
10 out of 10, 100% for them. What a showing at the end there. And again, it is a Snake's Den that we said was maybe struggling a little bit this weekend more than they have shown in the past, but showing that they can pull it together at the end when it counts. And Mark, that changes up the dynamic. I mean, looking at this ending of the 3 more teams getting knocked out, 77 blocks, managing to completely flattened Genesix at the end there. 3-0 sweep manages to secure them. Astronic, probably no surprise that they are going to be making it through to our semi-finals, or at least our quarterfinals. But again, a pretty dominant performance over OnlyFans, and 9 lives, convincing as they are. But Bird still showing some grit and taking a game off the Muckfish.
Yeah, I mean, Bird is really good today, and I think coming now into this round 5, and whoever's going to be playing them has to be very, very careful of not to underestimate them. They are not free. In fact, none of the teams I think that we're going to see in round 5 are going to be free whatsoever. We've got Snake's Den and 2/3 Rule. They are both trying, not 2/3 Rule anymore. A Snake's Den still trying to reverse sweep the Swiss stage. So they are definitely a team on the up and up. And I mean, if anything is to say of the day, then Snake's Den, that series, it's going to be a long one.
Yeah, and then we see, of course, Nixa also managing to secure their slot. And at the bottom of their DTF, unfortunately, just out of BTF? BTF. DTF means something completely different. We're not going to go into that on this screen. But BTF going down, unfortunately, at the end means that they are going to be going home. But it brings us to the pointy end, as Greybeard likes to say. I know you guys are missing him here on the desk. Don't worry, he'll be back for the rest of the weekend. But the pointy end, do or die, really making work as hard as possible to get into that final 3 slots available for these squads. So without wasting any more time, those games are going to be kicking off very shortly. You've stuck with us this long. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back just after this. for the last time for the 2024 season, we come to the end of the Swiss stage. It is only 3 more spots available for the 6 teams still standing. It's been a long day of Rocket League for them. They've got to do it more now than ever. Romeo, and to get to the ending of that last one, actually, you were there. You were there in the green room with me. You and I, we were both shaking and squealing and crying and jubilating the whole way through there. What a series!
Oh, that was bad for my heart. Honestly, it was such a good series from a neutral viewer, and I was so happy the way it came out. Eli was allowed to shine. Ram got more assertive as the series went on, and Werty was controlling that game like a conductor and orchestra. It was beautiful to watch, and I think had it gone longer, you would have had to fill this middle panel over here with somebody else, because I would have been on the floor.
Just dead by the end of the series. That's what we can do for you guys. Yeah, we push this to the absolute limit. And as we do, with this limit comes the eliminations. 3 more teams going down there. 2/3 dropping, as well as Drift Queens, along with BTF down there. With that, on the other side, 3 more teams advance through. 77 blocks, 9 lives, and Astronic. And Cube, shouldn't be surprising that those 3 teams have made it.
No, I don't think that we're surprised that they made it. And unfortunately, when you only have 2 that can make it through 3 rounds, you figure a couple of them had to go through in that next round. I feel like when you look at the first 5 that are in, our field looking relatively usual, I would say. But from here is where things get kind of crazy. I mean, we got quite a bit of SSA talent still left. There's a chance that we could have 5 SSA teams left heading into the top 8. And when we look back at the top of the show here, and we kind of talked about, how SSA has been closing the gap and how they've really been able to get into the lab and show up, the results, the proof's in the pudding.
I mean, it really is. Even if you consider right now, there's only 1 import team in Straskibbity that is actually still viable for that. So we're a minimum of 4 SSA teams still ready to make it there. Bird versus Straskibbity going to be there. And Snake's Den, of course, now have a tough ask. And Romeo, we did say this. Any one of these teams left alive is a tough opposition.
Oh, this is a rough one. All of these are rough ones. And, like we said in the beginning, getting to 5th round in Swiss, you're already beaten up. You've lost 2, but you've also won 2. So there's that glimmer of hope. There's that fight. But honestly, when you get here, you just want to get through. You've played a lot of Rocket League, and you just want to see this night through. So for all 6 of these remaining teams, they are just looking forward to tomorrow. They just got to get over this last bump, and possibly their most difficult game, because it's the most closely matched. So I sympathize heavily with these guys. It's going to be brutal, but I'm here for it. It's going to make for great Rocket League.
I mean, great Rocket League is what we've been bringing you guys the whole day. Close matches, whether it's been a 3-2 Game 5 nail-biter, or even just our 3-1 series. They've always had even just a single goal determining that. But like you say, 1 more hill that could turn into a mountain without you expecting it. And we go into our final game on broadcast for the day. OnlyFans going to be taking on Nixa. Both these teams so far denied that presence on the Super Saturday. And so who is going to win? Your votes are open now in chat. And if you guys have forgotten, there is another vote, the driver of the day. I just went and voted for Eli, not to sway you guys either way, but that performance previously was fantastic. If you guys don't agree, or if you do, vote down below, acgl.gg/vote. So go hit that up and get yourself some embers along the way. But to look at this matchup right now, OnlyFans versus Nixa. And Q, both these teams have always shown, or at least offered, a lot of promise for us, but yet to really see it until today.
Yeah, both teams, I think, have had a lot of hype, but maybe not quite have delivered on that hype thus far over the split. Unfortunately, we can only get one of them to advance into that Super Saturday. When you look at OnlyFans, when you look at the kind of team comparison here, team that's able to get a little bit more as far as the shots and goals, but I think the big thing for me for Nixa is they do have a lot of experience on their side. When you look at players like Skillsteel, Mr. Lowe, Archeon as well, I feel like this is a team that if they need to rely on the counterattacks, they're a team that should know how to do it.
Of course they should know how to do it. And I mean, that's as deadlocked as you could possibly want. When we go across to the player comparison, very interesting one to come out there is our highest number of assists in terms of this entire major as a whole. These stats, remember, are for all time. But for this major, first is Rubik's from Mobula at 1.02 assists per game. Mr. Lowe actually comes in as second at 1 for this major. So he's been putting in a lot of work. And Bromeo, I'm interested to see how he matches up against the new play style that OnlyFans offers.
Well, this is an interesting one indeed. OnlyFans have had a tough way through if we're talking about just the Swiss. And they went down to Astronic and Mobula. Those are the two games they lost. So Happy Meal and his crew have been playing so well tonight that it's hard to see that they've made it to round 5 rather than going out sooner. But here's a comparison that we've seen over the years. Happy Meal versus Mr. Lowe, both OGs of the scene. Over all time, they've got exactly the same amount of goals per game, very similar shots per game. And it shows that over time, you either stay in the game and you're really good or you drop out. And I'd love to see how many games this was recorded over, because also shot accuracy, it's within points of a percent here. So I think this is going to be a fantastic matchup tonight. It is all of the old guard guys who have been in the scene and proven themselves time and time again. And one of them are going to go through to top 8, and we're going to get to see it.
Now, the big interesting point for me in this matchup is that these are former teammates. I mean, these guys have been, you talk about the experience on both of these sides. These guys have been around for years, literally 6-7 years or something, probably as long as I've been casting. And so how do you think, Q, that sort of dynamic of playing against someone you know so well weighs up against here?
I mean, I think you always want to try and perform your best no matter who you're squaring off against on the other side of the pitch. But there's something about when it's former teammates and anyone who's been around, whether it's, esports or just regular sports, your teammates are people who almost becomes part of a brotherhood. So when you get a chance to, get your best result of the split so far, and by doing it against somebody who was your teammate for so long, be like, hey, dog, I still got it. Sorry, fam. You're going to have to go home and watch on Saturday. That would definitely give me a little bit of extra motivation for sure.
All right, guys, we got very little time for these predictions. So, Q, while you're there, who's taking it and how many games?
I think as far as for this one, it's going 5. I'm gonna roll with OnlyFans, man. It's gonna be a close one, but give me OnlyFans in 5.
All right, Bromeo.
I'm gonna say OnlyFans on the rise, game 5.
Yeah, OnlyFans has been looking strong, their best performance so far, and Nixa has been struggling to really reach their peak performance, but will the history come down now? I mean, we haven't been wrong so far on the prediction when we go for a sweep, so the curse got to test it one more time right now. OnlyFans just too powerful. It seems like chat gonna agree with us as well. 70% towards OnlyFans, 100% from the panel. This is it. Make or break time. Game number 5, or series number 5 at least, for these players. One of them goes through. It is going to be an SSA team. We know that much. But which one of these stalwarts is going to prove the resurgence of the old dogs? It is our final game of the Swiss stage. OnlyFans going to be taking on Nixa. And we go into the game. Welcome to the end of the Swiss.
Take a moment back in time with me. Well, yeah, 2 years ago, Skillsteel and Happy Meal battled in the last grand final of the season, 2 best-of-7s that both went to Game 7. Today, they duel for just playoff contention. Our final Swiss matchup for RLCS SSA 2024 is one of legacy and of honor. Bromeo, let's see who ends up on top.
I cannot wait for this, and it's only fitting that it is the last game of the day, and it's already off to a flying start. And honestly, this is one of those games that I love to watch, because it doesn't matter who they are, how they've been playing. this is the kind of competition that they'll bring out their best no matter what.
You'd think they'd bring out their best, but Shadow, I've seen more accurate shots before. Shadow representing the best shooting percentage out of the OnlyFans players this season. So we'll expect better shots as we move on through the group. But I'll tell you what, this is looking already pretty solid from OnlyFans. They appear to dominate the skies, dominate the shots, but not yet the scoreboard.
And you love to see it. There's already been a few cheeky shots at goal. No serious pressure yet, but the 50s will be taken and the speed is flying. So you'd think whoever makes the first mistake is going to be the one that concedes. And it looks like it might just happen now, and it does. Weelu opening up the balance books with OnlyFans, and only a minute gone, and OnlyFans are 1 up.
Everyone braced themselves when they saw a pinch into a waterfall. You know something scary is going to happen, and OnlyFans knew that was the time to bite, the time to pounce, and the time is certainly now for them to get that top 8 of this season. Happy Meal, 50-50, almost gets through.
Waterfalls and flowing like water. There's nothing scarier than a waterfall and facing one, but Weelu now with possession, trying to beat, gets it in. Shadow just coming in out of nowhere to seize that loose ball, and a very good pass from Weelu. And what a finish there, 0 boost, and now OnlyFans 2 up. Nixa has to respond.
You know, 2 matches ago on the stream here, OnlyFans went up 5-0 in game number 1. The rest of the series ended up a lot closer, but I feel like we're getting a rendition of the past here as OnlyFans start off hot once again.
Looks like Weelu putting a soft one in. It still hits the backboard, but nobody's there to finish, giving Archeon a decent way to clear this out, but the pressure from OnlyFans is only gonna get stronger, and my only criticism of Swift Stage is that there's only 3 games to play here, first to 3, because honestly, a matchup like this is deserving of 7, I'd say. But so far, it is all OnlyFans, and Nixa needs to turn it up a bit.
I think it's funny you mentioned it's deserving of 7. Maybe you'd even say it's deserving of 14, back when the grand finals could have 2 matches with the lower bracket team, because that is what happens in 2 years past. But today, we can only see a maximum of 5, so that will have to do for now. Nixa, as they cross this halfway mark and the halfway line in game number 1, hope to turn the tides.
Ball flying and thinking hot there, couldn't take the shot there, but Archeon possession once again from the backboard, taking it down the middle, and it's looking a slight bit disjointed. We need to see some of those delicate passing plays that we saw from Happy Meal earlier on, because 2 goals might seem like a lot. Like you said, they can go up quite a bit high, but against a team like Nixa, anything is possible. Unfortunate double commit there, but still maintaining possession. Shot in, but saved by Weelu.
I mean, if anything is possible, then you want as many people on the ball at a time, right? Just to accelerate the options. Nixa giving them every possible outcome as they fly towards the ball. Let it be 1, 2, 3 players. The third of Skill Steal, able to make that clutch save and push through. Half-court line, Shadow. Better of that touch, though, on 0 boost, diving for ball and boost. Gains neither. Mr. Low takes it high. Flip reset ungathered. So Archeon takes to the pitch instead. Nixa, it feels like a slow stepping charge towards their opponent's goal line that with 1 counterattack can all get strung out loose. Shadow long ball to the corner, and if OnlyFans keep this up, they'll be up in the set.
Ooh, speaking of, couldn't quite get there. Shadow plays it up for the waterfall, and he gets it through. Happy Meal making sure of that, but when it's flowing like that, you know it is dangerous. I didn't want to say anything. Shadow almost getting that shot in, but OnlyFans up by 3.
If you're a video gamer like me and Bromeo, you already know the best things in video games are right behind the waterfall. So 2 goals coming out of the first 3 for OnlyFans has to be a good sign for them as they're constructing the best approaches towards the net. And some of the most beautiful as well. Nixa, will they be able to fire back? Not quite, as one is demoed off the field and they've got to reset again.
Very attractive indeed, but Nixa not quite flowing the same. And they got to take some notes from the book here as Wilu takes one off the ceiling to try and get a clear, which is an interesting way to get the ball out of your own half. But now, Shadow competing, trying to get to that boost, trying to secure the corner. But with 10, 9, 8, 7 left, this is OnlyFans game. And Nixa going to see if they can slot one in. But Shadow making sure that the 3 goals to 0 stays as is.
Tell you what, I was more than impressed by OnlyFans when we saw them on the main stream a couple matches ago. They were an aggressive team. They were a confident team, and they were a team that wanted to be the first to the ball at every moment in time. It appears as if they've achieved just that yet again. Bromeo, because the effort from Nixa felt flat-footed and lackluster.
Well, look at that. 12 shots from OnlyFans. If that's not attacking intent, I do not know what is. Absolutely peppering Nixa the entire time.
And also my wall in my
look,
new
that's
studio,
a conversion
like,
of what, 25%? That's pretty much on par with the statistics. And talking about hedging bets, that's a pretty good conversion rate.
It really is. And if we continue to see that type of efficiency, or just me on the screen, I'm not sure if we'll see either. Broby, I'll let you have the next call as I reset.
No problem. We understand that the undersea cables suck, and sometimes they don't like letting us see our casters from abroad. That's why you can see me. But my lovely Pyro J over there, you can see him looking very concerned. And what he is concerned about is Nixa's comeback. And Nixa needs to come back because 3-0 was definitely a strong performance by OnlyFans. But now in game 2, it is upon Nixa to return the favor somewhat, reignite that old rivalry. And we definitely want to see something from the orange team this time, as Nixa seeks to respond.
See if we see that response. I mean, really pointedly, Nixa need to shape up on the defense as well. I know they haven't scored yet in this matchup, but with all those shots coming in from OnlyFans, Nixa need to show out some of their own venom right now.
Looks like Happy Meal is happy to take it into the corner where it is safe and then launch a counter from there. Like you've said about Nixa, they've got a rolling progression. It's methodical, it builds up, but it hasn't been able to release. And what we're needing to see here is a shot through. Arkia not getting there in time. But it is a lot better showing from Nixa saying, hey, we need to get into the blue side and then we need to start scoring some goals. Because right now, the way OnlyFans is playing is they play on the counter, they play fast, and they play off passing, they play off each other. They play these passing plays, and I love to see it.
So far, Shadow does see Wilu. Midfield option, Nixa intercepting and turning this around. Skill Steal, lean into this. You've got a 2v1 to work with. Archeon takes the 50-50. Skill Steal works from behind, but Shadow, the better of these challenges. And again, it's that smarts from Shadow. You mentioned the intelligent play from OnlyFans Bromeo. And what more could you expect from Shadow, from the coaching role to the play?
They've been playing this game for long enough so that they should know every single different way to the goal. And I think that's so important when you're dealing with a team as experienced as OnlyFans and equally Nixa. They should be adaptive. They should be able to change their playstyle to suit the condition. And what Happy Meal's Chargers have been doing is they've been adapting. They've been playing very quick, aggressive Rocket League, and it's been paying off for them. And now Nixa, just like the Old Guard, have been playing the 50s. They've been playing a defensive style of Rocket League, even though they've been conceding more. And I think that is the major difference between the two right now.
Oh boy. Well, we need to see that defensive style of Rocket League save some of these shots. Luckily for Nixa, OnlyFans cannot find the back of the net. This might be the best chance, though, for Nixa. Shadow with the misread on the back wall. Shot there, and Wheelu searches and discovers and exits Shadow on the turnaround. It's sublime.
Just like that, hard and fast. Wheelu playing the shot out just before he gets bumped, and the slightest of touches for Shadow to make sure that ball goes in. And at this level, it is a game of small margins, small touches, small adjustments. And that right there was a beautiful small adjustment that paid off. Another shot coming through. Wheelu, he is having an absolute ripper of a game. And just like that, the game has turned on its head. We've gone more than halfway through the game with no goals, and now we have 2 Pyro.
It does feel like OnlyFans, they're doing everything they need to, but Nixa, they haven't quite hit the expected mark that we need them to. On that last play, Archeon grabbing the corner boost. Hold on, double tap from Archeon. Almost saw the redemption on that play, but yeah, grabbed the boost and was nowhere near quick enough to the challenge on that last shot from OnlyFans. So feels like they need the crystal ball. They need some kind of way to combat this effort from OnlyFans because it's steamrolling on them.
Well, Wheelu coming in with his second goal, and an unfortunate miss there, giving Wheelu a absolute tap-in of a goal there, and that's highly unfortunate. For this game to stay competitive, they need to keep the ball out of the back of the net for now, Nixa. And right now, OnlyFans is looking dominant. Another shot through, but Archeon there that time to make the clear.
Here's the thing, I mean, OnlyFans are showing in this matchup what they've been trying to do all event, which is that, yeah, they're in round 5 of Swiss, but it's not like they had an easy road here. Like, you can see how they battle past any other team in their way. Another very swift counterattack between Wheelu and Happy Meal just is a beauty to look at. But you look at who OnlyFans has lost to, Romeo, Obula, and Astronic. 2 of the arguable top 3 teams, maybe even top 2 of this region, and Nixa just can't say the same.
Yeah, it's been one of those things where Nixa struggled to find form against most teams in the tournament. And look, the same could be said for OnlyFans. They haven't found their form, up until most recently. This
True.
change that we've seen from OnlyFans has been nothing short of incredible, because they went from not making main event consistently to now beating teams we would have pegged to beat them. And in the manner in which they're doing it, 4 goals up against a very experienced Nixa side, and they're looking comfortable. Shadow now playing the ball across. Wheelu gonna take another shot in, and he might just get it. But they are playing with absolute impunity right now, and OnlyFans are gonna come out well-deserved victors of this one.
Gonna sound like a broken record here, Bromeo, but I still really wish there was a third split to this season, because OnlyFans, they're coming up on, this is the finale. This is it in the season, yet they're hitting their peak now. It's a tough time to hit the top of your team's competency, but it's good that we're seeing it now rather than never. 4-0 in this game. I think it's been a 7-0 score differential here so far, Bromeo. Mm-hmm. And I mean, is there any reason or willingness to argue that it would go any other way in game 3?
I'm gonna put my long hand out on a limb here and say no. I think OnlyFans are doing exactly what they came to do, which is secure the fast ball and get it in the back of the net. Nixa, I haven't quite established how they want to play yet, because we haven't seen a goal from them yet. And like you said, I just wish the season was longer because we are seeing so many great narratives, so many great stories coming through. The first couple of splits was everybody just adjusting to the new environment. And now we're getting to see teams gelling together. The plays coming out are just getting better and better every weekend. It's not because the season is too short, but because there's so many more great plays that we want to see.
I'll tell you what, there could still be more big top plays that we see in this matchup because I'll tell another story of the past, which was when Nixa, before they were picked up by Nixa, when they were reformed in the first split of last season, they were reformed and they had the first win over Limitless that season in the Swiss stage. So, Nixa, let's see that performance. You know, we know that you've got it in you somewhere, and maybe it comes out in Game 3.
Let's hope they do. The fans deserve it, but the only fans will have none of it. Happy Meal getting a decent clear, passes down to Shadow, but very good read there by Archeon as they press the attack early to try and establish some dominance and do what you say, Pyro. Bring it back a little. Do it for the fans.
Yeah, they might just do it. Of course, you know, as the casual viewer, you want to see more than a Game 3, or maybe you are rooting for Happy Meal, Shadow, and Weelu to reach their peak once again. Either way, we're going to get a very good Game 3 as OnlyFans trying to reach for the stars once again on a counterattack that looked really good, but this looks even better. The first goal of Nixa in the matchup goes to Low.
And that was a very good beat there by Mr. Low. Deceptive in its simplicity, but truly, truly a good shot. And that is what we want to see from Nixa. The first time they have scored Game 3, and it's not too late. Reverse sweeps have happened. But now it is on them to score more. Very good demo there by Skill Steal on Weelu. And starting to put OnlyFans on the back foot just a little bit.
Maybe that's all you need, because you start to get on the back foot a little bit and you start leaning back and you start to lose balance. We've seen teams crash and burn and then recover again, kind of like Snake's Den in the last matchup. It's all about that tempo and that momentum. Nixa have just a lick of it and are seeing how far that they can take it. They take it quite the distance on the dunk there from Archeon. Sets up the pass for Mr. Low for the second goal.
Mr. Low with the brace, and that was a very good beat. It was dangerous when they let that bounce. And Shadow not quite reading it right to allow Mr. Low to put it through for the second goal of the game. Second goal for Nixa. Now this is what we like to see. We need to see this resurgence. Good kickoff. Weelu losing control. Ball can't go in though. And Skill Steal putting a little bit of trickery in. Upping the tempo a little bit of this game, and this is what I want to watch Rocket League for.
Absolutely. I mean, I can remember myself a year ago when I was team streaming for Nixa saying, come on, boys, now you've got some pep in your step. Get into it. OnlyFans, I know they don't want to deal with this. They may not have to. Nearly an own goal on the read off the backboard from Nixa. Now they're looking a little bit light on the goal line. Skill Steal the last one remaining. He's able to get it away. Long punch from Archeon. Reaches the top of the backboard. Weelu. Oh, demo on the goal line. Shadow surfaces. Gets the ball away. Weelu should have a clear here and certainly does.
What a resurgence from Nixa. Passing plays. Now Archeon getting demoed by Weelu. And like we've said about OnlyFans in the past, they play attacking Rocket League hard and fast, and they play on the counter, so never write them off. Good pass down there to Weelu. Couldn't get the shot off. Now Shadow trying to contain. Passes back to Happy Meal. And well received again by Archeon. Archeon has just been so solid this game.
It's good to see the come up, but can we see it from Skill Steal? Not quite. Front flip doesn't really give itself a flick. And the elevation on the shot that it needed to get past the defense. Instead, Skill Steal will have to try again. Reset on the carry out. Goes ungathered. No flip to commence. Shadow, a beauty of a first touch to get in front of the second, but still a dunk from Mr. Low. Pass out, 2 skills still, he can't get the touch there. And had he given it down to Archeon, that could have been the third of Nixa. Happy Meal, nevertheless, takes it back. Shadow misses, and there's a save somehow from Nixa.
What an absolute banger of a save there. Skill Steal now across the wall, launching the attack on the other side. Nobody back, can't get the shot in though, hits the woodwork. That's so easily could have been 3 goals, and just like the first 2 games were all OnlyFans, this third one has been all Nixa as Archeon finishes it off and nabs that well-deserved 3 goals. It's honestly been such a turnaround by Nixa, and it's so good to see.
It is really good to see. I remember, it's funny because it's Happy Meal that the quote comes from, but I remember in some interviews he had on the broadcast a year or 2 ago, he said, if you're losing in the series and your opponents are on match point and you're going to truly lose, you might as well lose in the best fashion possible. You might as well go out confidently rather than sheepishly. And this is the mark of Nixa right now. Play your game. Archeon's been confident. Low has taken advantage of mistakes from OnlyFans and counterattacks, which have been great for them. And it's put them back in a position to win the game. All they need to do now, Romeo, is secure that win.
Obviously, OnlyFans nabbing in a opportunistic goal there, but Nixa have been on top of this game. Low leading from the front. Archeon being solid in the collection at back, and it just doesn't look, they haven't looked truly uncomfortable. Monumental save there from Happy Meal, but it's just incessant. It hasn't stopped, and they're playing back and forward now, but the game has been taken by Nixa truly. And they've won this game a couple times over because the possession stats, I'm sure, will show Nixa have had the lick this game, and now it is upon OnlyFans to respond.
Can you believe it? First goal of the series they scored in this game, and then went on to make OnlyFans almost scoreless. Yeah, they got the 1 goal at the 30-second mark, but otherwise, Nixa a dominant performance. As you said, they had the possession time. They had the shots, obviously. We're talking 10-4. Yeah. And listen, we had to eat our words, Bromeo, because we were saying, yeah, it's tough to build a narrative for Nixa right now, but that's the come up they needed.
Well, we didn't need to build any narratives. Nixa is doing it all by themselves. Mr. Low taking more shots on goal than the entire of the OnlyFans team that game. And that's a stat that says comeback written all over it. So now, going into game 4, we are now positioned with one of 2 things. Either Happy Meal continues being fantastic with his charges, or Nixa continue doing what they've just done and resurge. And I'm here for both.
And maybe we get both. And maybe it is the closest match that we've been asking for in this legacy matchup between just diehard fans and professionals of this scene. So let's see it. Let's see the best of both worlds here. It's Nixa and OnlyFans in game number 4.
Oh, and straight off the bat, the aggression shot on, but saved by Skill Steal. And you're definitely seeing OnlyFans coming out a lot more aggressive straight off the bat. They know what they need to do. They know what they need to counter. Very good demo there by Skill Steal on Happy Meal. And we're seeing a lot more back and forth as they try to figure out what the next step is, because they both unlocked the defense of each team, and now it's who exploits it faster.
Well, it could be somebody exploiting a rather helpless defense. That's how OnlyFans look there, as Skill Steal was bringing it back the other way on the breakaway, but credit to OnlyFans. They got back in time. Now to carry out from Weelu. Happy Meal this time wants to deliver greatness, but Archeon prepared for it on the ceiling. It looks like both teams have downloaded the other strategy book, but how do you out-strategize a clanger like this?
Wilu playing it hard up against the backboard. Happy Meal taking the read, expecting the clear from Orange, but being happily surprised when nobody got a touch. And he's like, thank you. I will take that. You're welcome.
Thank you. You're welcome. And let's move on. So 1-0 for OnlyFans. You saw it there, by the way. Tied up series between Snake's Den and Genesix. I believe Shuskivity has taken out Bird as well. So credit to both of those teams in that matchup. So close for Bird. But if you want to talk close, it's every match here, and especially OnlyFans versus Snake's OnlyFans with this lead can carry out an ultimate victory to head to Saturday.
Well, OnlyFans taking the initiative off the bat, but now Nixa on attack. Very interesting play there by Skillsteel, reversing the direction, but not giving up possession as he tries to get a redirect in here, but met by Wilu. Now it's Mr. Lowe's turn. Doesn't play it directly on, and that might have been an error as Nixa returned to the defense to start again. Now Shadow playing up against the backboard. And it just shows how quickly things can change. The speed at which players get across the field and onto attack. Wilu not getting the redirect there, but definitely looking good from OnlyFans so far. As Shadow receives a wonderful pass there. I think it was by Happy Meal playing it off and then redirecting it into a juicy pass for Shadow.
Well, that's how you take advantage of a wide open field. There was kind of kerfuffle where a bunch of players needed to go and grab boost. Happy Meal recognizing the wide open space, getting the sidewall read past his Shadow was exactly what they needed. Like we've talked about with this OnlyFans team, they have high IQ plays, and part of that is the vision they have on the field, the opportunistic plays that they make happen to a lead at the halfway mark. Could be cut in half though by Skillsteel on a double tap. No. The angle is just a bit too vertical.
Shadow maintaining possession all the way there, passes it off. The linking plays between Happy Meal and Shadow have been a great thing to watch. Wilu taking the shot in and he scores. I can't talk about Happy Meal and Shadow without mentioning Wilu. Wonderful redirect there from the corner, shot straight into the back of the net, and Nixa have yet to respond, and OnlyFans are 3-0 up.
At this point, it comes down to respect. Nixa have to expect these wonderful reads off the sidewall or the backboard or even the corner that OnlyFans are making happen with these redirects and its passes. Talked about this team and its cohesion, and it's coming through exactly when it needs to. It's official. Snake's Den, Shuskivity, they're through to the top 8, and one of these teams will be the final top 8 of our RLCS 2024 at SSA.
Honestly, they are so close, and Happy Meal changing his playstyle from being Mr. Dependable Captain America to like a murderous Deadpool. He is honestly a killer in this game. He is lethal. He's been putting shots through, putting passes through, just like that. What a shot!
No way, Happy Meal. Come on now. Talk about a read on the play. Ends up exactly where Archeon needed a shot taker to be on that pass. And Happy Meal said, yeah, I'm a shot taker. Go ahead, send it over. But we're just going to put it in a different net. And OnlyFans, I tell you, every single one of these players has been the difference maker today. They're not just a team that might lose in qualifiers, might make top 16. Nope. They deserve another level of respect. 4-0 into the final minute, and now they get to walk the red carpet.
They get to walk the red carpet because this is their premiere, but Skillsteel is saying not yet. Hold your horses. There is still time as the shot just so fast straight into the back of the net. There is still time, but it might be a little too late.
Hey, I'll give it to him. You know, he's fighting for this win. I'll let him fight. I want to see it here in the dying moments of this season. Here we go, Archeon Reed with the double tap on the corner. Shadow's gonna play this. Mr. Lowe has to put this towards the net or in a teammate's hands, but everyone's going back for boost. Archeon plays it to the corner, picks up boost off the wall side. Needs a friend here to fend this away. Instead, it goes back in the hands of OnlyFans. And that's where it's been all along. The fake on the shot leads into the shadow disruption, and that'll put the seal on it.
Well, today we have witnessed the red carpet because we are all invited to the premiere of OnlyFans Rocket League. They are movie stars tonight, and it is so fantastic to watching these players come from the brink and just return like it was nothing, like it was just a holiday. And they're back where they rightfully belong. They have secured themselves a top 8 spot.
I talked about it at the beginning of the series. If you take a look back 2 years ago at the final regional of SSA's first season, Happy Meal had defeated Skill Steel. Well, he'll do it again, this time at the end of Swiss. That is a game for victory for OnlyFans as they reach quarterfinals Saturday Rocket League.
Oh, what a game that was. Shadow coming out MVP, but each and every one of them proving that they deserve to be here. Happy Meal with those assists, Wheelu with those shots, Shadow with those finishes. Oh my word.
It really is plays that make you stop and say, oh my word, because a lot of them did raise a lot of eyebrows. You've got redirect passes from the corner, crazy reads off the sidewall from Happy Meal, and even the stolen shot from Happy Meal on that second to last highlight. Impressive does hardly do the justice, altruism, of what we saw there from Happy Meal and company.
Oh no.
He might be muted.
Ah, there we go. There we go.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Hey.
Well-deserved compliment, I think, there for the side of Happy Meal and Co. from OnlyFans. And when we consider that these are players that have been around for so long, I think the big defining factor is the innovation. You know, you can't always play the Rocket League that you played 2 or 3 or 6 years ago, however long your history may be. This was the difference between it. I feel like the OnlyFans side has changed up their game plan completely. And I mean, Happy Meal was a big part of that. And it's not necessarily that Happy Meal is the only one making that decision, but the fact that he's got the freedom to move around the field a lot more is brilliant innovation by them. And they've stepped it up and they've adapted to the new, more fluid style of Rocket League. Nyx is still caught back a little bit. They're still going for more of the individual mechanical plays. And that's just not going to carry the same weight that it did years ago. You can't dribble through 3 players anymore, at least not as easily as you used to be able to. So really well done. And I'm interested, Bromeo, you've obviously seen these guys for a long time. I mean, Pyro, you have as well. You've been there since the beginning of Rlcs. But Bromeo, I want to direct this to you, is just, does this seem like an OnlyFans now that is just figured it out and going, I know we've said that We Wish this could be so much longer, the Rlcs season. But is this an OnlyFans that we can actually look at for next season and go, hang on, all right, let's include them. These are one of the big boys that we're getting to look forward to.
I think, honestly, this would be my biggest hope, is that when the season ends, these teams stay together and they scrim together, they train, they play, they do everything together so that we do not lose all of this amazing chemistry, all of these great stories that have built up, because this is the essence of it. OnlyFans took an entire season to get to where they are now, where they're truly playing some amazing Rocket League. They mustn't give it up now, and we've still got a couple days, so we don't know how far this story is going to go. But it's looking so good for them, and I couldn't be happier for Happy Meal and Shadow and Wheelu. They deserve it.
They deserve it, and unfortunately, as so many people do deserve a spot in that Saturday semi-finals, or quarterfinals at least, we can only welcome 8 of them. 3 more going to be dropping down. Of course, Nyx going to be joined alongside on the bench by Bird, who's on another team who, like you say, has really shown a bit of life in the last little bit. But they're going to have to stick together until the end of the season. And then Genesix, a hard fight throughout the day, eventually pushed off by that Snake's Den side. But it did take a 5-game thriller down there as well. So well played to Snake's Den, OnlyFans, and Straskibity who go through. That means that we now have 4 SA teams and 4 import teams going through to our Saturday, Pyro.
I mean, would you have it any other way? The answer is yes. But you might as well even it out here. It's a good way to, I'd say, end this very wild, unique story of what SSA has become this season. Is, all right, if you want to mix the bag, let's mix it up evenly. You've got 4 locals, 4 imports. Let's see who comes out on top. And actually, when we look at the bracket, perfect, is that Limitless and Mobula are on different sides. So if you really want another go at that grand finals from last regional, if you really want the best import versus the best local, that match alt could happen.
Oh, it definitely. And that's what I think most people are going to be looking forward to. But there's a couple of little twists in the tail that could happen at any stage if you look at the rest of it. Limitless going to be taking on OnlyFans. We talk about Happy Meal having to usurp previous rivals. This is certainly a story that we're going to see, has been seen multiple times before, that matchup of Snowy versus Happy Meal on opposite sides. So we're looking forward to that. Still the rest of it. On the other side, of course, that means an SSA team will be dropping out, but there's also going to be an import team with Mobula and Straskivity. One of them can go through only. Then Astronic Skill Quest versus 9 Lines and 77 Blocks versus Snake's Den. And Romeo, out of those 2 other options, what are you thinking, friend?
Well, look, Mobula, it's going to be interesting seeing them in the semis. As for Astronic 9 Lies, that might be a little bit closer. I'd still reckon Astronic carrying the favorites tag into that one. But what's interesting is that we can only see either Mobula or Astronic in the final. They can't meet each other there. And that is very, very interesting.
I mean, that changes up all the stories. Well, we definitely know Mobula has at least secured themselves the major spot. So there's not going to be any sort of last-minute shenanigans there. So no matter who does manage to make it through, it will be an interesting matchup between them, like you say, assuming, of course, they both win their respective matches. But that is going to be all the matches here for today. We got to see some incredible highlights, some amazing growth throughout the scene. And I mean, some people who struggled in the beginning of the day coming through with aplomb by their closing statements. Of course, some more than others. You guys have had your chance to vote for the ACGL Driver of the Day. I know who my vote was, but who made the biggest impact? And Pyro, any thoughts from you?
I loved your Lycan prediction, Altruism, and your vote. I thought he popped off, and you know what? Down 2-1 in the series against Genesix, they still rose to the occasion. I have a guess that Eli was behind a bit of that, so sure, I'll stick with your vote.
All right, Bromeo.
From watching that last game and watching the results, I'd say Captain Courageous himself, Happy Meal, has to be my driver of the day.
I like that. Honestly, he has been such an influential part. And I mean, we saw it earlier in that trivia. He spends 34% of his time in front of the ball. It's certainly a different Happy Meal than we've seen before, but one that brings us just as much joy. So, production, let's see who we actually get for our driver of the day for today. This is, of course, chosen by you guys. And it is, of course, going to be I like him. I said it from the moment I watched him. He was always in the right positions there to make the passes count. Of course, set up so much by the team around them. But I mean, that is their strategy. And Snake's Den going to be ecstatic that their man came forward. At the end of the day, look at that. 33 saves, a total of 23 goals, doing all the work everywhere, Pyro.
We love it. We love it. And like him in Snake's Den, they'll hope that that driver of the day and that confidence and that energy transitions to tomorrow as well for Saturday. I will say, Altruism, before we close the day, something has to be addressed, and that is the fact that this is the last regional of the season. This was the last day of professional play for a lot of pros in the scene. I want to give a tip of my cap to all you guys who have put in so much great energy into this season, into this crazy season. Teams like Genesix that were so close to top 8. Teams like Bird who got their first wins in main event today. Like, you gotta pat yourselves on the back. You can't have your head down here. You gotta look forward. We want to see this region progress. We do believe this is only the beginning. So keep pushing even through a potential long off season, sorry.
I mean, you say that this could actually be where a lot of players start retiring. And I mean, this is SSA. A retirement is a very loose word that we use. You are always welcome back. But I want to echo what Bromeo was saying, though, is that it's going to be a long off season. Yeah, you might not have got the result that you were desperately wanting for. But that's not to mean that you need to give up at any stage. I mean, there is going to be a lot of growth. We've seen it just over the last 4 weeks since we started this split. Teams are adapting quickly. And yes, it's harder to make it to those top positions, so you can't really fault yourself. There's just a lot of really strong competition these days. Doesn't mean you can't get better as well. And overall, the health of SSA Rocket League is looking fantastic. So if this is your last one, well done. Congratulations. Thank you for all that you've given to our scene. But otherwise, we do hope to see all of these players back. Romeo, final thoughts for the day.
It's been fantastic. Every single match we have seen tonight has been a banger. It has been so good. So honestly, I'm proud of the Rocket League that we've seen today. This is our scene at its finest. It is looking great. And just to reiterate what Pyro said, what you've said, you know, this is going to be a long off season, but sometimes you don't need to change the player. You just need to change your style of play. You guys are getting that good. And you've seen resurgences from Bird. Looking at the way OnlyFans are playing now, they haven't changed rosters. They've just gotten better. And I hope to see more of that going forward. And heading into this weekend, there are still some amazing teams left in this competition. Let's not forget about them. We are in for an absolute treat.
It is going to be a fantastic weekend. We're talking like it's the end of an era, but it's not. It's just the beginning of our culmination for the season. So make sure all of our games tomorrow, all 4 of our quarterfinals, going to be broadcast here from about 4:30 local time, SAST. So make sure you are ready. You got all your drinks and your popcorn waiting there, but you're probably not going to need most of your seat. You'll be kept on the edge of it for the majority of the day. That's going to close it off here for the night. Thank you, of course, to ACGL and the entire broadcast team for making sure all of this goes down without a hitch. And then, of course, to your boy Q and Mark Fish sitting at the background. They've stuck with us all the way to the end and made sure that you guys get to experience the hype. We are all smiling and happy. I'm sure the rest of the weekend, we're going to promise even more of that for you guys. So we'll see you then. But tonight, for myself, Ultraism, and the team, it's been a great one. So you're going to get better from here. Good night.
In crypto, doing all the work by himself.
We are back.
Ooh, this is nice here.